Yes. Say it again.
Yes!
Make me believe it!
Yes! Yes! Yes!
Testing TTS.
Yeah!
Hello, everybody. How are we doing today? Midnight. Thanks for being here, even though you think the game is trash. Appreciate you. We haven't got time to eat yet. I'm gonna turn this down. So I am eating right now. And this would be a great time for a vid for stream, but we just don't have a vid for stream. Also, my burrito fucking fell apart here. The pros of Chipotle are that I can get a 2,400 calorie fucking burrito for $10. The cons of Chipotle are sometimes the people don't know how to wrap it. And so I get more of a bowl that's in a tortilla than a burrito sometimes. It is what it is. We're, I guess, eating this with a fork now. I don't know if I can wrap this back up. Let me see. It was like somewhat wrapped until I set it down to switch scenes here. Maybe that'll work. Maybe that'll work for a little bit. There we go. Yeah, we got a little burrito action here. All right, sick. All right. So we made it, chat. We made it. PoE 2 hype. It's gonna fix everything that we don't like about PoE 2 and introduce more stuff that we are gonna like. For sure, for sure. No cope. No cap on stack. I'm really curious to see how the druid is gonna work. Because one of the great things about PoE is that, yes, certain classes are better for certain archetypes and stuff like that, but generally speaking, every class can play every skill. Is that going to be true for Druid? I'm assuming no, because in PoE 2, there are class-specific skills related to ascendancies. But if they do the Druid skills in the ascendancies, how are the ascendancies going to... Is there going to be an ascendancy for each shapeshift? That'd be really weird. That'd be really strange. I'm really curious to see how they do Druid. I honestly think if they mess up Druid here... If they mess up Druid, I think potentially they're going to, like, lose a bunch of player base. Maybe not, like, huge numbers, like probably not like 50%, but maybe like 10% player base who's been really looking forward to the Druid, who's a D2 Druid main, who's really excited to see the shapeshifting, and they fuck it up and they're just like, I'm out. I can see it. I could see it. Bro, this burrito is falling apart. But it's so good. How we doing today, chat? How's work, Midnight? Work is work. Slow day, busy day. Way down callbacks. Fair enough. The hurry up and wait mentality, dude. I'm familiar. Bro, I don't mind onions in my food, but that's a big ass onion, bro. Chop that shit up more, guys. What the hell? Dude, I finally got G-Hub working again. Logitech G-Hub. Holy shit, the DPS difference is so different. It's so nice. Like, I had all my shit set up the way I like it for like games, and then versus like on my desktop. It was feeling so rough the last couple days not getting that worked. Or not getting that, not having that working. Very glad to have that working again. Yeah, DPI. The like movement of the mouse. Pretty sure it's DPI, right? Oh, did I say DPS? Yeah, my bad. Yeah, well, I mean, when you think about it, it is the DPS of the mouse, dude. That if there was a stat for DPS on a mouse, it would be the DPI. So, you know. All right. This burrito is mostly working with how I wrapped it up. Mostly working. I like their backdrop for this one. Oh, speaking of overlays and stuff, my sister for Christmas bought me some new overlays for stream. So, new overlays incoming potentially. Wonder how dead PoE 1 is going to be when launch happens. Well, I would assume a large portion of the player base plays PoE 2 launch. Like 50+% probably. Cheers. Especially because well, you have offline trading now, Midnight. So it doesn't really even matter if the players are playing, as long as their stuff is posted in the offline trading stuff, right? But yeah, I assume that already a lot of PoE 1 players are playing PoE 2, but also there's PoE players that are following like really big streamers that just do whatever the big streamers do, like Fubgun, for instance, and Fubgun 100% will be playing PoE 2. I think Fubgun actually enjoys PoE 2 more than PoE 1 right now. I think. Could be wrong with that, but people won't be buying frags and scarabs and stuff that I sell for months. That you sell for months? Sure they will. And there will be lower supply, which means you might be able to sell them for more. There will still be people playing PoE for sure. I just think you're gonna take a big hit there. Also, what's up, Devontae? How's it going, brother? Good luck in the boss fight. Oh yeah, that was the other thing I was gonna say. I also think with PoE 2 having a free weekend this weekend, the first weekend too, I think that'll also draw players from PoE 1, PoE 2, at least for the weekend. All my homies hate PoE 2. Did they play last league? Because I was not the biggest fan until last league. I think last league did changed a lot of my opinions on that. Rack up channel points? Yeah, right, really. Now, I did take launch day off. So I think league launch is the 12th. And I do have that day off, so. Could be a very long stream, we'll see. I mean, I have to start Druid, right? It's the only sensible thing to do, right? Unless I don't have to start Druid if they introduce another character or Ascendancy as well. If there's other new characters or Ascendancies, there's a chance we don't have to start Druid. Where should I have my camera? Should it be down here? Bottom left? Where should my camera be, you guys? What do you think? It'll probably be fine where it's at, I think. That was a mouthful of food. I'll say that again. It'll probably be fine where it's at, I think, probably. T-minus 1 minute. Okay. I don't like Vol in PoE 1. So what do I want to see on this league? I would like to see the double corrupt thing would be cool. However, I don't want to go through an entire temple thing to do it. So expedited version of that would be nice. Ooh, a Zeri bots fight? Or not Zeri, that's a completely different thing. What am I doing? I mean, maybe it could be a Zeri, right?
In this intermission,
I don't know.
I don't know if you're aware, but
I don't know. I don't know what I want to see on this. Double corrupt would be great. I'm curious to see about Druid.
Send a message button. There's a
Ooh, new weapon.
Continue sub or
bring in swords or daggers or something so we can get like new weapon skills. All right, here we go, chat.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2, and welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal for what's coming next for Path of Exile 2.
Let's talk about it, John.
Are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim your Verdant Wilds dodge roll effect by following the instructions
Let me know how
below.
volume is. I think it's a little
Now
loud.
today,
so
it's
turn it down
finally
a bit,
time to show off a new class that we know everyone in the community's been waiting for. So let's roll the trailer for Path of Exile 2, The Last of the
Is that better?
Druids.
Naked Man! Druid!
Well, well. What have we got here then?
You lost, fella?
Hey, we're talking to you.
I asked you a question.
Oh.
What's wrong with him?
He's lost his bloody mind.
So bear and werewolf for sure. We already knew that though. Okay. Minion build, minion build. Let me know if it's still loud, by the way. I think it's a bit loud, but maybe it's acceptable amounts of loud. Dragon! Wyvern! Yo! That's sick! It looks slow as shit, though. fucking badass. It looks super slow, but that looks fucking sick. Wyvern build, log in.
I will find you, Eve.
Okay, bro.
As you can see, the druid is a shape-shifting elemental spellcaster. After his fellow druids were destroyed by the king in the mists, the druid lost his humanity in the forests of Ogham, where he wandered for years as a beast. Now, finally reawakened, he's determined to find his lost wife and regain his humanity.
Okay.
The druid has been one of the hardest classes for us to design. As well as having human spells, he has 3 animal forms, and we wanted to make sure that there were interesting combos between all of them. The druid is our first hybrid strength and intelligence class. That means he needs to have the ability to use spells and attacks. As a human, the druid typically uses magical staves to harness the powers of the earth and the natural world. One of the first skills you will learn is the ability to create small volcanoes from the earth. This skill spits out balls of magma at your
volcanic
enemies,
fissure.
and will continue to do so for some time. While the volcano is active,
Kinda
turn
like
into an
Unearth,
animal
actually,
and wade into melee range. Many of the skills you use as a human last for a significant period of time, giving you a good chance to turn into an animal and rage out. But how do you turn into an animal, you may ask? Well, the answer is a new
What the
weapon type
fuck
that
is
druids
that?
use, animal talismans.
What the
When you equip
fuck?
an animal talisman, you can choose which animal form you would like the talisman to represent. Depending on what you choose, you'll be given that animal's basic attack as a new skill to equip. For a bear, that's maul. To turn into a bear, simply use the skill. Your character will instantly
Wait,
transform
what?
into a bear and attack. If you want to change back to a human, just cast a spell. You will
Wait.
instantly swap back and cast it. We wanted to make sure that swapping between forms was seamless and immediate. Changing forms should be
druid
something that you do without
shapeshifting
even
is
thinking
tied
about
to
it
a
all the time in
item.
battle. In order to allow for hybrid melee and caster gameplay, most
Not
of the
in the
skills you use in your
ascendancy.
human form
What
last
the-
for some time and aid your animal skills in some
Dude,
way.
he didn't explode!
Drewfish, thanks
The
for the
volcano
follow.
we used
On Kick.
earlier will emit more molten balls whenever you hit it with a slam, making it perfect for use with your bear form's Furious Slam.
Huh. I mean, that looks
While in
pretty
bear
sick.
form, many of your abilities use rage. There are a lot of ways to generate rage, but the easiest one is simply smash your enemies with maul.
Okay.
Once you see the runes on your back glowing, it means you have enough rage to do a much more devastating version of your Furious Slam.
Bro, I'm not gonna be able to see that.
Your bear form can also go on a rampage, stomping the ground as you demolish your foes.
Look, that's great and all, but you're fighting one enemy at a time using auto
The
attack.
more rage you have,
That's
the
not how
longer
the
the
game is
rampage
built.
lasts. And doing it over a volcano makes it even better. As you consume rage, your bear form will generate endurance charges, and these can be used with skills like Ferocious Roar.
Huh.
Ferocious
Free
Roar is
endurance
a war
charge
cry that
generation.
empowers your subsequent attacks to break your opponent's armor. The more endurance charges you have when you use it, the more empowered attacks you will gain.
Is there
But
DR
Ferocious
associated
Roar
with
has
bear?
another special feature too. It's a meta gem that allows you to socket any Warcry gem from another class into it, giving you the ability to use these skills as a bear.
Huh. Okay.
Use the Warrior's Infernal Cry skill to make your enemies explode. Or
Okay.
use Seismic Cry to stun your enemies and double up the number of slams you do.
Melee druid. Looks good,
You
but
can even
super
use
slow.
it with Ancestral Call, a skill that turns you into the fire god Cow. Ever wondered what the Karui god of war would look like if he was a bear? Well, wait no longer. Finally, build up enough rage.
Okay,
and
that
use
looks
one of
pretty
the
good.
bear's
What I
ultimate
missed, you're
abilities,
on time,
Walking
Cloudy.
Calamity. This skill summons a storm of fire around you for some time, while generating even more rage to power your other abilities.
Okay, that
True
looks
bear
fucking
apocalypse.
OP.
Now, the bear is known for being a slower and more lumbering animal, with slower attacks and heavy slams. But what if you want to turn into something a little more nimble? Well, let's check out the second animal form for the druid, wolf form.
I mean, that stampede ability looks
For
really
the wolf
strong.
form, we wanted
with
to go
that
fast
fire
and
or meteor
furious.
thing.
Even just the wolf's basic attack will leap forward and rake his foes. After attacking, the wolf stands
Dude,
up on
he's
two
taking
legs.
so much damage.
But after running for a short time, he goes back on all fours, allowing to move more quickly between packs of enemies.
Does he actually
The
move more
wolf has a
quickly?
lot of cold attacks based on his association with the moon, and the first of these is Lunar Assault. It's great for freezing your enemies in place. After they're frozen, use your basic rake attack to knock shards of ice off your enemies, which land on the ground nearby and explode.
Bro, it's frozen
If you
for
want
so
to get
long.
into battle quickly, you
It
can
took
use
so
your
long to
pounce
freeze it,
attack.
though.
This skill leaps at a target and applies a mark to them. Killing the marked enemy will summon
Yeah,
a wolfman into
ZDBS
your
is
side,
for sure.
allowing them to fight with you. Mark and kill as many enemies as you can to build up a sizable pack. While an enemy is marked, your wolves will
Nice.
prioritize that target and do more damage the more wolves you have. So make
Okay,
sure you
minion
keep your pack
build.
strong. Now, one problem you might run into is your wolf pack dying in boss fights. You often don't have any enemies that you can mark and kill in order to regenerate your pack.
True.
To deal with this problem, you can use Cross Slash.
What is this boss
Cross
fight?
Slash jumps backwards and does a vicious double slash. Any marks on your target explode and triggers their abilities.
Okay.
This allows you to pounce to mark an enemy and then summon a wolf. Even
Wait,
without
this is a new boss fight. Wait, new act
Cross Slash
confirmed?
also has another feature though. Remember those ice fragments from before? Well, Cross Slash will propel any ice shards on the ground towards its central target. First, freeze your enemies with Lunar Assault. Then rake them to
It's
create
not
as
an
many
old
ice
boss.
fragments
Look
as
at
you
the
can.
arena.
Then follow up with Cross Slash to generate a field of icy explosions
It's
to
a
obliterate
reskin
your
of an
enemy.
old boss, but it's a different boss.
If they're still alive after that, your pack
Wait,
of
this
wolves
is for the
can finish them
prelude?
off.
I did not fight this boss.
Just like with the bear's raw skill
I did not
earlier that
fight that
allows you
boss.
to use skills from other classes, Pounce is also a meta gem that you can socket mark skills from other classes into. So for example, you might want to try adding Freezing Mark from the Monk to Pounce. After pouncing at an enemy, Cross Slash to explode the mark and gain extra cold damage for a time.
But then you don't
The
summon
wolf has many
wolves,
other
or-
ways to go all in on cold though. Using the Arctic Howl Warcry will allow you to add cold damage and chilled ground to any slam, while buffing your pack of wolves as well.
Wait, it
You
adds
can also
cold
use
damage
it
to
to freeze
slams?
enemies that are close to being frozen, making it much faster to use your other combos. Finally, the wolf also has the ability to call down the power of the moon to transform into an Arctic werewolf with Lunar Blessing. In this form, you move and attack more quickly and deal extra cold damage.
More
Consuming
extra
Rage will
cold?
extend the duration of your Arctic wolf form, so you could try a hybrid bear and wolf build if you want to utilize the skill to its full effect.
Yo, werewolf gonna have a bunch of flat cold, but it's still looking like
Alright,
ZDPS.
let's talk about the third form available to the druid, and I think it's a cool one. The Wyvern.
Yeah,
The
this is
Wyvern has a
interesting.
number of long-range breath abilities, but that doesn't mean you can't get into melee range when you want to. The basic attack of the Wyvern is Rend. Jump forward into combat and slash your enemies with your lethal talons. If they're close to being
is he
stunned,
targeting
you can
corpses?
blow them off balance with a blast from your wings, causing an explosion of damage. After the battle, though, it's time to feed. Devour the corpses of monsters to create power charges, and
Okay.
this is when the Wyvern's abilities really come online. When using Rend, you can consume a power charge to charge up your wings with lightning. Not only
Lightning
does this do a bunch of
damage.
damage, but it allows you to turn this melee skill into a much larger AoE attack.
Interesting. So they kind of made cold,
Once
fire,
your
and
wings are
ice
charged,
builds.
your wing blast will also do lightning explosions for even more damage. If your enemies are close to death, no need to wait for them to actually die. When you see this blue marker, just devour them alive. Fresh meat is much tastier after all.
It's kind of cool.
Alright, so those are some melee options. But how about range? Well, you wouldn't be much of a dragon if you couldn't breathe fire after all.
True.
Rolling Magma is the first of the Wyvern's breath attacks.
Rolling
Spit balls
magma.
of fire that bounce along the ground. These balls will trigger volcanoes as well, so it's a good idea to cast one as a human right before you start
Wait,
spitting.
that seems really strong. It triggers
But that's
the
not all you
volcano.
can spit. You have something a little nastier in that gullet of yours.
Oh, you can oil them
Spitting a
up.
barrage of oil at your enemies will cover them in a viscous sludge that makes them easier to ignite. If you have power charges, though, plant your wings in the ground and vomit a barrage of lightning-infused projectiles. The more power charges you have, the longer you can do this for. But make sure you keep your foes at range. You're vulnerable to melee attacks while channeling this skill. In order to help with that,
Does that mean you
let's
can
take a
stun
quick
out?
diversion back to some of your human abilities. As a druid of Scoth, you have the ability to harness the power of nature to create entangling vines to slow down your enemies. Another of nature's punishments is the thunderstorm. Creating one of these will create periodic strikes of lightning from the sky, and will also make your enemies wet. Why is that useful? Well, of course,
Wet
things that are wet
debuff.
are easier to shock. Use it with lightning
Interesting.
damage from your wyvern form to enhance your damage.
Yo,
Making
Wyvern's
things
looking
wet
really
also
cool.
makes them easier to freeze, so it works nicely with your wolf form as well. And you know what else likes water? Plants. Water your plants to give them various extra abilities.
What?
Use Lightning Storm with Entangle to make them
Bro,
last longer,
that's so
and attach more
fucking
vines to each enemy, slowing them further.
Yo!
Summon Thrashing Vines to slam at your enemies for a time. Any that are created in water will be larger and deal more damage. Now then, with
Bro,
our enemies
what the
sufficiently
hell?
subdued with our plants, time to really lay into them with our lightning-infused barrage. Now, this last wyvern ability is just ridiculous, but we felt like we had to do it. Use Flame Breath to take to the skies and rain down a stream of fire on your enemies. You have wings, so we have to take full advantage of them after all. So fly around and burn in it.
Bro, the environment burning is so cool. That's interesting,
Now,
but
there are
how
a
are you
few
going
other
to
skills we
scale
didn't
the
cover,
different
but
damage
there's one in
types?
particular that I think will open up a lot of builds. Spell Totems.
Spell
Totems are
totem!
meta gems that let you create a totem that will automatically cast any spell in the game for a time. In order to create one, you will need to spend 3 endurance or 3 power charges.
Perfect.
You could use them to throw fireballs, summon comets, or shower the area in lightning. Really, the options are kind of endless. Your bear form can easily generate endurance charges by consuming rage, and your wyvern
Bro,
form can easily
Druid
create
looking
power
really
charges by
strong.
eating
Druid
corpses.
skills.
So it's pretty easy for the druid to get the charges needed, but they're also available from quite a few other places as well. I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of different spellcaster classes thinking about how best to take advantage of these.
Bro, this seems really interesting,
Now, of course,
actually.
along with a new class comes a bunch of new support gems. We've added over 30 new supports throughout the game, but I'll show you a few of the cooler ones here. Fan the Flames can be added to any wind skill to spread fire from one ignited enemy to the other enemies behind them. It's great for the Wyvern's Wing Blast.
So it's Ignite
You can also use it on many other classes with wind skills, like the Twisters on the Huntress, or the Monk's Staggering Palm Projectiles. Accelerated Growth causes extra explosive plants to erupt from the ground whenever you grow plants with rain.
Okay.
And Advancing Storm changes storm skills like your Thunderstorm or Tornado to move across the battlefield. It's great for watering plants en masse,
Yeah, that sounds good.
or to turn tornadoes into a real disaster by sucking up multiple ground effects as they travel along.
God, I forgot about Act 4 in the prelude, dude.
And the Sorceress might like to use it with Firestorm as well.
Hated Act 4.
Echoing Cries
That
causes
sounds-
your
that
Warcry
looks so
skills
sick.
to echo. They will repeat a couple more
Spell
times
Echo
with a
in the
delay
game.
after you use
Confirmed.
them,
Nice.
giving you more empowered attacks. Use it for the druid's animal form Warcries, or on
Wait,
the
what, you can
warriors
use it
for a
on
nice power
Warcries?
boost.
It's not Spell Echo, it's just Echo.
Grounding Shocks causes monsters you shock to turn into living Tesla coils, arcing lightning to nearby enemies. You could
okay.
use it with your empowered wings for an extra damage boost, but it's also great with any other shocking skill. Try it out with Lightning Spear. It obviously needed more AoE clear. There's a whole pile more, but we'll leave those for you to discover.
Obviously needed more AoE clear.
Now with a new
yeah.
class comes new Ascendancy classes.
Yes.
The Druid will have 2 options for now, with a third being released later.
Okay.
The first class is the Shaman. The Shaman channels nature's elemental fury and can harness rage as a spellcaster, unifying his animalistic and magical tendencies. By allocating Druidic Champion, you gain spell damage the
spell
angrier
damage,
you
okay.
are. And with Furious Wellspring, you generate rage continuously and can spend it to empower your spells.
Okay.
With the knowledge of the Asmerian Magi, the Shaman can harness untapped power from runes and idols. After allocating Wisdom of the
Okay.
Magi,
What does
you'll
that do?
notice that all runes and idols have extra mods only available to the Shaman.
What?
These new mods unlock countless new possibilities for enhancing your build. You can also allocate Bringer of the
What?
Apocalypse, allowing you to become a walking natural disaster. After dealing enough elemental damage, storms of all elements rain around you, destroying all who would face nature's fury.
I mean, that seems kind of
There
strong.
are other abilities for the Shaman, but I'll just show a few from each class for now. The other Druid Ascendancy is the Oracle. The Oracle
Okay.
perfected the power of foresight and utilizes this in combat to gain massive advantage. When taking Fateful Vision, you will see visions of your future self using specific skills. If you decide to follow this path by using the skill yourself, it will do significantly more damage.
What?
And with converging paths, at a critical moment in battle when a monster is vulnerable to freeze, stun, or electrocution, the Oracle can use Moment of Vulnerability to see a vision of the enemy's future and then merge it with the current timeline, allowing him to deal damage to both.
So it's like double damage?
And one of my favorites, when you first become an Oracle, you'll notice over 130 new extra passives appear in
Holy
the Druid section
shit!
of the tree. By allocating the Unseen Path, you use your power of foresight to learn from alternate futures and gain skills that would otherwise be unavailable to you.
What does that mean?
For example, self-sacrificing allows you to be able to summon more minions by reducing their spirit costs, with the trade-off of making your reservation skills cost more spirit. Or Corruption Endures, which allows oracles to have a small chance to avoid death.
What?
Both the Druid Ascendancies offer interesting and unique ways to gain modifiers that no other classes can get, so we're expecting a huge variety of build possibilities from these.
Is this saying going Oracle gives you
Now there are unique
130
talismans
extra
the Druid
like
use as well. Won't
passive
spoil
skills
all of
to
them,
choose
but this
from?
one was particularly cool. Fury of the King turns your bear form into a fire demon, converting most of your damage to fire.
That looks
As a
pretty cool.
demon, you can also use Molten Crash, a jumping slam attack that leaves fissures around you.
That seems
This
very
unique
good.
also continuously grants glory, allowing you to use your ultimate abilities more easily. Now, of course, the Druid isn't the only thing we're adding to 040. We still have a
Druid
bunch
seems
more to
very
show.
good so far.
With every new release, we create a new league with new mechanics,
I don't know about
new pinnacle
Oracle.
bosses, and with a new story to tell. And this time is no exception. So let's roll the trailer for the fate of the Vaal.
The palace of Queen Atziri.
Oracle could be super busted
It
or
is a
super
ruin, but in
not
the
good like
dark,
Chronomancer.
Machines still
But yeah, I agree. It
churn.
does kind of look like Chronomancer. Did we see boobs? I missed them. I think it's a little. I'm turning it down a little bit, boys.
The temple has many functions. And with it,
What the fuck is
save
this?
the Vaal.
No, it's
A
temple
gateway through
building,
time.
dude.
Travel into the past again and again.
Oh, it's the same thing as
Ultimate temple.
PoE1, but like
Uncover its
different.
secrets.
Okay,
You'll be rewarded.
if we get double corrupts, maybe it's okay. What the hell is this? What?
And somewhere
God damn,
in
messy.
the deepest chamber, my queen awaits. I beg of you, hear me. The beast cannot give you what you desire.
You may have studied it, Doriani, but you do not know.
Yo,
like
Booba! Booba!
adores me.
Asa!
Come
Asa!
now, give unto me your desire. At last, fulfill my soul.
Alright, I think this will be fun for this league. My problem with the temple building thing is it's not fun long term. It might be fun for this league, though. We'll see.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts,
Mark!
Game Director on Path of Exile. In the Fate of the Vaal League, you will find remnants of the ancient Vaal civilization scattered throughout Rayclast. They seem to attract nearby creatures and affect them strangely. After killing them, the remnant appears to gain some amount of power, but not enough to fully activate it. It seems you will need to find 5 more of these arcane devices, and sacrifice the monsters you find there to fully activate one. But things don't always go to plan. These devices are old, and sometimes infected by corruption. Twisted versions of ancient Vaal may emerge, and sometimes even stronger foes. On fully activating one of the devices, you finally discover its true purpose.
I'm liking what I'm seeing so
A
far.
portal opens and takes you deep underground to a lost temple, once the home of Atziri, Queen of the Vaal.
Oh, it is a
What
Ziri.
treasures could still be inside? I think you're gonna want to find out. In front of the entrance is a console of some kind, and on activating it, you can see a map of the temple. Atziri's personal chambers are on the far side, but how could anyone get there? There are disconnected rooms, and the layout doesn't seem to make sense. And that's when you realize the purpose of the ancient devices scattered through Rayclast. The temple is powered by sacrifice.
Booba!
And this energy can be used to modify the very structure of the temple itself. Each time you run the temple, you will be given 6 rooms that you can place, allowing you to craft your own dungeon to explore. Place paths to link up the dungeon, and place
Temple
rooms
building.
beside them full of precious loot.
This is fun the first time you
After
do
you
it.
are happy with your choices,
The
open
problem
the
is
temple
it's not
and discover
fun
the results of your efforts.
long term.
Each room contains different challenges along with its rewards. On
In my
entering
opinion,
a room,
at least.
the doors will slam shut behind you, and you will need to face the encounter within. But choose wisely. It's
I
important
guess it also
where you
depends on
place
the
the
rewards
rooms
too, I guess,
to get
though.
maximum returns. For example, when placing a commander, you could just place it anywhere along an existing path, but a much better strategy is to place it next to a garrison of troops for him to command.
Okay.
With better leadership, the garrison will level up, making the monsters harder, but also more rewarding.
But there's like 6
Different
monsters
rooms
in
have
this room.
different requirements for leveling up. For example, if you want to fully level up a smithy, you will need to supply it with golems from an adjacent golem works,
How are we supposed
and
to know
hook up
this?
a generator to the power network to supply it with power.
How are we
After
supposed to
doing
know
so,
this?
The golems will be powered up, making them much more dangerous.
I'm not
You
liking
don't
what I'm
need to
seeing
memorize
so far.
what interacts with what. When selecting a room, you will be shown the locations that will make other rooms level up.
Okay,
and
so it's the
exactly
green
what effect
highlight.
it will have on the temple.
Okay, all right, that's better.
After
That's
running
better.
the temple, a few of the rooms will destabilize and be removed. It will be up to you to rebuild the temple, adding 6 more rooms each time you come back, making the temple larger
Wait,
and larger and larger.
what did he
So
just say?
that's the basic functionality of the temple.
It's just going to delete
But
rooms
there is a
sometimes?
lot
Is that what
more.
he said?
Once Doriani
Yo, what
finds
is that
out about
rain
the
of
travels
arrows
to
skill?
Lyra
What the
Val,
heck?
he will attempt to persuade you to take on a new mission.
Is that a new skill?
The temple entrance contains a prototype of the time portal device. It will be able to take you back in time, but only to one specific point, right before Exile triggered the cataclysm that destroyed the Val. He requests that you go back and attempt to stop Exile to prevent the Val from ever being destroyed. Exile is on the far side of the temple, so you will need to expand the temple significantly to get to her. And even
She
worse,
also has a tier
her
level?
chambers can only be unlocked by a room that isn't currently accessible to you. In order to deal with that, you are going to need to visit the architect of the temple. To get to him, you will
okay.
need to place path rooms. But while doing so, you will probably want to exploit some of the Val technology only available in the past.
Rain of shotgun
Once
blast.
you can travel into the past, a whole new set of rooms are available to you, and they have some pretty insane rewards. At
Like
level
what?
1, the corruption chamber can be
Double
used
corrupt?
to corrupt a single item.
What?
But placing it next to a thaumaturge to run the place, and a sacrificial chamber to provide soul energy, you'll be able to level it up.
Okay.
And it's worth it.
Okay.
Because once you get the room to level 3, there are some very nice rewards to be had.
Tell me double corrupt.
In a level 3 corruption chamber, you will find this mysterious device. It has a
Tell
slot
me.
to place an item, and it only accepts items that are already corrupted.
Oh?
What will happen to them? Well, normally once an item is corrupted, you can't modify it any further.
Right.
But this device allows you to corrupt your item a second time, adding another enchantment.
So it
This
is
has the
double corrupt, but
capability
in a
to
different
craft
way.
Some very powerful items indeed. But be warned, the Val are all about taking risks in the pursuit of power.
So you can brick
There
it.
is a 50% chance that the item will be destroyed.
50%. Wow. Why'd it go off twice? Rip Bozo.
Each room has its own
Okay.
interesting mechanics and rewards when it levels up. Many of them contain bosses to fight, special drops, and in
Garbage.
many cases, new crafting opportunities.
Gem corrupting! The double gem corrupt! It's
For
here!
example, a level 3 alchemy lab has a nasty Val construct to fight. But if you can defeat it, you can find new corrupted soul cores.
Corrupted soul gems?
Like Guatalizzi's thesis, which on boots allows you to sacrifice your life to run faster. Or Quetzalcoatl's Thesis, which on gloves will revive one of your minions whenever an offering expires.
Okay.
Get a sacrificial chamber to level 3, and you will need to face a highborn priest of sacrifice. Defeat him to be able to further corrupt a Val unique, modifying it in unpredictable ways.
Further Val unique.
One of the mods of this unique will be removed and replaced with another random mod.
What? They
For
put
example,
Foulborn
this
uniques
soul
in the game?
It gives you an additional totem, but lowers your totem's life and curses you when they die. By using the machine, this could result in a terrible item if you remove the good mod, but also some amazing items if you replace the downside.
Interesting.
Now, one extra thing to mention about these Val crafting machines. You don't have to take the items you want to craft into the temple. If you don't have the item you want to craft with you at the time, then clicking this button will allow you to create a currency item instead.
Nice. So
Allowing
they're
you to do the
sellable
craft
too.
later,
Nice.
or trade it if you want. Now, there are all sorts of interesting rooms you can find in the temple, but the last one I want to show you today is the Flesh Surgeon. A Val Flesh Surgeon can be leveled up by placing him next to a high-level synth flesh lab.
Okay.
Be careful. The Flesh Surgeon has some rather unpleasant experiments in his personal lab.
Okay.
Afterwards, you might notice the surgery table just sitting there. The Val are great at crafting items. Why not do some crafting on yourself? After laying down, you'll be asked which limb you'd like to replace.
What?
Left arm, perhaps your right leg. Each limb can get a different set of random bonuses, so choose wisely.
What?
After getting up from the table, try out your new limb. It seems to work fine, and even perform better than your normal one. Now, there is just one thing with replacing body parts.
Okay.
If you die and are resurrected, your body will return to its natural state.
What?
You might need to return to the Val Surgeons if you want another robot arm, and maybe get a better one next time. Some rooms,
Okay,
like the
that's kind of
Commander,
crazy.
can give you a new type of reward. Medallions that can be used to manipulate the temple in other ways.
Okay.
Using a Quetzalcoatl's medallion will allow you to artificially boost a room, even if it doesn't meet the normal requirements to level up.
Okay.
And a Huatalotli's medallion will stop rooms from
Say
destabilizing when you
that 5
complete a
times
temple,
fast.
allowing you to guarantee getting a reward a second time. Great if
A
you want to
second
stock
time.
up on double corrupts.
Wait, I thought this
Now,
stabilized.
with all that aside,
Remove
time
the
to
room.
face the Architect, and you will be in for a fight.
Jesus.
Once defeated, you will find another console that can be used to modify the temple. But this one is special. It allows you to place new types of rooms with
Okay.
specific rewards. There are rooms with specific uniques, special runes, and currency.
Okay.
But also a few other, more niche crafting experiments. Like this one, that can extract the socket balls back out of an item at
Oh.
the cost of destroying it.
Oh.
Now,
Interesting.
something really important is every league we release a significant amount of content for the in-game. In order to make sure that the Fate of the Val works well for late-game players, we've added many mechanics to make sure that you can scale the difficulty and rewards to match. Getting some rooms to level 3 adds extra mods to the entire dungeon, and these stack with each other.
Okay.
So in endgame, when you can get some really big temples, you can generate a challenge that can even match the strongest of characters. We
Okay.
also start
What
to
the heck was that
introduce ways
ability?
to store up energy for the temple, allowing you to save up.
Wait, what is
many
that
runs
ability?
So you can do them later at your leisure and not interrupt your mapping too often.
Is that in the
Now,
game?
in each league, it's important that we
Or is
have
that
a
new?
new pinnacle boss to test your character's might. In the Fate of the Val, you will get to face Adzeri while she was at the peak of her power.
Okay.
One of the rewards you will gain by defeating the Architect is the ability to place the Royal Access Chamber. Once connected to your temple, you can visit it to finally reach the Queen of the Vaal herself.
Okay.
This fight takes place at a critical moment in history, right as Atzeri communes with the beast's power and takes her
Titties!
true corrupted form. Now, we are not going to show you the whole fight, but we will tempt you with one of the rewards. This is Atzeri's rule. This staff gives additional levels to all of your corrupted
103
gems
damage,
and lets
extra
you
phase.
trade life for extra damage. But in addition to that, while using the staff, mirrors of refraction will constantly appear on the battlefield. Any projectile you fire at these will split into a nova, and they can chain from one to the other.
What?
So, that's the fate of the Vaal League. But we are also bringing the previous league, Rise of the Abyssal, into the core game, along with a few changes.
Okay.
Now, for those of you who haven't seen what happens when a league is over, it's important to understand that you will not be seeing abysses in every area anymore. Rise of the Abyssal is now one of the league mechanics that can show up randomly in endgame. If you want to specialize in running abysses, there is now a tablet that will allow you to add them to any map you run. You can also craft the tablet to add abyss-specific mods to enhance how they function.
Okay.
Now that Abyss is core, it also needs its own Atlas tree.
Wow, they're really doing it this
You
way?
can gain your first
That's
points by
not
completing an
sustainable,
abyss.
bro.
But there are more available for doing depths and killing certain bosses. And there are
Okay.
a bunch of different options. You might just want more monsters and bosses. But you can also make finishing an abyss have a chance to overrun a nearby map with the abyssal. Or make your waystone modifiers also apply to abyssal depths.
Okay.
You could specialize in the interaction with other leagues, or specialize in a specific abyssal faction. One of the important elements that we have heard loud and clear is that needing to do abyss crafting on waystones is quite annoying.
Yes.
So, we have removed that.
What?
In fact, we have removed instilling from waystones as well.
What?
This mechanic felt mandatory on maps because it boosted the value of all other content, but it was both annoying to do and resulted in a lot of visual clutter. Instead, we are bringing back some of that power on tablets, which you don't need to craft nearly as often, since they last for 10 maps each. Once you defeat the Arbiter of Ash, you will be able to upgrade tablets to a rare with 4 mods using regular currency.
Okay, we have to kill Arbiter
Even
this
this
league.
isn't enough to fully bring back the power you could have gotten from instilling, so we have also buffed the bonuses that tablets give. Going forward, we're not going to be adding any more crafting directly to waystones outside of the basic currency, because it adds too much micromanagement.
What?
But on that note, Fate of the Vaal does bring the ability to corrupt your tablets, hoping to get one of many different random outcomes.
What did they get there?
Now, with regard to Delirium Fog, even though you shouldn't have to have it on every map anymore, we still did want to make it less visually annoying. Delirium Fog has been toned down significantly, so you won't feel like you're just playing in a sea of grey.
I mean, I didn't really
Another
care
big
that
source
much
of
about
problems
the
in the
Delirium Fog.
endgame is the feeling of getting overwhelmed with monsters. In 031, we reduced the number of monsters in early endgame in order to help with this, but still scaled up the number of monsters to previous levels by the
streaming.
time you got to tier 15. Well, after letting this simmer for a while, we are still getting this kind of feedback. So we are no longer going to scale up the number of monsters you go as you get deeper into the endgame.
What?
Instead, we are scaling up the difficulty and rewards by the same amount. So to be clear, instead of increasing the number of monsters by 40%, they will instead drop 40% more items, grant 40% more experience, and have 40% more life, in addition to all the normal scaling they get due to being higher level.
Okay.
This only applies to regular monsters, not bosses. We have also reduced
maybe
the
that's
speed
okay.
modifiers that monsters can get sometimes, which also helps a lot with this. Now, we did have a large amount of content for endgame planned for 040, but unfortunately we just didn't get time to finish it. The scope was a bit too large, and so we would need to wait until 050 for that.
For what?
But rest assured, there will be a ton of upgrades for the existing leagues, as well as new pinnacle bosses, and a significant overhaul to the Atlas passive tree coming soon. Now,
Okay.
another problem that becomes a much bigger issue in the endgame is game performance. And we have done a lot of work here. The primary issue is CPU load.
Next
And to
patch?
address that,
yeah. What
a
did
lot
he
of
say they
things have
couldn't
been
get done this
optimized.
patch and they're doing
And
next
we
patch?
have done a lot of work to take advantage of more of your CPU cores. You should see frame rates of at least 25% higher, and
Okay.
a lot less bad frame spikes during gameplay. It does make quite a big difference,
feel like I didn't
especially on consoles.
Notice too
A
bad
lot
of
more work
frame
in this
rate
area
drop,
is
but-
ongoing, and you will continue to see performance improvements over the next few months.
Okay, he didn't say anything
Of
specific.
course, another important area is game balance, and we have made a lot of changes.
Uh-oh.
Now,
This is
most
good,
of these
but
we will
uh-oh.
save for the patch notes, but I'll do a quick summary of some of the numbers. As well as adding 11 new unique items, we have rebalanced dozens of others that are not currently used very often. We've
Okay.
also done a pass over lineage supports. 21 of them have been rebalanced, as well
Good.
as adding 9 more. Alongside the 2 new druid ascendancies, we have made balance changes to almost all the others,
Okay.
some of them getting a grander
25%
rebalance,
increased
such
spirit,
as the
wow.
Smith of Katava.
Affected by
Alongside
damaging
the
elements.
20
Wow.
plus new druid skills, we've also rebalanced 90 other active skills across all the different classes. And to top it all off, there are also over 250 new passive skills added to the passive tree.
Oh my
These
god.
changes should go a long way to increase the viability of many more skills, uniques, and overall build variety that can tackle our most challenging content.
Holy Christ.
Next up, we're going to be talking about our new supporter packs. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs.
You, the fucking
The
bug, dude.
Precursor and Kalgurin packs. Each tier contains the pack's
I don't like
full
that
face
armor
value
set
in
either. The
points,
shoulders look
alongside
weird.
several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Precursor series of supporter packs contains 6
That Smith
exclusive
looks sick.
microtransactions.
The map device does too.
First up, the marble statue character effect. Once you finally stay still for a moment, a podium rises up out of the ground to immortalize you, turning your skin to marble. When you next move, the stone crumbles around you.
I mean,
The Precursors had mastery over gravity manipulation. So too can you, now with the Gravity Well portal. Witness the power of its
Okay.
pull as you approach it.
it's pretty cool.
Draw in enemies with your own gravitational pull with the Awakened Precursor armor set.
See, I don't like these shoulders at all, though.
The Precursors designed and built many mysterious ancient beings. This one used to serve as a scout that would patrol and tase intruders. Why salvage gear yourself when the master of the forge can do it for you? Molten
cool.
gold spills out as the forge master breaks down your items.
Pretty neat.
The relic of the Precursor's map device is a mysterious machine that sits atop ancient colossal statues. It keeps track of the number of charges consumed on your Precursor tablets used in the device. The
Charges
Kalgurin pack
consumed?
series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions.
Map device looks
The
cool, but I don't care
Kalgurins
about
had
charges
astounding
consumed.
skill in astronomy, being able to track cosmic events with absolute precision. Harnessing that skill, with the astronomer's level up effect equipped, you too can now see exactly how long it took you to level up as it outputs the time in chat.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
The time taken to reach your last 3 levels is also displayed on the item.
Oh,
so you
that's
can
kinda
rank it when you
cool.
have a time you're proud of. Crush unique enemies by unleashing the wrath of the lost Kalgurin
I don't
fleet,
really care about
led
finisher
formerly
effects,
by
though.
Captain
or
Hartland
level up
himself.
effects usually. However, how long
A
it took me to level
Kalgurin
is a cool
seafarer
stat.
needs armor fit for the treacherous seas of Rayclast. This set has you covered with the classic tricorn and, of
He's
course,
got a peg leg.
A peg leg. The Lost Treasure weapon skins top off your appearance of a true raider of the seas. These gilded
Okay.
weapons can be applied to wands, two-hand maces, and shields.
Your shield looks sick.
After a
I
long
don't know
day
about
of
the
plundering
wand.
loot, retreat to the Kraken's Cove hideout.
This is a
Home of
sick
some of the most
hideout.
deadly ocean-dwelling creatures in Rayclast. Many ships
Holy
have met
shit,
their
that's a
demise here.
hideout.
What better to accompany you in Kraken's Cove than a kraken itself? Replace your stash with a dormant kraken, waiting for its prey.
That's a
As
cool
you
stash.
approach, it will awaken and terrify both you and any guests in your hideout.
That's huge, though.
Alongside this, an extra stash skin item will be granted to you, and when placed, will automatically open to any stash tab set with the currency affinity, to help having to navigate through your tabs.
Wait, what?
Additionally, any microtransactions from the supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 1. Thank you very much for all your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D.
All right,
Afterwards,
Ziggy D, answer
at 11
or ask
a.m.
some
in
good
dead
questions,
time,
please.
we'll post the patch notes. With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to playing alongside our fellow shapeshifting exiles, all while uncovering Lost Val secrets by doing some dungeon crafting. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
Was there a Twitch drop today? Oh, there is. We've almost got the Twitch drop. Oh,
Welcome back, Exiles, to the Q&A portion. I am your host, Ziggy D, and today we're going to be touching on the design of the
Dodge roll
Druid and the
effect.
fate of the
Okay.
VAR League while we gather some community questions. Then we'll deep dive into endgame, balance, and other game design topics. I am, of course, joined by game directors.
I'm gonna turn this up a little bit.
Roberts. How you guys going today?
Oh, very good. I mean, you know, it's been a great one to work on this one. Like, I've really enjoyed it. So yeah, it's definitely great to see you again. And it feels like it's only been like no time at all since the last time you were here with the PoE1 release.
It feels like only several weeks, and that's pretty accurate.
yeah.
We get to see you twice as often now, so that's fun.
Yeah, I'm around every 2 months or so now, roughly. It's great. I love it. Let's keep going. So I do have to open with this, though. Is like, Druid
I'm gonna
looked a little bit
move
weak,
camera.
I think, in the demonstration video today.
Yeah, I think one of the issues that we have is like we're so concentrating on like just demonstrating how the mechanics work that we sort of forget to be like, okay, let's actually make sure the damage numbers that we're doing on this like test character we're filming here are actually like in line with what people actually normally expect. So yeah, there's just a few things there that we probably should have caught and made a little stronger there. But yeah, when you actually play it, it's certainly from the alpha feedback incredibly powerful. Like
Yes.
you know, the like, you know, we were seeing some people say, oh, you know, the wolf looks weak or whatever. Well, I can assure you that on alpha there's a bunch of people saying the wolf is super OP. So you know, it just comes
Yeah, the
down
wolf
to,
looks
to
strong.
the
It just
things
looked
you
like
go
they
through in order to demonstrate stuff.
I think we
We're using
probably going to be
high-level
worthwhile. We
stuff.
make some videos showing a bit more of the less demonstratey side and get them posted and stuff this week. Because honestly, you can just play it literally right now, and it's you know.
Yeah, I've definitely been playing and recording a bit myself because I was like, when I first watched it as well, the draft, I was thinking, it's like, I don't really get a feel for what it feels like to actually play it. Like, there's good demonstration here of the mechanics, but yeah, I can understand how, from your perspective, it'd be pretty easy to be like, oh, we want to communicate how this cool thing works and this cool thing works.
There's a fine line there for sure. Where if you get too hectic, people are like, I don't even know what's going on. They're just looking at a ruckus. And then, yeah, in this case, let's say we went on a little too far on the other side of the line, was just a bit too slow, and as a result, yes, it can look a bit weak, but
yeah, I think we'll try and get some like raw Druid gameplay out to people to kind of understand. I think particularly for this, class, because
same
of
way,
the
they're
shape-shifting stuff,
twinsies,
it's so
dude.
hard for us to. Normally, we can look at something and be like, oh, that's just a demonstration. We kind of know what it would look like at endgame. But I think with the Druid, it's just so unusual. It's so different that it's actually hard to judge what it would feel like to even play it. And I'm happy for my hands on to say that like it's almost immediately like very smooth. The shape shifting of it, the movement of it, especially because like in your demonstrations, you're not really using dodge, roll, sprint. Difference.
I suppose one of the things we didn't really dwell on in the video as well is that we do actually have dodge roll. I mean, they're not actually rolls for the animals, but yeah, all the animals can like hop around and that kind of stuff. And that was honestly one of those things that was like kind of funny because initially we actually had it so when you dodge rolled, you would transform back into a human. And the reason we did that is because it's really hard to make animations for animals that like actually work correctly. Like we actually thought it was impossible, but then when we actually put it on alpha, there was the kind of visceral reaction of I want to still be a bear, like, you know, while I'm hopping around. So we ended up having to like work out like how can we make this possible? How can we make it so that you can actually do the control on an animal? And that sort of ended up being pretty good, I would say.
And this was like clearly the hardest class to design so far, and it took a bit longer. Like I think you were originally hoping to bring it out in a previous expansion.
Yeah, quite a while ago. But the thing is with it is that it's kind of like designing 4 classes in one, because not only do you have the situation where, obviously we want to have synergy between skills and stuff like that, and we can like look at that in a normal class and work out what those might be.
Why does the
With this
lip
class,
sync
people
off?
Want to be able to play. Just
I don't
as
think
a
it
bear or
is.
just
That might
as
be a
wolf,
you problem,
as well as
Devontae.
people who want to play like
Might
you
need
know,
a
with
refresh,
human and
maybe?
wolf, or people who just want to be a wolf and a bear, and like all the different combinations. So we had to kind of come up with a way for like each line needs to be self-sufficient and that it's got all the tools that you need, but at the same time you have to not have it so it feels like there's just duplication between them. We're like, oh, like this is just the same thing as what a bear has, but you know you are a wolf instead. So we kind of have to like, it's like you need all the tools and yet you also need to have them feel different, and that just made it really, really tricky to get all of the things right with it. Then it didn't also help that since the last time we were working on the druid, way back when we showed it off in Gamescom 2023, we had WSD, and that is a whole other complication because, you know, like how can we make that work with the animal forms? It's like a whole thing. Like I'll tell you the wyvern, for example, like we had a hell of a time making it so that you could do the ranged attacks because you need to be able to walk while you're doing it. The wyvern's sitting there with its arms like planted on the ground, you know, like being able to walk while also spitting it. Yeah, it's like we went through so many iterations of that. So yeah, it was just a very tricky class overall, like just crazy.
I remember seeing some very goofy looking like wyvern like months and months ago.
Yeah,
you were like trying to. This is not working.
Right.
Like,
Well, I also remember like for a long time the wolf was just like a dancing dog. It was just like it looked really silly. Like man, the wolf as well. I mean, it was really hard to get right, and because one of the things we really wanted to avoid was I didn't want that too much of that whole like man in a wolf suit vibe.
Yes.
Like I wanted to actually get this the feeling of like this is an actually different animal, which I think with the bear and the wyvern's way easier. With the wolf, it's like it's really hard not to just go back into that. So we had a lot of questions about like what even the locomotion was. How does it walk? Are we going to walk on 2 legs? Are we going to walk on 4? We ended up splitting the difference. You can do both, right? Like you get that when you're attacking and you can be upright walking on 2 legs. When you're walking, you run on 4, and you actually do get a speed boost while you're on 4 legs, like as a wolf. Just so after like 1 second,
Speed boost,
you go down
movement speed increase confirmed.
So, yeah, it's
Actually,
pretty cool.
an interesting thing there, I don't think is each form technically has a kind of passive benefit.
Right.
So obviously you got the running fast as a wolf.
DR
I can't remember
with bear.
exactly what the wyvern ones were, but like for the bear, for example, because you're just a bit bigger, you know, a bit of a tank. You actually do get armor, and armor applies to elemental damage as a thing, and like you know, there's a kind of which is like honestly, unless you actually click the bear keyword, is like undescribed everywhere.
Well, it was even more than that because I was just looking at it in game before. The bear has like passive endurance charge generation.
Yes, it
from
does.
Rage expenditure.
From rage expenditure, it does.
I was like, that's so cool.
Yeah. So we really wanted to make sure that each of the different forms had things that can benefit the other forms. So like it was really tricky to think like, what are resources that a bear can generate? What are the resources that wolf can generate? What are the ones the wyvern can generate that the other ones can then use in order to kind of get that cross synergy? So that's kind of like one of the reasons why we had to kind of come up with all that stuff. And that part of the trickiness.
And that caught me by surprise as well, because like technically it's mentioned, but I never really fully understood the idea that you can swap between the forms, like human to animal and back. Yeah, I figured that's what's going on here. But you can like leap in as a wolf and then immediately transform to a bear mid slam.
You absolutely can. So the thing with this is that
interesting.
You want to present a fantasy to someone as far as like what the UI is pushing you towards and all that sort of stuff. Like there are going to be a lot of people who are like, I want to be a bear, and they just pick bear stuff and they go all bear, right? But at the same time, we're unconstrained in the sense that you can pick all the other stuff. You can use it at the same time. So one talisman, like effectively when you pick on a talisman from like wolf, bear, or wyvern, what that's giving you is the default attack, right? That's what you're actually picking, and that's all it is, right? And that often will guide you like what skills you're picking and so on, but you can just use with that same talisman as many different animal skills as you would like. That just means that you've got that sort of free flowing, like, you know, trying out different stuff, sort of combo gameplay that we like to try and get. So, obviously there will just be a lot of people who just pick one thing, right? Like I absolutely expect that
you're locked into.
But there's a lot of experimentation to do there if you want to do it.
Yeah, so you've tried to hit like making it so like people who just want like a simple straightforwards, like I just want to run out as bear and slam the ground, like that's.
Dude, I want to look at the talisman items more.
But also, you with this whole class, you had the problem of how do we make like a spellcaster and a melee attacker that's shapeshifter as well, I mean, this class has got a bit of everything.
For sure.
How did you make all that kind of like work together and solve that build problem of like, how do you actually scale these things together in a way that just one thing isn't way better than everything else?
Right. Well, I mean, it's always tricky, and Mark's obviously the one who handles a lot of the balance stuff. But I can see, even just from a design perspective, so I just throw over the fence all my horrible stuff, and then you're like, how the hell am I going to balance this? But effectively, like, so even with the spellcaster side, so one of the things we initially wanted with the spellcasting is a lot of it's like over time type effects that, so for example, with the volcano being the really obvious one, right? Like you can create this thing, and then you can turn into an animal and do other stuff at the same time. So we needed on the human side a lot of things that last for a long time. But the problem you then run into when you actually go to balance the thing is like, okay, well, if you've just got like 5 damage over time style spells, why not just cast all of them and then you don't have to ever do anything else, right? Like, so it's like that kind of stuff makes it really hard. So then you have to start thinking, okay, we want to make it so that you cast a long-term thing as a human, but then being an animal is going to augment that so that it improves it. So for example, with the tornado, it's got a similar mechanic to the little twisters that the hunters have, where ground effects can empower it with extra elemental stuff. And so then we're like, okay, well, if the animal forms are the ones that can create the ground effects, then that means that you're kind of like, you're going to want to do, like, to mix that with the tornado, you now have to have both the animal forms and the spellcaster stuff if you want to get all of that together. So it's just a lot of that thinking about how can an animal form aid a spell, how can a spell aid an animal form, like all the way through. And then, as I said, we throw it over the fence, and then Mark tries to work out what kind of numbers can actually make it
it's a web of infinite difficulty, right? Because like we're talking about the 4 forms within the class, but each of these skills also synergizes with every other class and every other skill in the game. And
I'm really curious to see how they're
more complicated.
Going to make druids stand out above other classes.
What's fun about the game and what all the things you can unlock and the crazy builds you can do. But yeah, I mean, like this week's focus has been like, okay, we had all the, like during our alpha testing and internal testing, we had like, there was the I want to be all forms going between. There was the I just want to be wolf, I just want to be bear, I just want to be a dragon. And now we're getting a lot more of I just want to cast nature plant skills and do plant stuff. And so it's like, okay, well, how
the
do we
plant
make that
stuff
work?
does look cool. Not gonna lie,
quite long duration, so we're having a bunch of complexity with that as well. And it honestly it does just spiral into like, oh my god, there's 20 million variables here, but it's fun. And at the end of the day,
I wonder if the rain stuff, the wet stuff, will work with other things like toxic growth.
I would say we're pretty much there on almost everything with this class. I'd actually say we're a little bit more prepared than normal. We've had a lot of testing. Partly because it's been in the works for so long. But yeah, it's, I don't know, like ultimately pretty fun. I'd say there's still obviously there's still more to do. There's obviously always more to do. But yeah, there's a lot going on, a lot of enjoyment. I saw yesterday, I was just like walking past someone's computer and, someone was mentioning like, yeah, it's just fun placing 6 volcanoes and then just slamming on them. I was like, all right, sweet, you do you. Like, that's fine.
I was definitely enjoying obliterating bosses in bear form, like with dropping tornadoes, and there's the
bear seems really freaking strong. I'm not
and then
gonna lie.
you're putting fishes down and they're exploding, and you're putting extra things on the ground and they're exploding. And there's definitely some boss deletion going on there. So.
Even just walking past the just many entangles going out, and then there's that plant support gen. I'm like, all right, it's putting the new.
I see chat being like, no, Zig, you don't get it nerfed. I do have to admit that I did already get one thing, let's say fixed. Okay. There was a thing that was like double generating rage. So I'm like, I don't know if this was intended. Right. And like, no, the designer said that's probably not intended. Thanks, Ziggy. I'm like,
I don't know. I will see where that goes, because I was like, no, that's fine.
This is a fish.
It made it to me, and I was like, no, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, because it generates rage when you first slam, and then the fishes, every time they pulse, it generates rage. I'm like,
really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, shit.
It's like the totems.
That's a lot of rage.
And that's generating rage.
Right.
I'm like, that doesn't seem intentional.
It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
It's
I love that, because that's like ridiculously powerful. That feels like way permissive. I was like, this feels illegal, but that's like... You gotta let a few things in there that feel illegal.
It's doing what the skill says.
I may not have. Maybe I didn't get enough. Okay, cool.
I don't know. They might have changed it. I'll find out afterwards. I just throw my opinion in there. I don't want to necessarily be like, I try and make sure with a lot of these balanced discussions, it's not like, I'm just an authority on the matter. I want to actually discuss these things through, because maybe it isn't actually fine. But my first instinct is like, yeah, like let it run wild. Like, what's the problem? So
yeah, you gotta.
We'll see what happens, but whatever. They don't know what the problem is, so don't worry. Oh, now they do. Thanks, you ruined it. Now people will know if it changed, and now
Yeah. They'll see the thing not generating rage, and they'll see that line of text. Now that's the Ziggy line of text. I'm developing a reputation now. It's just helping finding bugs. It's okay. So, like the shapeshifting stuff comes from this trinket, the talisman?
Yeah, the animal talisman.
And is there any limitation? Just kind of
the lore doesn't really match up with that, but yeah.
And just say like, I am playing my mace marauder or my quarterstaff monk, and I want to do a wolf leap slam that marks targets.
You can do it. In fact, it was one of the things initially that it's funny with the audio team, because initially like, oh, we want to record like bear lines for the druid the whole time, and I'm like, hey guys, remember, anyone can turn into this animal. You're actually going to commit to every single class is going to have like three different extra versions of every single line the character can deliver. It's like, that's a bit tricky. So we ended up going with a voice mod in the end. But that was one of those.
It's like their thoughts. I think it shifts to. It almost sounds like, to me, that's what it sounds like. They're like, they're thinking it or something like that. I don't know.
But it would have been completely impossible to record every single line an additional 3 times for every character class.
Voice actors, everybody come back and we need to roar like a bear.
Exactly. Effectively, every class can be an animal. It's exactly the same as the weapon restriction. Ultimately, being a bear is the same as having a mace, which may sound a little bit odd, but that is actually how it works and what allows having.
Whoa. I didn't even think about that. Wait, so you can use mace skills while in bear?
No. What I meant is that it's the same. I mean, it's the same in the sense that it's just a weapon type, right? Like,
okay.
Okay.
Now we have to make that possible.
Well, I mean, you can turn into calm as a bear.
That's unique item territory for the future.
It often gets talked about, like the idea of like, why are things like so weapon locked? And I've always maintained the position that you guys want to kind of do that as much as possible initially, and then in the future you can blur the lines a little bit. Like there's maybe in the future you're like, maybe this skill has a way of crossing over.
We can do, but the thing is, a lot of the identity of a weapon type really comes a lot from what it can do, and so that's the main reason why we do it that way. But but the thing is as well with the weapon swapping, you can still use skills from different elements. Different weapons and things like that.
The thing is, like, it's funny that you mentioned that with the bear, because like definitely some of the bears, I noticed parallels between some of its skills and some of the main
how does that work? The talisman
absolutely combining like
shape-shifting and
that places fishes
weapon swapping
with the other stuff on the mace that triggers the fishes. Like there's like very obvious like cross synergy build.
Well, I mean, they're adjacent classes, right? I mean, you've got like strength versus strength int. Like we want to be able to make sure that some of those key elements do like cross over, just so that to open up the way to have synergy between the different classes more easily.
Well, as you get more classes and more skills, you obviously get an overlap of the kind of mechanics and keywords and stuff, iterating, and thus they will always cross synergize. And where there still will be new things a class offers, yes, there's always going to be a bunch of stuff that they use that will then interact with all the other skills. So.
Yeah, and now you added plants and plants that grow from rain, and there's a plant keyword that has overgrown as a keyword.
It's interesting actually, those ones, because they're on completely opposite sides of the tree. You've got dex versus strength int, and that's been a little bit hard to kind of like get the where the mechanic should go on one side versus the other. So where we ended up going is that the nature side of things for plants on the strength int is like you've got the poison on the dex side versus the kind of like just pure nature like physical damage spells on the strength int side.
Okay.
But that's been fun though, now it's actually been really fun designing the supports, because the more classes we have,
vine attack
the more we
is
start to think, okay, like here's a support that's for something obscure.
I thought it would be poison.
How can we make it so this can apply to some other kind of thing on the opposite side of the tree, where like now you've got some interesting interaction. So there could be some kind of like thing where growing plants as a ranger could be sort of something. I mean, like I can't say I've tested the potential there myself, but like we made all of that work. All the plants can, like plant stuff all has mechanics around like watering the ranger's plants is like a thing. They all have ways.
So that is a thing.
I mean, that definitely opens up interesting party options.
Right.
Wait, that is a thing.
I do like the idea of being like a rainy druid watering.
It's a thing. It's easily a thing. It's not even hard to do as well.
Right.
It's kind of just like, thanks, druid, you buffed poison rangers. Yeah. Like, that's kind of just what happened.
Oh, wait a minute.
And rain buffing lightning skills as well, like increasing shock chance. It's pretty wild how much stuff you've just jammed into one class here. How did you like kind of
really is actually
settle on a identity for the wyvern in particular? I feel like people know what a bear is, people know what the wolf is. And even a lot of the like druid stuff is pre-established as like, you've got plants and you got like nature and you got like lifting up the earth, that sort of stuff.
Well, we really wanted to have a third form that was a little bit out there in terms of different from what you'd seen in another game. I mean, obviously, like every game that's got transformations has the bear and the wolf, right? That's just like the staple. But and actually, for that, funnily enough, for that reason, we couldn't not do it. There was actually a period there where we weren't going to have a wolf because we were a little bit unhappy, with us. And it's just like, well, exactly, right? That was the reaction. That was the reaction of like all the furries come out of the woodwork and like, you gotta have a wolf.
How dare you?
Yeah, how dare, exactly, right? So we're like, okay, we'll have a, yeah, exactly. Don't anger them. So that was a real concern. So we decided to go. We needed the two familiar, and then we needed one that was a little bit more out there. And really, when we're looking at the bear and the wolf, it was kind of like we want the slower, harder hitting. We want the faster and like speedy kind of version, obviously being the wolf. We also wanted something that had some range elements, and then a sort of more spellcastery vibe a little bit more. And so we sort of thought about it a little bit like, what animal is ranged? Like, it's not really, there's like kind of not a lot out there that can really sort of do that. And so, eventually we settled on the wyvern. I mean, someone of course at one point was like, how about
very
a dragon?
cool too.
Like,
I'm looking forward to playing wyvern.
But then eventually I thought about it, and it's like, actually, you know what? There's some potential here.
If you suggested to me, I told you not to do it because like there's no way you could make it look good and not look stupid. But
it eventually it was hard though. We did get there.
It actually looks pretty cool.
Yeah.
But it's kind of a spell blade almost. Like it's got a bit of range stuff, but it's got a bit of like spell kind of melee things going on.
I mean, as it should be for strength int.
Yeah, and you were asking what the passive buffs were. I was looking at it before. It's like it's got buffs to freeze, shock, and energy regeneration. Actually, as well. Like
energy regeneration. Is that energy shield or is there a new thing called energy?
I was actually being vague as I knew what they were. I just wanted to change them.
Okay, I mean that's fine. Do something.
Sorry for my slight disingenuousness.
Cool.
I kind of feel like they shouldn't. I didn't want them to be offensive benefits.
Yeah, they're supposed to be defensive.
It forces you into certain build types. Whereas, like, if they're utility or defensive, that way they will work across all board. That's my general philosophy. So I was like, I feel like I want to have a go at trying to design the energy shield thing. I don't mind. I want to have a go at designing stuff that's more utility or defensive only, and that way you don't feel like, I should have to play lightning or fire because it gets the passive benefits. That way, if you wanted to do a kind of weird out there thing, it doesn't feel so bad, but we'll see what I come up with.
Do you have an idea, or are you still figuring it out?
Nah, I got no
so
I don't know. You could
wyvern passive, like, subject to change.
Wings to something defensive for block, or something for hard carapace maybe, or I don't know, the fact it has wings, something to do with the wings,
much dragon lore to pull from. I got like a book that my daughter really likes to read that's like full of dragon lore. I'll send you some ideas.
All right, sweet, yeah. Dragon, they hoard gold, right? Gold finds? Yeah, totally. That sounds like it.
Well, that's a dragon though. Wyverns aren't dragons.
Oh, there's gold over there. Quick, shapeshift, pick it up, shapeshift back. No, I'm obviously joking, please. I'm not doing that.
Gold find, no, please don't. Mandatory dragon gold find build. I know it's kind of funny though. It's distinctly PoE. So the druid is this like strength int class, and with the Templar we had the idea more of like you've got that armor energy shield stuff, but that's still the case here, as that's the strength int base. But I feel like the energy shield stuff is not as iconic to druid. How have you incorporated that and made it feel like something that makes sense, or like in what ways have you incorporated that to the druid? I feel like it's not obvious.
Yeah, look, it is a little bit off in terms of the feel there, but at the end of the day, we kind of don't really have many options as far as what we can do. I mean, like that, it is important for it to be that it has that, like armor and energy shield approach. There's a few sort of interesting, what do you call them, spirit reservation gems. I don't know I can never remember what the official name of that is. That sort of interact with that stuff in a dual way. So there's like that bark skin thing that effectively allows you to take advantage of energy shield to generate armor. Like, so when you lose energy shield, you get armor instead, and like it like creates little bits of bark on your skin. As you there's like things like that we've added. But there's a little bit of a thematically weird thing. I think probably the weirdest part about that is like, you're gonna have energy shield as a bear. It's a bit strange. Like, getting hit as a bear and then there's a little energy shield pop.
But energy shield in general is a little weird, right?
It has to be that way.
Well, you don't have to.
Well, I suppose
in
sure you
terms
can
of
get more armor if
physical
you want,
armor.
but
Well, like,
yeah.
I feel like because there's like such a range of identities within that one class as well, that you've got the bear maybe that doesn't really align as much with that. There's definitely more armor stuff.
Yeah,
going
so you
on
could
there.
build more strength when you depending on what animal form you're playing, of course.
Yeah, whereas like the wyvern potentially has more of that kind of magical aspect to it, where
And
it's
then-
like that's
yeah. I mean, and that's why the wyvern itself does get the benefits
Yeah.
to energy shield, and the bear does get the benefits to armor in order to kind of make it so you are like depending on what animal form you're going, there's a bit of alignment in the defenses there.
I mean, really, it's the tree that inspires and motivates this, right? Like, a sorceress could be on the bottom side of the tree and still have the same skill set, and obviously the damage nodes are a bit weird, but it could work. There's nothing saying. I mean, that's part of the beauty of the game as well.
Fair.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I had that experience where I was like, because it wasn't as clear, I was almost inventing my own lore there a little bit, where I was specking the regen from the druid, and then the zealot's oath right there. I'm like, oh, this actually like, you're converting your natural kind of like life regen into energy shield. Like, oh, this is kind of the druid's thing. Like,
Yeah, I mean, that is a way
Okay.
for sure. Like, Keystone's certainly.
Can we ask about the game now? See,
Yeah,
I've enjoyed the questions you've asked so far.
there's an extra. I can't remember what it's doing.
there's a
There's
new
one.
one
There's
there.
one that says
Insight
"Do
on
not
some
translate"
things
on
that I
it,
was
so it's
somewhat interested in.
progress.
Now I want to know more about the
But
league
yeah,
that's
we were
coming
playing
up
around
and
with
stuff like
some
that.
trying to have some armor, energy shield, more hybrid stuff going on with the Keystones there. It was based on.
Yes, what is nerf?
What's
I'm
it called?
falling asleep.
Everyone's,
Everything's
is
nerfed.
it Divine
Everything you
Shield? Is
knew
that the
and
name of the
loved is
Keystone? I can't remember.
nerfed.
Too many names. But it's based on that, but not exactly
Specifically
the same, like a
Flicker
derivative
Strike
of that
Monk
that we're trying to get going.
nerfed.
But yeah, it's just because I was like, we need more Keystones that I feel more druidy, and I know there's a rage one there that is embracing the animal ferocity, where it like, what does it do? It's like doubles your maximum rage, but makes you don't get inherent bonuses from rage. So it's like, if you really want to do the skills that are rage consumers, like rampage, and you just want to rampage for as much time as possible, you obviously go for that keystone. You lose the benefits of rage, but you get to rampage around
I don't know if
twice
it's
as long.
obvious you go for that.
So a few things like that we're trying to add that are thematic as well, and I think that's another one of the really cool.
I think it's
parts about
interesting
adding a
that
class is
Shaman
1/6 of our tree
Druid
was just filled with
landed
just
as a
placeholder
rage
garbage.
character.
Like, actually, like there's a giant link thing there. There's no links in the game, really. It's like, what are we doing with that? It's like, and so I was like, well, that looked like a vine. Just make that a plant thing. And, and so now it's a plant thing that talks about overgrown plants. And but we filled in that whole bit of the tree. And guess what? Now witches and sorceresses have more energy shield stuff on that kind of direction around towards the druid, and warrior has more, and and I don't just mean energy shield, I mean everything, all the mechanics, right? All the int mechanics are kind of there, the strength mechanics, everything. So
It is nice we finally have a class in every different part of the tree, so like we don't have this like weird open stuff anymore.
True.
that area of the tree was a little strange. I mean, it's such a massive tree already, and you're adding more to it. And then, like,
And you added 200 more
you added
nodes.
Oracle class.
Actually, more
I
than
saw the
that.
shaman one. I was like, yes, this is exactly what I expected. But then I saw the Oracle, and you guys had like 130 extra
So far.
passives. So far.
So that is
why do
the
you do
Oracle
this to
just has
yourself? Like, that
130
seems
extra
ridiculous.
it's
passes.
fun.
Because it's cool. Because it's cool.
I mean, you
It
can't
really is.
spec them
There's
all,
no
obviously,
you
but
could
they just have
ask for it.
130 different
I
things
was
they can
like,
choose from.
I really went
that
through.
no
I mean,
other
I know we
class
showed two
can?
examples, but I was like, really want to make sure there's like cool off-spec stuff here. I want to make sure that if you want to be able to get more of a certain thing, this is a way to do it. I mean, at the end of the day, it still costs passive points to allocate, right? So it's
And
more
ascendancy
about,
points. That cannot be worth.
maybe you want some stuff that normally you'd have to go to
I mean,
the
maybe
next
it is.
section
I don't
for
know.
and get, maybe some projectile related stuff, and now you can get it up there because it allows for some kind of weird off class, and it was all themed around.
Dude, I'm gonna have to see what those nodes are, dude.
If you got to live
man.
your life again, what would you change? Like, what different paths would you
Whoa.
take? And so it's this
Whoa,
interesting, like,
It's an
I don't know.
existential crisis as a
but
node.
That fits period.
initially I always do write my little blurbs about them to get them in the live stream, and I was like, it's got all the passives not yet added to the game. I thought it was an interesting way of looking at it. Not that that's actually how it is, but I thought it was like a kind of, it's like lessons you learn, you get to now use in advance kind of. I thought it was just a cool thematic thing that linked to the class, and it's easy, by the way, to as designers to see that kind of thing and go, we have a million things to do. Like, is that really like that's too much time, too much work, right? And I'm just like,
That isn't it.
if we say that about everything, you get nothing cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so it's that, and I mean, even the shamans, like runes revealing hidden powers, like we're setting ourselves up
That seems
for
busted, by the way.
a large amount of cumulative time over a while, right? Any rune we
Well,
add,
maybe.
anything
We'll have to see what the
we
runes
have to
do,
add
right?
and consider the
no,
shaman
we'll do that as
stats,
well.
and that's another whole axis of things. We have to meta balance every league, and same with the Oracle passives, and every time we change the tree, and like when we eventually add the Templar, we're going to have to relocate all those nodes because that tree's going to get a giant, now we've got 2.5 classes in one section. But it's worth it. It is actually worth it. You add so many builds, so many cool things, and if you don't want to deal with it, just pick another class. It's fine, you know?
Uh-oh.
You don't have to. Or pick other nodes on the same class, you know? You don't have to take that node, so...
I think this like very clearly communicates that you're also okay with this idea of there being just like hidden cool stuff to discover that you're not going to know ahead of time, because you can't like look at the class options on the character selection screen and know what the passives are going to be.
Yeah, that's kind of a problem, I feel like, too.
Ascendancy, right? So it's like, yeah, that's cool. That's fine.
Yeah, I mean, you just
I love
like,
that.
I mean, look, there's always going to be community tools, and they're going to come up.
I
with ways
forget,
to
can
make
we
that,
respec ascendancies now? Like, change
to build
ascendancies?
guides and all that kind of stuff. So like,
I love the secret stuff.
Yeah.
I actually got my secret Abyssal Lich.
Yeah, wild.
It was an actual final a secret, and maybe there's more. Well, you
want to do
know.
more of that, don't you? I can tell. Look at him. He wants to do more.
Of course.
Oh, I
love
never
it.
did play
actually-
Lich.
I love people
Kinda
having
forgot
cool
about
secret
that
things they can find, and it isn't
class.
just like 1000% pre-planned out of the gate. Like, I understand the need to plan. I understand the need to have confidence in a build, and you don't want to go in and only realize you've made the wrong decisions and stuff like that, for sure. But I definitely want to find that balance where you have that while you also get your cool secrets that you get to add to the game that are fun.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think this is a good balance for that, Mark, but
we'll try and move
fair.
on with the other stuff soon, because I know people want to talk about the other thing. I could talk about Druid all day. I think the design's super interesting here. But some of the questions were that I think people are a bit confused about like the talismans and the forms and how that stuff works. So the talismans are effectively just like another weapon.
Yeah, exactly.
And things like attack speed, movement speed on gear, and everything will affect you in your movement.
absolutely,
Animal
right.
forms. It's
Absolutely.
not like
Okay.
I think because a lot of other games do it where when you change form, like all of a sudden, oh, your weapon's not affecting you, or this thing's not affecting
Right.
you.
Well, I mean, effectively, so we're doing the changing form
No! This is a good
by
question.
utilizing weapon swap. So you've got two weapon sets inherently, and the talisman effectively serves as your weapon. Yeah, like if you're playing a druid, you are going to have to learn how to use weapon specialization passives and stuff like that if you want to have the spellcaster and melee thing. Now, a lot of the passive tree nodes, like in the druid section of the tree, all have like attack and spell damage and that kind of stuff. So like certainly for most of the start of the class, you won't have to worry about it. But as you get deeper in, and if you want to do hybrid spell attack, you are going to have to think about like, okay, what are my attack passives, what are my spell passives, and do that.
I was actually surprised at how simple and straightforward it was to do. So like the weapon specialization tree thing, you still do need to think about and understand how that works. But the basics of it, like using the actual skills, just happens automatically. Like I didn't ever have to actually go in and
No. You don't have to worry about that part. Just because of the fact that because this has always been the rule, but it's really apparent here. Like if it'll swap to the weapon set that can use the ability, so therefore you don't have to actually tweak. You just put it in and it kind of works.
If I tried to use my spell, it would shift to human automatically and use the staff. So like that was all automated, and I didn't have to like program anything like that.
Right.
Like I have on some other builds, I guess, where it's a bit.
Yeah,
more
mostly that's just because you get into a situation with those where because it's usable on both. Now you have to start going in there and tweaking that stuff. But because it makes it much simpler when you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, so there's a decent onboarding there, given the potential complexity of that. All right, so we'll move on now to the Fate of the Val expansion.
Here we go, finally.
Definitely more of a like.
That was a good last question, though. Fair enough.
Two things, and you even actually made two separate trailers this time around.
Well, it would have been super weird to have these like two completely clashing themes in the trailer. So in the end we were like, that's like normally of course we'd make one trailer with everything, but we're kind of like, man, it's really hard to unify these two things in a kind of reasonable way. So in the end we decided to go with two trailers and just like show the content completely separately.
They're not connected. Like they
not
don't
at all,
have to
right?
be, right?
Yeah,
Like,
They're not. Aside from both of them having a buttocks in it, they're not connected. That
was total accident, by the way. It was just like two totally unrelated.
Yeah, they called this league the League of the Vol or whatever.
Praising the equality
But
of
we
it,
all know it's the League of Ass.
Yeah, I was great. There's buttocks
Booty,
for
booty, booty,
everyone.
booty, rocking everywhere.
Excellent. Thank you. So this expansion is, and we saw this a little bit where you tried to work in the previous league mechanics into like story quest stuff, which I was super keen on. This expansion definitely feels much more deeply linked into the campaign and story, to the point where like Doriani's saying, go back in time and try and change these things that happened in the campaign. I was like, this feels like a major campaign story beat thing going on now.
There's a few things going on there. So like initially, this league, unlike I think what we've done too much of in the past, the storyline develops quite a lot more kind of like through the campaign with different events that happen and sort of link in a lot. And part of the reason originally for that is that one of the things we sort of don't like necessarily about what leagues do is like you've got this situation where you like walk out of town in like, you know, literally the first area, and it's like some eldritch entity is immediately recruiting your services. You know what I mean? Like it's actually very like unfortunate.
Put this rusty thing in your body.
Exactly right. So we kind of wanted to try and make sure that there's a little bit more like it doesn't feel like the world is on your shoulders like right from the get go. Like there's actually like a little bit a growth of epicness throughout the league. So like if we'd have had it so it's like you're time traveling into the past, like the moment you walk out the gate, it's like okay, it's just not quite right. So we decided what we'll do is we'll make so that, you know, there is the temple. We've got a kind of like almost a baby version of the mechanic where you've got a lesser number of rooms, like it's kind of a bit simpler, like to start out with. And then once you pass the sort of key point in the storyline, then it like really opens up. You go into the past, you've got a little more story stuff going on. It did add quite a lot more work to kind of have to make two versions of a bunch of things and that kind of stuff. But I think it is worth it because it means that it feels like the league has a lot more going on, it just doesn't kind of you don't break immediately the feeling of the world, which has been a problem in the past.
I have very strong opinions on this one. It's like dark horror, gothic, secondary 3 dimensions deep of you know, like I'm in the past and or in some sort of demon realm now. I don't know what's going on here.
And it's fine as you go, but this is actually one of the challenges I think we're going to have just designing leagues generally, is that they're going to require a bit more work to make them feel right. I mean, even just something as simple as like the Val sacrifice.
I don't know, man. I'm looking forward to playing Val this
Normally
league.
what we would have done is like make one thing and call it a day.
But I don't
Here,
think
what we've done is we've got like 10 or more. It's a ton of variations.
It's not going
to.
I don't think it'll translate
like,
over
in, like, each
later.
area we're thinking like, okay,
like, I'm not going to want to do it next
We need more of these so that we can use them so they feel natural in the place where they are. Like do a bit of material reskin and stuff like that. Like that's kind of the stuff that we now need to do to sort of make it feel like you're not breaking
like
the world stuff.
the PoE1 style, you know, betrayal basement. You know, you just okay, so there's just a basement everywhere, like in the mud flats. Like, okay, you know, that just doesn't fly anymore at all. So like we want to make sure that these things are way more believable.
Right.
Like you are actually convinced. You're like, you know, this makes sense. You know, I'm not just in a basement in the mud flat in a swamp. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the Val is a very distinct thing, and it's very like tied to Act 3 as well. So I was a bit worried about like the tone of Act 1 with the Val stuff, but then like it's in reasonably well. Like you've definitely taken good care to make sure that it doesn't.
Well, I mean, it's
dude, we might have to do like a practice PoE2 run. I don't really remember how to do the campaign.
And they built some stones around it because they're like, well, what is this thing? And like, we just thought a little bit about like how would the culture here have reacted to the fact that there was this ancient ruin from long ago in this location and that kind of thing.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. And you mentioned to me that this is the bar for what you want to be doing. This is the quality level for what you want to be doing.
So I'd say that like it does sort of. I would say here, like the level of polish and the stuff that we're doing, like the amount of content that a league needs to actually be good. Like, you know, obviously when we did 020, the league was a little bit like, you know, it was just the Asmerian spirits, and like, I mean, it was a league, but it wasn't really. Didn't have like the depth of content and stuff that you needed. And then with 030, I think we did a lot better. Like it came a lot better, but I still don't think we quite got there in terms of
like
the
PoE1 level kind of.
Yeah, and then this one here, I think like, you know, you get up to the level of quality that we really want to be delivering in PoE2, like, you know, post release and everything, and like the kind of the amount of content you need for a league. Like it needs to be quite sizable and good, and it did take a lot of effort, but I think it's worth it because you sort of shows you what we can do when we.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's like a high bar that you've effectively kind of like locked in committing to for expansions.
Well, hopefully I don't come to regret it, but you know, it's and honestly the scope did explode a little bit because when we I think that one of the things so when I initially designed the league, I was kind of like, okay, we're going to have like some limited number of rooms. We kind of spec'd it out, and like we, you know, and each one will have a few levels, and it kind of didn't seem like it was that large. But really, in the context of PoE2, it's like, well, if you're going to spend effort to upgrade a room, it needs to feel meaningfully different and have meaningfully better rewards and all that stuff. And it pretty soon expands into like a really huge list of like different combat encounter mechanics and different like crafting mechanics and different rewards.
Lip sync is off now for sure.
There's so many new. It's crazy. It did like.
I think I fixed it.
There's a lot there. Like, certainly the number of expanded crafting options and all that sort of stuff. I mean, you know, we could take some inspiration from what PoE 1 did with Incursion, you know, in terms of double corrupts and stuff, but we had to make it work in a PoE 2 context. You know, there's just a lot there.
Yeah, I've followed your progress with designing this one from the very beginning.
Yeah, the funny thing is about that is that it actually came from a game that you recommended that I play.
I wasn't going to even say
no. So you recommended that I play this game called Loop Hero, and I really enjoyed it.
Yes.
Loop Hero is fun.
Everyone's going to think that the game we were inspired by is Blueprints, but it actually wasn't. It was Loop Hero. And
it was so good because I told you about that game, and then it was like a week later or something, you sent me a message like, "Hey, I've made this little program."
Yeah. So I prototyped up like a thing that for what would become the UI for Incursion. We actually ended up. It's funny because this is like the first league I've actually personally done code on in like quite a long time.
You really got into it.
Yeah. Because I mean, it was a real fun, just like evening thing to like go and just like, you know, work on this design. And one of the great things about doing that is that I got to make so many design changes just in the course of like of writing it, like, which I don't think necessarily would have gone exactly the same way if I was getting other people to do it. So yeah, that was really fun. And you know, just make and then effectively the back of it is like the code
that's what you need.
Obviously, the
as
UI
a game developer, when you go to work and you start coding, it should be fun, like you're enjoying doing it.
Look really awesome.
Like you can't wait for the changes you're making to go into your game.
This one that grabbed you so much because you got so involved and so personally, like working on it at home.
Yeah, I just really enjoy this kind of like little game within a game, like little metagame things, and just that dungeon design thing is just a really fun thing for me.
Tile placing,
it's really fun.
Love a good tile place.
You know, and I just like coming up with all little ways that they can interact and that kind of thing, and you know, trying to make my each feel a bit different and that kind of stuff. It's just a good time.
Yeah, and it's got this like iterative design where you're building a temple, you run it like it's a really small one at first, and then it crumbles a bit, but you're still kind of building on what you're doing each time. It's like a weird kind of like roguelike.
I don't understand how this works exactly.
Yeah, exactly. So with that design then, I'm curious, like does it like fully reset at some point? Like for example, when you kill it,
it never fully resets, but when you kill Zeri or defeat an architect, quite a lot of the temple gets destroyed. So there's this kind of destabilization thing. So it goes back to not the start, but kind of I think it removes like 2/3 of the rooms. There's some number like that it gets rid of at that point, and then you kind of have to build up again. So that's just that effectively means that like when you do those options, you're getting like new reward rooms and things to play. So it's giving you new goals, and then you have to work towards those goals again. And then ideally, those reward rooms can be rewarding enough that the benefit of going back to smaller is or I'd say the negative of going back to smaller is completely outweighed by the benefits you're getting from the extra rooms that you're able to place.
So do you eventually get to a point where you've made your template and that's your template?
There's a lot of like modifiers that are getting added on by each room, and you can place quite a lot of them.
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Do you foresee people building out like a huge temple and then kind of not having it decay as much as possible?
Yeah. I mean, it's absolutely intended that you'll do that. I mean, once you've defeated Zeri enough times, you've got the uniques from there, and you've done like other things like that, then you absolutely will like probably want like for ultra end game play when you really want like the most challenging stuff and you're just like looking to get like, you know, as many double corrupts as you can and stuff like that. You're probably going to want to keep the temple large and specifically not do the stuff that would cause it to destabilize, because if you don't kill the architect and you don't kill its Zeri, then it will you know, it'll only pull you back I can't remember the exact number of rooms, but there's some number of rooms that go away when it's quite full, and then you can just juice it really high and really challenging in-game scaling tier of stuff. Because one of the things we were sort of concerned about is that there is some in-game content that just doesn't really scale as hard as it needs to scale in order to make it properly in-game viable.
Yeah,
we wanted to make sure that this was not the case here, that it actually does scale enough into the in-game.
How do you actually run the
to be
temple?
Pretty farmable and to be pretty late game relevant.
Of course, yeah.
It gets pretty hectic with all those mods. With how many rooms are on there and like.
Yeah. But also just other things that you want to do, like so for example at the start of the game, you can only you can't like store up temple runs, as it were. As you get into the game, then now we start to have it so that you can store up more runs, so that you can like, you know, map for a while, then, you know, like do a bunch of incursions.
I think we have it that eventually you can do 60 maps and then temples, and then 60 maps, then temples.
If you want. So
or you can do 6, then a temple, then 6, then a temple.
So you can effectively store
anywhere
runs,
in between.
10 runs if you want.
I feel like with these things, like now I keep seeing like,
wait, are they saying it takes 10 maps to do one temple?
And stuff. I mean, yeah, like so for example, the whole like taking the currency away from the temple.
Wait, no, he said 6 maps then a temple
thing.
Wait,
yes.
Like that's just a hard learned lesson from PoE 1 where you know, you just need to.
You say we thought of it, and I have, because I'm just going to bring it up. But like, and a thing about, and this is something that I'm on the fence about a little bit, personally, but yeah, the thing with the killing Architect and Itzeri, destroying a bunch of the temple, creating that clash of either farm temple or farm boss, can be quite a divisive thing for people.
Right.
You're looking at Betrayal Katarina, right? And the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Where it's like we've now on PoE1 we separated those two things so they're not, because it always felt bad doing one or the other. Or I could feel bad doing one or the other, depending on how the balance went. And so you might get a similar thing here. Now, of course, the amount of the temple that can get destroyed is variable, and there's a bunch of stuff we can obviously tweak. But yeah, like getting that right and feeling right will be important. It's honestly hard to say if it is right now. But it's a thing, we say we've thought about it, but it can be very easy to see that and be like, hey, they're doing the same mistake they've made last time.
Yeah.
Which, you're not wrong. Except depending on honestly having the lever this time in place of how much gets destroyed instead of entire board reset kind of thing. So
you can change it later if you think you've missed the mark. Yeah, that's fair, I guess.
We've thought about it, but it can. I could see, because I was just thinking about it, going, I reckon people are going to get mad at this. And I was just looking at it, going like, the idea that it's like, hold on, I can't farm the bosses. I either have to pick bosses or pick temple. It can be quite bad.
Well,
so
yeah, that's clear then that you've kind of already got your hand hovering over the lever waiting to like adjust it as needed.
Yeah, and it's honestly kind of hard to know with, I mean, even if you, again, it's
the thing with this sort of stuff specifically is you're talking about that's the type of gameplay that is hard to test internally.
Yeah.
Because how can you do just like you can't really test like what is weeks of grinding gonna feel like, it's
yeah. Mm-hmm. So I expect us to maybe we hit the sweet spot. Who knows? Hopefully. But I could imagine that this is a thing that gets adjusted for sure.
Yeah, so you've made the like the ability to sell like the corruptions, the double corruptions as an itemizable thing you can just take away and sell. Is there any reason to like itemize the temple like we did in PoE1?
Nah, so that was really more of a band-aid solution in PoE1 because we didn't have an easy way to change that. Like I'd prefer that the temple is your temple and that you don't sell them, but just that all the rewards are the things that you can trade. Like that, like trading the rewards was the reason why we I did our temple itemization in the first place. Yeah, just if this time I feel we're just making sure to design the stuff in a way that can be take back that you can take with you.
Yeah, that's fair.
Exactly.
There's some really basic crafts that like your classic exalted orbs and stuff like that. Mostly, honestly, in the campaign.
Yeah.
And this is so when you're doing the temple, you're getting not just the opportunity, like because obviously some of that double corrupt stuff, you're not going to do that at like 8, I mean,
so maybe it might be worth running.
So you have this thing where
temples during campaign to get exalt slams and
you
stuff.
don't get a lot of the crafting. Now there are still rewards. There is of course all of that, but there's also just basic crafts like exalts and regals and stuff you can just throw on your gear. Now
it's still going to take so long while you're leveling though. Probably not worth
so
it.
That you feel like you're actually wanting to use it on your gear in the campaign and as you're progressing, and you're not because if you can take it, most of the time you're just going to hoard it for endgame.
Right. So it's those things to make the early game have more crafting stuff that you want to just use right there.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like, what stops you from just like keeping your results until end game?
Yeah.
You want to use those patches then.
You'll see those and go, I want to take that home, but just use it.
Yeah.
It was a substantial buff to campaign crafting from my experience of messing with it so far. It's like you basically go in and there's like 6 crafting rooms and you're like just going a little crafting spree of like upgrading your gear. Like,
I mean the temple we it's funny because there's always the question whenever we make a league of like, well, what if people always say, oh, there's no reason to do this during the campaign, and it's like really have to incentivize that to make it so that no, there's actually worth doing. Like you're going to get a substantial power boost if you decide to engage with the league.
Yeah, you can. It seems like you can kind of like hold off as well. Like you can be like, oh, my gear's kind of okay now. I'm going to do that a little bit later.
You always want it to be both feeling rewarding and give you obviously an advantage, and also not feel so mandatory that you're like, ugh, what?
It felt like kind of a bit optional in the sense that like, oh, I really need some gear upgrades now. Let's go into the temple and spice up all my gear.
Perfect.
Okay,
that's what we want.
Yeah, cool. And it is interesting that you've got this like raiding the broken down version of the temple in the beginning, and then it basically changes into this whole other thing halfway through the campaign. That's story beat there.
The other thing about the campaign thing is the same thing we learnt from Abyss, where we did the area specific rewards throughout the campaign. We have also dropping here from the in-world encounters. So even if you're not doing the temples, doing the in-world encounters can give you that extra drop per area.
It seems like on the back end maybe you've kind of taken what Abyss was doing and almost shifted.
Yeah, but if I have to find 5 fucking rune things in each map,
we've effectively got our allocated amount of rewards and crafting and stuff for what a league is allowed to do and should do, and we're just trying to make sure that it fulfills that it fills that budget, so to speak. Of
Yeah, like you're you're getting a lesser jewel as well, been Keth or something like that, like kind of similar to before, which is good. But yeah, I was definitely, that was a huge thing with Abyss. I thought that was like a really good improvement to campaign, so it's good to see continuing with that. Then it felt pretty successful as a design decision. Nice. I'm really glad double corruption is back. I feel like that's a great.
That's pretty much the only thing I can think of that I actually wanted to see.
One thing we've changed here is that because double corrupt existed in PoE 1, you never Valorb gear. Well, I don't say never. Obviously, there are still cases, but generally speaking, why single corrupt it to when you could double corrupt it? So we've made sure here that the double corrupt has to occur on top of a corrupted item.
That's cool.
Right.
So you have to Valorb.
Is it
land
limited to only corrupting
double corrupt on top
once
of that?
on a corrupted item?
Oh man, it almost feels like you're in some
How's that
cases
limited?
risking something even more, because like you've got that really high end unique with like a really good.
Can you
corruption
corrupt
already,
me?
and now you're risking that. You know, just risking
I wonder how they've
item
coded
or
that
double
to
corruption.
limit that.
So like it's a heftier risk now in some
like it.
cases.
I like it.
That's the Val spirit right there.
Like, oh man, this thing's already worth many divines at this point. I was like, oh no.
Some good streamer moments. So.
So you actually have to though, like it has to be crafted.
Yep, so you craft first and then you can apply the double craft.
Ah, okay, cool. It keeps the usefulness of the Valorb there as well to kind of.
Yeah, I didn't
Valorb
want
prices
Valorb
going
to
up this
just-
league.
I mean,
Yeah,
you'd still use them on
that was
like
an issue,
waystones or whatever, but you know, I didn't want them to just be like never
Lips
used
are
on
a
gear
little
anymore
off.
because you'd rather just double a win, and I almost wanted
Like, you know,
as well, but then I just forgot about it, to be honest. So, you know, I'm not sure if I do want to do that just before everyone maybe goes like, what the hell? No. But, you know,
Consider it.
I like the
Consider it.
idea, and I think it is an overall improvement, yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like a great idea. And then you've got this whole other system now, which you had a little bit of it in PoE1 recently, where you can corrupt uniques and it replaces a random modifier on them.
Yes.
So this is limited to specifically Adziri. No, what
not
is
as
it?
Val uniques. Yeah,
uniques.
so initially, I really wanted to make it so you could just replace arbitrary mods on any unique. But
Crazy.
the problem is, yes,
What is
it's
a
just a
Val
can of
unique?
worms that like was just not even possible to contain. Yeah, basically what we were like, okay, is there still a way to do this that's like not going to be quite so crazy? And then we were like, okay, if we can pick a subset of uniques, and we ended up going with Val uniques, you know, for obviously thematic reasons, then we can sort of make sure that like while it's still crazy, like there's some sort of insane interactions, we can kind of at least have somewhat of an understanding of what happens. But it does truly work where like it picks a random mod that's on the item and then replaces it with another random mod. So yeah, you can create some.
You can use it on non-Val. It works differently.
Huh?
Oh,
I don't know. This is news to me. I didn't actually know that. What is that?
Excuse me?
I think it's similar to Ancient Orb in PoE 1. So it like re-rolls. The idea here is like it's meant to work on these Val items because they've been like
Incompatible item error.
infused with royal bloodline blood, and so it's like the way it works on Val uniques is different to just random uniques. It works a bit more chaotically here, and
that's actually a really
just
cool way of
changes
doing
the
that.
item entirely to something else on non-Val. So I only say that because obviously it's pretty bad to be like, I have to have a Val unique in order to use this. Now, no, you can take the currency home, so that's never the end of the world. But I want it to be like, you know, just go grab some random unique and re-roll it. Yeah, using it on the Val uniques is like quite cool. Right now, I'm trying to make sure,
How can you tell
a process
what's
that
Val
we've been doing
unique?
is that we're not just replacing it with
Wiki, I
kind of
guess?
just some random basic stuff. Like, that will happen. That is a part of the pull, but we're trying to go through, because we have a more limited set of uniques we have to actually do the mod replacement on. I want to make sure we're actually thinking about, for example, the Zerfi's body armor that has like Soul Leader, and it's like a level 39 base type.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking like, this is a tool we could use to make that more in-game viable. And so you can do things like heavily increase the defenses, because obviously level 39 versus a level 75 base type or whatever is going to have very different defenses. But then you could also be like, what about if I was like, what other weaknesses does this item have? Well, you can't generate Soul Leader stacks on a boss. Maybe this can turn that on, you know? So you can replace, I don't know, the life regeneration rate with a Soul Leader now generates once per second while a boss is in your presence or something like that, you know? Now these are kind of examples, but that was a specific one that I really wanted to do. So, but I was like, I don't know, what if you did plus 25 Soul Eater stacks and stuff? But it's like very specific outcomes, very specific to that unique.
Yeah.
And I wanted to do a
That
bit of
actually makes it
to
really
use
cool.
as an
I didn't even think
opportunity
about it
to
like
be able to
that.
Save now-level uniques.
So now they
you
can
know
do
what I mean,
really
to make
cool
them more
things
in-game
with
viable. And I thought that was a cool way. And obviously
small
it's
set
restricted
of
to the Vile pool for now. But like,
uniques.
if it works and works successfully, there's no reason that like some other mechanic can't do it for Ezomite
You've established
uniques
the
and other,
concept
you know.
now, yeah.
So, you know, we'll see how it goes. But I'm hoping now, obviously, because I don't know how far through we'll get with all of these specific, because it's like a lot of stuff. Once you start doing specific things for specific uniques,
There's so many
it's
things.
a lot of stuff to implement. So I don't know how far, but I was like, let's start with the mythic uniques, the rarest, most powerful ones, and we'll work backwards, getting to the more common, you know, ones at the end.
I
and
mean,
then
you've also got just the general like buffing of a bunch of other uniques as well, right? I mean, there's a lot of that.
Yes,
going on.
true. And I mean, that was part of that when I was like, okay, how can we buff this? How can we buff this? How can we buff this? And then I was like, well, a lot of them are like, this is too low level. And I was like, well, we have this system in the league. So yeah, I mean, we'll see how it goes, hopefully. And it's the kind of thing where even if we don't, obviously these leagues end up often going core in some various means. So if we don't hit the mark entirely with all the uniques, I'd like to eventually get there where we'd have a good, cool, really thought out set for literally every Val unique. So hopefully that's fun. And then you do the cool things where you just get these really, really... I assume you're going to get some that have these... You replace the exact two bad sides with the exact two... Because you can replace more than one sometimes.
What?
And you get the you get the exact like, holy,
shit,
this unique just went
that's
from
so
being
OP.
worth, you know, something 1 divine to 300 divine, you know, kind of territory. So hopefully that happens. If it doesn't happen, I'll be a bit sad, but we'll try. You can never know with these things for sure.
And this includes the new like Adzira uniques that she's dropping then, obviously, since she's kind of the queen of the Val.
Yep, Adzira uniques, Trial Master uniques, you know, like it, you know,
Okay,
bunch of stuff.
Adziri
So.
Is that
in
something that you
PoE1
anticipate expanding upon in the future then?
reflects damage.
I mean, we'll be always adding more Val uniques.
Right.
Are we gonna
yes,
see the
But in terms
first
of for other
reflect
cultures, that would
damage in
probably come in a different form,
PoE2?
in a different league mechanic or some other place like that.
Yeah, that makes sense for
Yeah.
sure.
In terms of the overall
I hope to
idea
God,
of
no.
upgrading low-level uniques.
Yeah.
I hope to God no.
Did you ever like discuss the idea of Val skill gems? It feels like weird to like add that when you're still adding regular
Yeah,
gems.
it doesn't quite. So I mean, fundamentally, what a Val skill gem is in PoE1 is like a kind of ultimate type style ability in some sense, you know. So it's like we're kind of doing that in our
Already
normal
doing it,
gems at this
yeah.
point. So it
Come
doesn't
on,
really
play.
quite make sense to. Do
Come
it
on,
here.
stop.
It's like the glory on the
Yeah,
skills.
glory kind of like, yeah.
That's what I figured. That it's kind of like you'd only be really doing it for nostalgia value at this point, I think.
Now, that isn't to say there won't be something in the future, but I agree that doing something like that when you haven't even got, you know, all the classes and skills in place and all that, I would say that's a like a post-release feature, you know, not a pre-release feature kind of thing.
Yeah. And are you still kind of with challenge leagues planning on having things like challenges, challenge rewards, etc.
So
like
the
post-launch?
So the plan for that was post-launch. Like it basically was kind of like during early access. It doesn't quite make sense to do that. But yeah, post-launch we'll return to that again.
All right, shifting onto the topic of end game, but first, just a brief detour. Trial of the Ancestors, or the mystery contents in the new act, and our third means of ascending. What's the progress like? On that? That's
Well, we don't have
obviously
anything to say at the
not
moment, but yeah, like it'll need to come obviously at some point. But yeah, we
So still
didn't
no
have time
third
in this one,
ascendancy
certainly, to
option.
work on that.
It keeps coming up. It is really just a matter of when, at what cost, etc. The classic, you know, just resource distribution kind of things where it's like, when are we going to do it, and what, you know, instead of this, and we have all these different ideas, and so yeah. It's just, but right now,
So I haven't heard anything about
So on
new
Endgame,
acts yet.
firstly, thanks.
So
for
I guess we're
nothing
still
delirium.
interluding, huh?
You saw the memes, I guess.
For sure.
So I've been enjoying all the funky memes everywhere. That's good. Visibility improvement for the end game, but not only that, like you guys didn't just tone down the fog. You've done some pretty major things with the
Yeah, so I mean,
Waystone system.
the very first question, before we even toned down the fog, the first question was, okay, well, why do you feel like you have to run every map this way in the first place, right? Like the fact that something feels mandatory is already a problem regardless of the
Yeah.
fact that the effect is also annoying.
I don't like
that was the
not
first
being
thing
able to
solve, and it
instill
really
the
then
maps.
started coming into like how like people are finding.
It feels
ways
like
to
they're
craft
taking
more
more and
annoying,
more away
annoying
from
in Abyss
juicing
with
maps, which is really
having to
bad,
go
I
somewhere
think.
else and get it, like it just made it not like not particularly great. So yeah, the first question is, well, how can we fix this problem, right? Like and effectively we're kind of like, we can go two ways with this. We can either make it so that every league has something that feels mandatory that multiplies with the rewards, or we can say no leagues do, in which case it's more about like which league do you want to run for different, for various different content that they can provide. So we decided to go with no leagues do, because I think that it's probably just like less busy work, less annoying. Like if every league gave you something that you needed to like craft and do something with, it just would have been a pain. Which is why even in the live stream we're like, from this point on, just like Waystones, they will get regular, they'll have the regular crafting, just regular base currency.
Why is that the mentality though?
A thing that
like that's not
requires you
how
to
it
do
is in
more crafting
PoE1.
than that.
Why does it have to be the way it is in PoE2? It's perfectly fine to be like delirium gives you buffs for maps,
it's just
and other things don't. Why is the mentality everything has to or nothing has to?
Helps a lot.
Doesn't make
and then, of
any
course,
sense
the question
to me.
was, well, yeah, how can we make sure that we're not like doing a nerf to overall juicing potential here?
You
So then
did.
had to look
You
into,
did,
like,
100% by the
how
way.
can we get back the like the power you had? So yeah, that's when we got into the extra mods on tablets and things like that.
Which we can't re-roll, so when we
Obviously,
get
we're
gold
hoping
increase
to
instead of
do
rare
more
monsters, it's
endgame
trash.
for this expansion. So what's
Like
kind of
it's
happened?
you.
Well, I guess the sort of two things.
You gave us an RNG option versus the guaranteed
feel
option.
like you don't really have a proper goal. Like you
You
don't have
100%
immediate, like, okay, here's a
nerfed
quest to do this and a quest to do that
on the
and that
high
kind of
end.
stuff. So there's like a little bit of that missing, and that really is a content thing that just requires us to expand upon what a league is. Now, something like something like Fate of the Val, it immediately has story stuff to do and so on. So when that goes to endgame later, you'll have like storyline things sort of built in a way that can like make it so you've got that. But the other leagues don't have that as much, so we need to really make sure we're expanding on those. But the other thing as well is the Atlas tree just needs a lot more love and attention and like the way that it works and all that sort of stuff. So we just need to do a lot more there.
I opened that tree yesterday and I was like, oh, this sucks.
It's a little tragic.
Yeah, it's not great.
Sucks.
Yeah.
Like,
So,
oh
but the
my.
thing is that in order to make it good, you have to spend a lot of time and attention making new notables that are cool, that require like actually modify things in cool ways and like actually really meaningfully.
I honestly think you
And
need to
that's just a lot
rework
of
the
time
entire
and
tree.
work to do that. So
This is not
Do you have an
sustainable
idea
the way
for
you
what
guys are
want
doing
to
it right
do
now. I
with
don't think.
the ascendancy tree side of things. Like, is it kind of angling more towards what you've done in public?
Well,
which has been
league
pretty
trees.
successful.
Well, I don't think we should be talking about that yet, just because that'll
Sure.
be it's more for later. But yeah, I mean, there's things we want to do.
Yeah,
There's
but
stuff we want to do.
suffice to say,
we're
clearly not happy with it.
a bit of trying not to spoil anything here.
Yeah.
We obviously are spoiling the fact we are doing something. And I'll tell you, it's not even. It's not the same. It's not similar.
Yeah.
It's like it's in a whole different universe. So
Good.
it's kind of like, which makes it a little bit hard because obviously we're in this state where we want feedback about the in game.
Yeah, it's
And so I
tricky.
do want to put, like, people should keep giving feedback because I don't want people to think, they're reworking it in game anyway, so I'm not going to say anything. Just in case. You never know.
Because there's
And we
also different
can,
parts of the end game that kind of are like independent of the just things like how the Atlas tree works.
Yep.
So yeah.
But yes, that tree is effectively going to be completely reinvented. So that will get a full drastic change. And then the something that like PoE1 with the whole complete your atlas being a very clear, very obvious goal. You just complete all the maps and you get your atlas is complete. And then there's heaps more beyond that.
Yeah, should I play the game?
Boss farming and all the different progressions and even that has like multiple quests throughout the main quest line with the different.
I think
pinnacles and all
next
that.
week
we just don't have any of that really. It's just
we might do
immediately
like a
into this
PoE2
infinite,
practice
unguided
campaign
adventure, and there's a little bit
point.
of things with the corrupted zones and bit of that, and like the burning monolith, but it's still mostly unguided. You don't really feel like you have like.
Also, I
completed
swear
the main thing. Now
in this
I'm gonna
announcement,
farm,
it said December
at the
11th,
moment,
didn't
and so
it?
it's pretty unsatisfying, I'd say. So really trying to drive that home. And then
I
the other
swear
thing
it
that's
said
honestly
December
we spoke
12th.
about upgrading the leagues and adding more bosses is like
yeah, it's
that whole like having King in the Mists and Olroth as the pinnacle bosses of the leagues.
But I
just being,
swear they
like,
said December
copy-pastes
11th in
from
this.
PoE1 was not our end goal. You know what I mean? Like they're a bit sad as pinnacles right now, and like honestly need to be. We need to
Ashes
up the
launches
epic.
on the 11th.
Up the epic a lot. So we got a lot of that coming. and then just general upgrades to all the leagues. Like some of them are too, Ritual has the whole omens are too good, and others are just like, well, why would I do this? And there's a bit of that going on. So just a general balance, and via adding more content and different axes and all kinds of stuff. So there's heaps coming. But based on all that, to answer the original, is that's how you can see how it didn't make the cut, because it is a ton of work.
Is it a staggered
It turned out to be way more than we had anticipated, and it was just like, oh, damn, we kind of talked about wanting to do an in-game upgrade, a big revamp in 040, and now we've got too much work, and we still believe it's the right thing to do, so we're going to commit. And normally we often get faced with the option: do we cut it down to make it fit, or do we commit to it all and do it? And I don't think in this case we could have cut anything without kind of just honestly making it look half-assed, to be honest. So we were like, no, we need to do it all, which means, unfortunately, yes, it's not going to make 040. But then we were like, well, we can't just now do nothing. So what can we do? Well, obviously, we're not just going to be like, because we're doing an 050, we'll just leave the fog alone.
Yeah.
Obviously bad, which was a bug, by the way.
Really?
All fogs, like the volumetric fogs in the game, have a cutout around the player.
Yeah.
That like cuts out and then tapers off. And all fogs in the games, there's multiple different fogs, had it except for Delirium Fog. It was the only fog that didn't have this. So that was we can start there by re-adding it, and then we'll iterate until we feel like it's about right. But yeah, kind of sad when you look into these things and you're like, oh damn. Oops. It was just broken the whole time. But either way, like, a player doesn't know if it's broken or just intended. So obviously, fixing it is the important thing. But yeah, I know there's that guy on Reddit doing a post every day, and
they can finally rest.
Thank you for your service.
Your watch is complete. Yes, we can actually see the ground. It was just hilarious in some maps where it's like they have holes in the ground, and like there's so much fog you actually can't tell where the holes are. It's like I can't move anywhere. It looked a lot better from the footage. So,
I don't really ever remember feeling
a big improvement for sure.
That bad about fog.
So you mentioned that.
To be fair, I used the fucking
kind of key change that you wanted to make sure to
map overlay more than I use my visual clarity of my character and stuff.
Yeah, that's a very interesting one because so when we were doing 031, this was actually already a thing that we were tabling and talking about. But we kind of thought that players probably wouldn't like it because the like monster density can be a very touchy thing, right? But the funny thing is what we found was that even after we what we actually sort of heard more was like, oh, we actually liked what the improvements were early in game, and we actually would wish that the rest of the in game was more like that. And we're like, okay, well, if that's the case, then like the main thing we have to do is not like nerf rewards, make sure that experience gain doesn't get lowered or anything like that. But overall, we don't necessarily need as many monsters as what we were having in the top. And I think this is actually going to also just generally improve things because it makes when monsters have more life like that, it makes more builds viable. Because like there's obviously a point where like, once you can one hit everything, then there's no point in like you might as well just go for whatever the fastest thing that can do that is, right?
Exactly. So this is going to make less things viable. What?
By making it so that monster life's a little bit higher as you get up there, it sort of actually means that like higher damage builds become more useful. So
the need for having to target so many enemies goes down.
Exactly,
and thus
right.
You aren't just now funned into so the highest AoE thing possible.
So it means that like things that are less
at
AoE
the highest DPS
AoE
like,
thing. I mean, obviously you're still going to want AoE. You're still going to be wanting clearing like that sort of stuff, of course. But like effectively, just by tweaking it down a bit, you just don't have the like so much need for everything to target quite so many things. And so the sort of higher damage skills that are a bit less,
they're completely out of touch on that
not
take,
like
but
more than a
maybe
screen
I'm out of
size
touch.
can actually be viable. And that should hopefully improve the situation. There.
I want to make sure that even if people are like, but I prefer the swarminess, and it was fun for my build. And the thing is, like, that, speaking of, like, Atlas Tree, that's a thing where the Atlas Tree should be the thing thing that you can, it's like your build can do that. So, like, I want to make sure, like, for now,
I don't understand how you say
that I wanted to do a thing because we're doing this whole, like, monster effectiveness goes up more, right? I mean,
makes it's more builds viable. That makes
hard thing to understand because monsters just get stronger with higher levels. So like it kind of just happens. You don't really. It's not like a thing you need to worry about or anything of the sort.
Like all the
but I want to do a thing where
on the DPS
you can spec
cutoff,
into making like on the Atlas
just
tree,
right past that cutoff of they're barely viable. How are you saying this?
But we're adding
that
a
makes
little
no
bit of it in
sense
a few places. But I want to make sure that you can invest into making monsters tougher without increasing the number of monsters, where like often it's just been pack size, pack size, pack size, and stuff like that. So, but then I would love to do a thing later where like you can convert that effectiveness increases you can get into like pack size. So it's like, you know what? Nah, I want the swarmy, weaker monsters thing. And I don't want one to, at that point, you can make sure the conversion results in the exact same amount of drops and XP and all of that stuff.
That way you can incentivize, well, you don't incentivize one or the other, right? Like it's more about what your build is, what you'd prefer, rather than being like everyone has to have most pack sizes possible.
Whereas right now,
I'll leave it up to them on that, but that just seems like you're going to want to take the weaker monsters
obviously
more,
not
right?
For rares and bosses, but it is, and for a lot of people, it's a multiplicative fun scaler, right. And I don't want to take that away. Like I want people to be able to do that, but that's what the Atlas tree should be able to achieve. However, it is too chaotic at a base level.
Right.
You get this weird.
That's a fair take.
The campaign has a entirely different vibe to the end of the end game now, where it's like you step into the end game, it's kind of a right, and then you get towards the end. I mean, for people who didn't play 031 onwards, it was just like, okay, I'm going through the campaign. It feels a bit more tactical. It feels a bit more,
I don't know. I was getting overran a lot in Act 1, brother.
I'm like, what the heck is going on? There's monsters everywhere. It's out of control. And so obviously 031 alleviated this a bit, but it is, I don't want it to be that there's this feeling of there's two games there. I want it to be that you build that extra layer, that you change it through your Atlas tree and through decisions you make for the end game, as opposed to it just being inherent. So if you want to, we're going to make sure that we try and keep it that if you want to make it more swarmy and that kind of stuff, you can, but it doesn't give you a drop advantage necessarily over the tougher monsters. There are reasons to do both. That's fine. Okay. There'll be heaps of mechanics and stuff, but like.
But why would I spec into those if the rest of the Atlas tree is going to give me more rewards?
In our tree, in our builds, much like you can play the character how you want to play your character, we can do that with the end game.
Like unless none of the Atlas tree gives you bonus rewards
and the keystones and
which
stuff like that. So
is something you could do, but
I can't. It's hard to get into more of that without getting into like kind of spoiler territory.
I mean, that's interesting to hear that you want to kind of.
Those are fancy, nice words to hear, man. But like
in the past, it often has.
I don't know if that works in practicality.
Of all of the things you can stack, or it's
because you're always going to be choosing one over the other, and if it's choose rewards over adding pack size for no additional rewards, why would I ever choose that?
I mean, that's exciting to me because I like the ability of being able to spec content that rewards your character that has low AoE, that is like really good at like dueling really tough rare monsters. And like, we did get to see a little bit at Imperial 1 where there was different strategies for juicing, where like you had like Titanic Scarabs or something that was making like really strong rogue exiles, and that took a specific sort of build to do. So it sounds like that's kind of the direction you want to head with that.
Yeah, but they took that away!
Exciting to hear. And kind of tying into this topic then, and you touched on it a little bit, was like, there's definitely been like it's
every
been
time they've added something like that in PoE1, they've taken it away.
Majority of loot in endgame maps, or at least compared to normal and magic monsters, there's a bigger difference, I guess, than has been the case in the past. And where are you guys at with like noticing or feeling that, or what problems do you foresee with that? It gets talked about a lot.
I don't think it's necessarily wrong that it's like that. One of the things we really want to try to make sure of in PoE2. When we're sort of doing a sort of from scratch pass on this, is that the amount of rewardingness of something is equivalent to the amount of difficulty that it takes to kill it. And that's kind of where like we're trying to normalize that, because by doing that, it means that we can try to get like we don't want a situation where like some content just is randomly just way more rewarding than other content. And so we're trying to just make sure that we're keeping tabs on that really well. And what that's kind of ended up with regard to the magic versus rare is, like we've got the balance of that where it should in an ideal world be the case that like, killing a rare versus killing a white monster is, does in fact drop the correct amount of rewards relative to each other. Now the issue can come with the fact is, what if your build can one hit either of them in any case?
They said that is fixed.
The way that feels a little bit. So,
bro, rare monsters is the only thing that drop loot. What?
White monsters can drop anything. Still, it's just
it does make a certain amount of sense. But I guess like with what you were talking about, Mark,
are we playing different
it seems like something you'll have to think about, because like if you want both strategies to be viable, like the pack size juicing, then there needs to be a reward, a payoff to that ultimately.
100%.
So that's something you'll be looking at then.
But yeah, I mean, as far as I'm aware, it really is the case that if you looked at entirely just around the life of the entity, the drops should be pretty equivalent to the amount of life that they had to, in order to kill them, as far as like, relative to each other. So if it's got 5 times as much life, it does 5 times as many more drops effectively. Like that's kind of what we're shooting for when we're trying to balance this stuff.
Yeah, I think with the balance of how things are and the options we have now, it probably makes sense. But yeah, it looks like something you'll be keeping close eye on moving forwards then. For sure. There's a bit of a parallel with one of the kind of issues I see in Path of Exile 1 where like everything is in reward icons, the little floating symbols. And that seems like something you're trying to avoid moving forward.
We haven't really been doing that for a little while now. There was certainly a period there in PoE 1 design where it was like every single league was just like those reward icon type things. And it ended up really beiging the rewards a lot because you just had this thing of like, every league drops, every other league's drops. And it kind of didn't really, like it wasn't really that great. So it's going to be a little while since we've done that stuff in PoE 1 even. And in PoE 2, we kind of steer away from it to make sure that like, everything feels like it's got distinct drops and a reason to do it and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, it appears in some regards.
This might be a hot take.
You get the reward rooms and
but I like
you have a unique item room.
Sure.
Like,
league
but it's not just like a floating symbol above the
more
monster.
exclusive
Which
to
also,
that league.
Immersively. I don't know what the heck that is, but what is it? It's just nothing. It's a clear and just obvious game mechanic.
I see some
I think
glowing cash money dollar bills.
Doing delirium in PoE 1
loaded
should be
don't kill me.
The best way to get
you can't
cluster
have my loot.
jewels.
But I just remembered you spoke about rare monsters, and I was like, hold on, did we? I don't think we deployed or spoke about this change, but I know that taking away all the rare minimap icons was a bit anger-inducing. Because honestly, we knew it. We knew it was going to be.
Yeah.
Now, they aren't a requirement of the map, but as you're saying, they kind of drop a lot of the loot, and people were just doing the whole minimap, coasting between minimap icons. The middle ground we've come to here, which I think is quite cool, is once you've activated all the checkpoints in the map, which sometimes is 4 too, the things for fast traveling and respawning, then all of the things
appear on the minimap. The funny thing is I thought we already deployed that.
I don't think we have.
Okay, right. We intended to deploy that back when people were complaining about it, and I feel like maybe we just kind of forgot. But
so
that was implemented a while ago.
Play your map. You generally find the checkpoints. If you're in a straight line map, there's one at the start, one at the end. How the heck are you missing rares? Anyway, I don't know, but it can happen.
There's straight maps in this game.
It doesn't just reveal the rares; it reveals everything. Every minute, not every. Okay, every
there
icon.
are. There's a couple actually. Now that I think about it.
So strong boxes you missed, rogue exiles you missed.
Okay. Just so basically you can find if there's any content that you still wanted to grab.
Now some people might argue, hold on, I'm just going to run around the entire map, activating them all, and then go clear. And I was like, well, okay, if you want to waste time.
Right. But you're going to clear the map while you're doing that, right? So you probably clear the whole map anyway.
Yeah. So it's kind of just meant to be a like, look, you've explored. At least, I mean, like, if there's generally speaking, if you've got like a big square or circle map, you're going to have 4 checkpoints. You activate all 4. You've at least explored probably 75% of the map, right?
It's about getting those last things, and
and then it's like, okay, look, you're now allowed to see if you missed anything.
But then you can also use the checkpoints
because
to get to the
all of your maps have nooks and crannies,
nice. So it kind of helps with the map. So we did finally find a solution.
I'm hoping this is a good middle ground. Because so then at least you've done 75% of the map probably without just doing blind mini-map gameplay. And then from that point on, it's like, look, I get it. You probably missed something. You know where it is now. It should actually maybe overall be even more helpful because it's not just revealing the rares. It's going to reveal even more. So you'll know about everything else you missed. Nice. So we'll see how it goes. But I understand that was a bit of a aggravation for a lot of people.
Bro, I'm so tired.
But that's
I'm incredibly tired.
Again, it's it's why I don't want people to not give feedback because like this kind of stuff still should be fixed pretty imminently. And so it's
a good case study because I'm honestly surprised that you did do that because this seemed like I loved the rare icons, but I was definitely a victim of the I'm only looking at the minimap now, so it kind of seemed like a change for our own good situation. But what you're doing here,
this is a good middle ground.
It seems like it's saving the players that feel like that they're FOMOing because I know I missed like a league mechanic in the map somewhere after this, that is really bumming me out, and then they have to go and crawl back through everything and waste a bunch of time. So that's just kind of saving them that. Sounds like a good compromise change then. Nice little extra bonus reveal there. Good stuff.
Yeah. You just said rare monsters, and I just had this random like.
Good.
Wait.
What more
did
words
we
can
do
I
that?
say?
Probably should have put that in the live stream if we hadn't deployed it yet. But yeah, everyone forgot.
It's in the Q&A. Good stuff.
Yeah.
We shall move on to kind of gear and passives, and this is in the topic of balance and character power, and this sort of stuff has been talked about a fair bit. Something that's mentioned a lot is the ratio of player power that comes from gear versus what comes from ascendancy and passives is much more tilted towards gear than in Path of Exile 1. And so kind of like roughly for an example, like the average PoE 2 passive is like 10%, whereas the PoE 1 passive is 16%, whereas the amounts on gears are pretty similar. So like the 100% increased fire damage on a wand is consistent as tier 1 affix between both games, meaning that like more of the power has kind of been shifted away from the tree, the thing that you get by default, to
Lips
gear.
are a little off
So
here.
this seems like a conscious decision to make gear more powerful. Is there something like you've thought about or made like specific strides towards?
Probably the main thing that we wanted to do in PoE 2 is make it so that the tree is more like we're trying to be more stringent about how the tree is multiplicative with what your gear does. That does make gear more important. I wouldn't say there's necessarily been a thing of like necessarily wanting to the amount of power overall that you get from one and the other is more unbalanced, but it's just making sure that like when you are using the tree or to
change that in PoE 1
is that your gear is giving you to kind of make the two things together, like be sort of important to be thinking about both. So that was kind of our primary goal, but I don't know if you've got a different feeling about any of that.
It certainly wasn't like the passive tree being weaker. I guess we didn't really even think about it in terms of comparison. We just kind of like went back then. We went really back to the basics and evaluating a lot of our base balance, and so it wasn't like let's nerf it compared to PoE 1. It was more just like what do we want gear to do? What do we want the passive tree to do? What do we want? And all of that at the end of the day is just relative to then how do we want the monsters to scale and which they're all different, right? The way that the monster scale per level isn't the same. The way that the tree and thus the tree benefits are different. The gear is different, and everything. So again, not really. It was conscious decisions, but not conscious decisions to like nerf from PoE 1 or anything of that sort. That being said, yes, I mean a couple other things. I mean, we made, for example, the decision that like we wanted the class starts on the tree to be weaker than the exterior. So generally, the nodes are meant to go up a little bit in power as you get further away, so you don't just get the like class hopping kind of thing that historically occurred in PoE 1 quite a bit.
The class starts were strong.
Feel like that missed the mark a little bit.
The top and stuff like that, and so that was a decision we made.
Because like the monk nodes are crazy, right? Everybody passed from archer up to monk nodes.
I guess we did kind of have like we want gear to be more important, especially base gear. I think we maybe overcooked it a little bit right now, but just a little bit with more the ease of it, the ease of getting it, but that's a whole crafting discussion, I guess.
Talk about that too.
More of an in-game problem. But yeah, I would say, I mean, I'm personally pretty happy, honestly, with how it is.
Just that like ratio of importance of gear compared to passive. I guess like it's a question of how much power do you get for free, right? Like ultimately that's what it comes down to is like if my gear if I'm wearing all white gear, like how powerful is my character from just the tree? And that's like a little bit lower, I think, in PoE 2.
And the reason for that
bothers some people, I guess.
The reason for that specifically is because the tree is more multiplicative than it was in PoE 1, where there was more just base stuff,
right?
There. I mean, you can look at it even in simple things like, just life on the tree, for example, right? Like that's sort of another example of part of the thinking there is like, like the more base stuff is available on the tree, the more the same characters can be because they can just allocate the same stuff and get the same stuff without having to worry about the items. So yeah, that's kind of just
base in PoE 1, but because you have base life, as in life without gear.
Yeah. And where are you at on the life thing? Just like since you brought it up, I guess like still pretty happy with the decision to like remove that from the tree.
I mean, look, we just wanted to. We just didn't. It's more that decision's mostly about not wanting every character just another one of those cases of every character being the same.
Yeah,
like it's like we'd rather you specialized in the defense that relates to your character rather than just the same stat.
But everybody's specializing in energy shield now.
Had that general feeling.
I mean, we've obviously still got imbalance here, and there's obviously still work to do. Never ending. So, like, the tree will just continue to evolve. And, like, we added a lot of passives at some point that are a lot more powerful, and we intend to keep doing it. And now we've obviously just added all the druid ones. But not just that. Like, we added more, like, ignite support on the around the mercenary. You know, for example, this time like as an
Okay.
40, we're doing that. And then
Doesn't
there's,
Ignite just suck in PoE2 though?
some changes to like more prod speedy stuff.
Has anybody done Ignite builds that worked?
Looking at shotguns
besides
and trying to
Hammer
see
of
what
the
we-
Ancients?
Well, how can we have
or
more
whatever it's
scale?
called?
And it's like, well, it turns out if you get a bunch of piercing with prod speed and some other stuff, like you can shoot them across the screen. And so like, well, how do you get that? Oh, there's not many, you know. So we're doing a bunch of like little increments like that, just based on what builds need. I know Bleed needs a bit more love in the bottom right, and you know, so
Quinn69 just jumped out of his chair.
Blood Mage spear users and that kind of thing going on. So again, it's gonna just honestly, we'll just do more and more and more and more and more on the tree. I suspect you'll get more. I'm not saying I'm going to increase the value of every node, but just by the nature of how many more things you can invest in and multiplicative elements, you're probably going to end up with a lot more power coming from the tree.
Bro, by PoE2 launch date, it's going to go from 1,000 passive
doing it that way than
skill
just
tree to a
increasing all the numbers
10,000
anyway.
passive skill tree.
Because at the end of the day, if we then increase all the numbers and then it turns out the game is like too easy, well, then you have to nerf something somewhere or just buff monsters, and then you kind of end up in kind of the same place. So it's like, what did you actually achieve?
So with the like approach to life then, which I feel like makes sense, like not wanting the trees to like look the same and whatnot. How do you
Ziggity,
feel about
you
why
brown-nosed
does ES
motherfucker.
Kind of get
It does not make
treatment
sense.
when it ultimately, although it's a defense like evasion and armor, it functions much more like life. Because there's a lot of ES scaling and ES numbers are pretty high compared to life, and definitely
I mean, that's a current balance issue for sure, but like, you know, just because it happens to function more similar to life, they're all at the end of the day a form of effective HP, right? So, I mean, they just, as long as they're not entirely symmetric, which is what makes them interesting, which is why one works this way and the others work a different way. And but yeah, I mean, there's clearly a misbalance. I mean, you got issues with Ghost Dance obviously being a bit hectic, and I guess going to start listing off things I'm going to nerf, I suppose. But you know, like, I don't know. There's changes to be done here. There's a few changes coming. But we're at the point where I still look at it and I'm like, I'm pretty sure ES is still going to be pretty crazy. That being said, it's like, you know, I don't want to make any last minute kind of knee jerk reaction and nerf kind of things around this. So like, because we've changed and rebalanced so much, it's really hard to know, and even changes to how the monsters scale and whatnot. It's kind of hard to know exactly how things are going to play out. So it's this kind of thing where I'm like at the point again where I'm like, all right, let's get all these changes out, see how the metas evolve, see what's good, see what's bad, and then like.
But isn't that going to be the case for every league?
It is worse, but I don't think it's. Honestly, I don't think it's nerfed enough, to be honest. Is kind of where I'm at with that. So, but we'll see.
ES nerf
in the right direction, perhaps. But I know in the past when we talked about this, we discussed around the idea of like letting energy shield values be high, but really focusing on the recovery side of things and making that the, like you just said, like making things not homogenous, making things different. Like life's really easy to recover, but energy shield's much harder to recover. Like you still kind of.
That is still the intention, yes. That is still the intention.
I like that.
It's just really easy for all of a sudden some cool design to come out, and then all of a sudden it's just a completely trampled recharge.
Yep.
Yes. And then it's just like, well, now why do I care, you know? And I mean, like,
and if you make recharge too bad, then
it's like
ES
via an insanely
like
I mean, Essentia Sanguine is a perfect example of doing this, right? Like, it just straight up ES leech.
ES becomes ward at that point, basically.
I don't want to take that away. I just, you know, there's a level of there's some balance to do and or commonality to do. Like, if that's a thing you strive for and can eventually achieve, and now your character's like freaking god tier, that's exactly what like high-end unique items should do. So in this case, you know, I know we're making that item rarer. Hopefully that doesn't affect the economy too much with some me giving that away. But on standard, sorry. But at the end of the day, I would rather do that than just gutting it. You know what I mean? In this case. But yes, those things are allowed to break the rule. But I very much want to push ES to be recharge based. And as I said, historically, it's again, you just come up with a bunch of uniques and want to do all this cool stuff. And all of a sudden, we've added in another way to completely not care about recharge, and you're getting ES back some other way. So, and that happened, and more and more and more of that came about, and all of a sudden now, you pretty much just got this insane life pool that's permanently full, and it's like, wow, why would you not do this? Obviously you'd do this. So
I imagine there's a lot of incomplete picture going on here as well, where you're still missing classes and archetypes and skills and parts of the passive tree and thing as well. It probably makes it hard to like commit too hard to certain areas of balance when it's such an incomplete picture.
Yes, and it's also just honestly a time issue, getting all this new stuff while having to also correct all the existing stuff, and then the new stuff is like, how fast can the new stuff break the existing stuff, and how fast can we then fix that? And it's you know, when I say break, I mean balance break. You know, it's to the point where it's like all these new variables are being added as we're trying to fix all the existing variables and balance them, and these new variables are like, you know,
Yeah, we get it.
Like real
It's a lot.
difficult. When you're at the point where you're not adding so much new stuff, you can just catch up, get to a point of stability, and for sure it's there. But like, we have expanded. Like, I've got 3 new people. I don't know if new. I've kind of taken a few
that's what
people
happens
that were,
when you know, you don't have 20% damage reduction
more
or whatever it is.
balance oriented out of our QA. I mean, some of our QA people are kind of elite. You know,
Did you get
I don't know if I
ninja
should say who
nerfed?
they are, but some of them are off. You know,
Midnight?
top hardcore ladders and stuff. And I'm like, well, look, they do know what's going on. I'm like trying to teach them the philosophies and how to do all this stuff. And so I've got 3 new people doing that. So hopefully, and historically, we've had quite a limited number of people actually doing balance.
If I could pause
hard.
this,
It's actually one
what
of
do you
the
mean it's
harder
not
things to
rippy?
have
Minus
a good feel for. And if
31
you put the
all
wrong person in that
res?
position, who knows where you'll end up. So it's really important to make sure that obviously these people understand the philosophies and are trained well, and you know, you're being cautious with it. But yeah, I got 3 new people with that, so much larger team in the future.
That's
so I'm hoping
not
we can
that rippy. You're
tackle
ridiculous.
a lot more, and we're not just going to be.
That's like one of the
up to, like,
rippiest
what, 1 or
mods
2
you
of
can
us.
get.
I mean, historically, it's been pretty much me and Andrew, and that's it.
So you've got your elite squad. You're building your elite squad of balanced ninjas now.
And you're cursed with vulnerability.
Pretty much, yeah.
No
and
energy shield.
I don't know if you have
I mean,
cursed.
if we end up with like 5 of us, it's a very, very. Considering I also have to do the leagues and the end game and the monsters and the bosses and oversee.
What's
all
your
of that.
max res?
It's pretty hard to also be able to find a lot of time to sit there with the spreadsheets and with the game and going, what does this build do? What can it do? So getting more people there is going to be a game changer for the future in terms of, you know, what we're able
84?
to actually balance.
So you're
and
down to
we
fucking
probably will be able to
53.
do a new class and keep the game up to date in a much better way.
You're
and
taking
keep
like
iterating on this because we've got a lot more work to do.
70% more
Like, I don't
damage
want
or
people
some
to ever
shit
think
like
they were
that
just, like, gonna stop,
than you normally do.
with this stuff. I mean, PoE1 hasn't stopped after forever, and
Instead of
often you want to keep metas
fucking
fresh. You wanna
84
update,
damage
you wanna
reduction,
make
you
new-
get
there's always new-
53.
You make bad things good, good things bad. Well, you know, bring them in. Not, you know, whatever.
You want to make
That's a
cards bad
huge
quotable.
rippy. Minus max res is
Maybe
fucking
not
rippy
that.
as shit.
But the you know, it's been a pretty tight resource the whole time, and yeah, having more of that is going to honestly be a game changer. So I'm very keen to see how that's going to play out. You know, especially over the next few expansions, and see where that goes and what it allows us to do, and have less of that picking our battles, and let's fight more battles. You know, that's fine. Which should be cool.
Cool. On the gear power level side of things, plus to all skills has been talked about a lot. And even you guys have mentioned in the past, like it exacerbated things like mana issues that people were having. It's obviously very powerful and available in very high quantities. And I think it exacerbates other issues like uniques being less viable because they don't have them, for example. And it does seem to be of a power level that's like overriding other aspects of gearing. Like it becomes kind of a make or break stat in many cases. Where are you guys at with
That's a good question.
Plus skills issue?
Well, the original theory behind it was that we wanted to make sure, like for fizz weapons, you always had this like IPD, you know, increased physical damage that was always kind of effectively mandatory stat on those weapons, and you know, it was something where like you would.
I mean, if you want to level, do the strat that I did. The level,
of like, you know, some kind of multiplicative way to make weapons
like Delhi, Abyss,
and effectively plus skills
Breach.
on staves.
But now
and
Breach
wands
sucks
was
actually,
supposed
so
to kind of
you
fill
can't do it. So
that
never
sort of
mind.
same multiplicative approach where like that was a thing that you, to make the difference between a bad spellcast weapon and a good one, that was kind of the idea, to kind of try and get that to so the items mattered more for spellcaster weapons. But I think maybe like there's just kind of like we probably need to have to look at it. But I'm sure Mark, you've got more theories about it.
I mean, we need to change something.
Right.
100%. I mean, I know this, like, we obviously have the illegal mod, the old Essence.
Yeah, when I was doing Harvey, it wasn't nearly as good as Old Breach.
The +3 to focus foci, and the old homogenizing.
You can do a T17 Dunes map?
+3s on amulets. By the way,
what's a T17 Dunes map, my brother?
Goodbye homogenizing.
16.5 or?
They were illegal for other reasons.
Don't know how people are going to feel about that. I'm not sure if I should look at the chat over there and see if it's a W or an L, but whatever, they're gone. It was adding an insane amount of complexity to crafting.
Yep.
And,
I particularly was, I particularly was like, I actually don't like crafting mechanics.
Just normal 16?
Think about mods in the exact way that they needed you to think about them. So
how do you mean?
Well, it's a bit tricky. I mean, it's like a whole other conversation probably.
Yeah.
But like they I don't think that that they were quite right for PoE 2. So yeah.
But anyway, that's kind of off the point. I just randomly just started talking about stuff
We'll talk more on the
It's real easy to just pivot to start listing nerfs and things you're removing for some reason.
Calm down.
Sorry, but there is an issue. I understand it. I understand the whole.
Yeah, the pedal mobs are crazy.
Wand.
Sometimes for no reason.
I've got triple T1 prefixes, but I don't have the gem level, so throw it on the floor, right? I mean, that's kind of generally it. It's like if it's missing that mod, it's trash, right? That's the bad feel. It's like I did everything right except for that, and it's terrible. And yeah, we were trying to create a thing where it was like similar to, well, like, how do you itemize as a attacker?
Right.
And it was like, how can we have it be not just identical on a caster, but kind of have the same level of complexity of how to get
and in particular that still have the same level of an item actually matters, right? Because traditionally in PoE 1 you had this thing where if you didn't want to have to worry about itemization very much, then like spellcaster was the thing you could do. And we kind of did want to still try to like have it so that items do matter on spellcasters as well.
So why then does it seem like for a lot of people it doesn't work? Like, because IPD doesn't seem to attract ire.
Yeah, I don't fully understand that. I think the mana cost thing might be part of it for sure. The increase in the mana cost. But
I mean, I suspect at the end of the day it's because there are multiple ways to create an attack weapon that are good.
Right.
Even it's more than one way. A fizz weapon is not the only way.
Right.
Whereas a caster weapon doesn't really have that.
Right.
Like
that might be it.
It's just if you don't have that mod, bad. If you do have that mod, it's fine. And that's it. It doesn't matter what the rest is necessarily doing. There's not really much other choice.
Right.
And so that honestly can be enough. Where it's like you instead of reducing the plus gems, you could create many different options, and maybe it's still fine. Like plus gems is one way, or there's this way, or there's this way, and that way it's like, yeah, sure, there's more opportunities. But yeah, right now it's just either good or bad, very binary. And
it is quite hard to think of multiple ways to improve spell damage, though. Like that was a real challenge when we were even looking into that. If I recall,
it's weird to me that like added damage on a caster gear isn't doing that more. Like maybe it's because like so much of that's already available in the game through other means or something. I don't know, like because that is effectively added flat damage in the same way that plus gems is.
Added flat damage on caster gear doesn't exist.
Extra damages, I should say.
Extra damages there. Yeah. Added damage we removed because you just ended up doing a damage effectiveness on then every single skill to the point where it ended up being.
I wasn't in love with damage effectiveness having to exist because I find it to be a bit confusing for people. Like I don't love that, and so I was kind of really hoping to avoid it. I did have this sort of feeling though back when we did that, of this inevitable like we're probably going to have to add it back again one day, and I'm not going to like that because like it is a very useful tool. But yeah, I think
out of all the things in Path of Exile, you think damage effectiveness is too confusing for people?
That's another take on that.
I mean, that's we've done. I was just thinking of another change we've done here. So obviously, I'm pivoting a little bit, but it's still talking about caster weapons. So we'll say it's related. But in 040, we are doing a change where, even though we're not changing the plus spell so much, we are making it so that you can't essence +3 spells on the foci, which I said before. Just to be clear, that is a change. But the other thing we're doing is you
could do that.
Taking the it's the runic and glyphic equivalent of spell damage on foci and for all the different damage types, and just saying they can't generate on foci now. And I think we're in the end game, we're then increasing the base energy shields a little bit. It doesn't, I know people, oh my god, you're making energy shield better. Sorry, it makes like no real difference overall with the other changes in mind. But the idea is being that a wand and a foci should be slightly more defensively enhanced, not offensive compared to a staff. And so one thing we've done is we said all staff prefixes. So that's the damage is fire, the element damage is the types. It's the just increased specific damage, increased spell damage. What is it? Mana. I don't remember what else. The prefixes. Those are all now double wands as opposed to, I think it was 50 to 55% higher than wands. Give or take.
Wow.
And then, so if you want, like, it just adds more reason to want to use a staff. So the staff prefixes are double wands, whereas a wand plus foci is not giving you, well, it was pretty much giving you more damage, I actually think it was, than a staff would have been able to.
Definitely not.
So at least now staffs are going to be better, but that isn't anything to do with the gem level problem. It's still obviously its own problem, but it's again just talking about a little bit of the like overall improvements to just like finding different types of gear where it's like, well, why do I want the staff when I can have a wand and a
you
focus
actually
every
made a
time?
ton of changes to just weapons, like generally, right? Like in terms of the progressions and stuff, especially through your campaign.
Yes. So when we were adding the talismans for the druid, we were like, what do we want all the in-game base types to be? What do we want the damage in the campaign? And what we then started looking into was a lot of the other weapons going, well, what were they doing? And then I was looking at things going, well, this doesn't seem right here, and this doesn't seem right there. And you get these weird things which people probably don't honestly appreciate, maybe, where it's like you're upgrading your weapon, so you're going from like random examples. I don't know. I don't actually know if this is true. I'm just going to hypothetically. It's like you go from two-handed mace to 3 to two-handed mace 4. You know, you're going along the, I don't know what the actual names are. And then all of a sudden, like two-handed mace 5, it's got some implicit on it, and it's like, oh, that's interesting. But the damage is actually, the base DPS of that weapon is actually lower than the one before it. That was like 6 levels lower.
Yep.
And you're like,
cases of that.
I don't know if that damage is worth the trade-off of the implicit. And so
Definitely it isn't worth it.
it isn't, yes. The valuation of the implicit's damage penalty was mismatched in a lot of spots. And so you get these things where every
we're
third
fixed
weapon in the campaign is just like a random DPS drop. And so we're changing all of that as much as we can, at least.
Okay.
The thing is, you might not even necessarily recognize this as a player, because generally speaking, you just like, you see a weapon that dropped and you're like, okay, what's the DPS of this compared to another one? You're not necessarily thinking about the fact that there's a new upgraded weapon type, or that's like,
No,
I
I 100%
should have been higher.
Anybody who
So what it
makes
ends
their
up being
own
is this
filters
just
does,
whole of,
because
like,
we look
20
at the
levels go
progression
by
of
where it's like, I can't get a
leveling
weapon
during the
upgrade,
campaign.
that's
as well.
frustrating. And
So
that's
for
what it
sure
actually
we
feels
do.
like when you actually play it. But in reality, what it was is that the weapon type that was supposed to be an upgrade is actually a downgrade.
Right.
And that's
I had to do a bunch of
something Mark
that
immediately
changing on that.
saw.
with,
He was like, okay, we need to
We're
do
doing a
something
little
about
bit more. I don't know if we're going to get through
leveling.
all the weapons, but we're trying. Whereas, like, you get to end game and it's like, okay, what's your fast weapon? What's your crit weapon? What's your just standard good weapon? And then here's implicit A, implicit B, implicit C, you know. And then it's like, which one's your bonk weapon? Like, which one am I just going to bonk things with? A slow, heavy hitter. And trying to just do a lot more of it to make sure there's all the in-game choices for all of these weapons, bunch of different cool implicits, changing some of them around, just reevaluating the damage of them all, just the base deep. So generally speaking, pretty much all of them going up across the board in little ways. Like, they're not nothing make or break, but like, it's enough of a thing that as you're going through the campaign, you're not just like, where the heck are my upgrades? And also at the end game, just increasing a bit of the choices of different base weapons you could use for different builds and whatnot. So yeah, it's kind of one of those things that, you know, it's easy to go a little bit underappreciated, but, you know, it matters, like in changing the staffs and all of that stuff. It does, you know, contribute to the overall picture of just things feeling good. And, you know, it's another one of these things where it's like, yeah, we just in the process of adding the druid weapons, we were like, well, let's go do the rest of this right as well while we're at it. So yeah, we've still got a bit more to do there, but I don't know if that will come in this, you know, week to come and or as opposed to afterwards or something like that. But we're just going to try and do as much as we can. So even if not all the weapon types are in the patch notes, it isn't to say we aren't going to do the rest of them before the end of next week, because it doesn't take too long to do them. But you know, at the same time, you don't want to rush it and mess it up. So yeah, I don't know, just a random thing.
I think people are increasingly souring on rarity and gear, especially now that it affects
the rarity
drops, which makes it feel very
conversation.
mandatory, right? Because like, what do we play for? Currency, obviously.
Well, don't you worry. We've had our, every 3 months discussion of talking about rarity and what we're going to do with
Well, I
it.
think we did it again, didn't we?
We did a little bit. We cut off some of the top tier mods, so just the overall amount of it is lower.
Oh no!
It's a stopgap. I don't quite know. We haven't come to an exact decision, but like, it is true that it feels like every change we're making at this point is getting slightly closer to just it despawning.
Keep having those meetings then.
I will get rid of it eventually. It's just that we need to find we need to find the mods that can replace it in the mod pools that like in order to make it work. And it's like this is the annoying thing. It's like if we just removed it right now, there just wouldn't be enough of a mod. Like the mod pools wouldn't work.
There is an interesting thing we see where and I don't like for sure it is understandable, but we see a lot of videos being made with just absolute 1000% misunderstandings of how it all works, and which probably isn't helping its cause in any way, right. Because it has all these hidden DR things and just a bunch of hidden mechanics in it. But yeah, there's certainly a mass amount of misunderstanding as to how it works, and people going, look, it does exactly this change, and it's like, it's not even doing 1/10 of what you're saying it's doing. That being said, I'm not saying it's not a problem. It is 100% a problem, but there is certainly a mass misunderstanding with, again, because we don't even explain it anywhere. It's just this hidden, there's some formula somewhere, that no one has access to except for us.
And you've always been a bit secretive on drop related stuff in particular, and like, you guys kind of happy to keep it that way for that one, or is it something you're like, misinformation?
We wanted to make it clear. We wanted. Okay. We were like, why don't we just get rid of the DR and find a way to make it work and actually display the actual value? But that is at conflict of removing it. So there's
when he says DR, I think damage reduction. What is he talking about?
It's inherently unclear even to us in some sense. Like, we can't say like the number of the like. Well, okay, but that sounds a bit weird. But what I mean by that is like, it's not like that when you get that it just increases currency. Like, it's through like 10 layers of like different ways things work that kind of result in an overall amount, like overall in currency increasing.
You mean like the content people are playing and stuff?
Well, not just that, but even in terms of just the way the system works, right? Like, it's a very indirect method by which currency is increased. It isn't just that we drop. It's not just like there's some code somewhere where it's like increase currency by this amount. Like, it is actually like it is a result of multiple systems on top of each other working to result in that. And that's why like the only way for us to even know like what it even does is by simulating actual drops from actual monsters in order to work out what it actually did. So yeah, it's like sort of, yeah, I understand that might seem strange, but it's because like the drops are complicated. And there's like so many things we've done over the years to kind of like massage them in various ways, and it's like it becomes quite unclear at some point even like what the relationship between one number and another can even be. I
think the takeaway is Jonathan said he's removing it.
I want to get rid of it. We just need to find a thing to replace it within the mod pool.
I'm like,
and that's very, very difficult.
Okay, I don't need to
It's exactly the same conversation if we bring up what Dex.
We nerfed juicing when we did the tower thing, the tower rework. We nerfed juicing with freaking distilled emotions. We're nerfing rarity. We're getting rid of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Where are we gonna get loot
gold find if you're away.
How?
I only fear one of them.
Yeah, just for dragons.
Makes sense.
Sure.
Okay. On the topic of balance for damage types and damage scaling, lightning damage seems like a clear-cut winner at the moment overall. In terms of doing more raw damage, having access to shock, and even having its own kind of version of stun.
This Q&A is going on forever.
And I guess separate problems with, like, for example, fire and ignite. Where are you guys at with like the balance between the elements and lightning damage?
I'm not going to say that they're now equal, but like a few things. So I mean, I know there was like a 15% more max damage notable. That's now 10. We've done, I think all of the skills that had multiplicative shock effect are now increased. So they stack additively with the tree. So, it's honestly just like a whole bunch of different little things. Lightning rods are nerfed at endgame, just while we're here. Don't worry, lots of
Okay.
things are buffed that aren't
Tons of things
that
are buffed.
aren't lightning builds necessarily.
nice.
To be
but,
fair,
you know,
lightning
some
rods is
are
still,
as well.
still probably really good.
But yeah, it's. I don't want to just make it about a like let's gut lightning. I want to make it be like, well, let's make these other things feel cooler and more special. So it would be very easy to just go and gut lightning across the board. But that just seems like an overall net loss of fun. I'd much rather, you know, find ways to incentivize the others as opposed to just take away the thing that currently is, you know, kind of enjoyable. So again, it's more important to not just nerf. Oh, now they're equal. So yeah, I won't say we're there yet, but the problem is obvious, so at least it's not.
And you don't really want things to be like the same power level ultimately. Like it seems like, you know, one of them should be more damage, and one of them has like more utility, like cold with freeze and chill.
Well, for sure, like cold is
But ultimately, people aren't going to accept if one element has more clear speed than another. So, like, while it may not cause damage directly, it is in some indirect way it needs to translate to damage on some level.
I mean,
you know, you need to, you know, it needs to, or rather, it needs to indirectly translate into clear speed in some manner, right? So,
No,
you know,
unless you're making the monsters 40% stronger.
Well,
and
but
they
that's
are
what I mean, right?
sticking
Because
around and then you're freezing them.
Yeah, but I mean, because we're doing that, it means that it ultimately means that, you know, the higher damage, smaller AOE, like not having to actually rely on arcing all the time. To
That's
be able to
a
get
crazy
the
way of thinking of
massive
things
AOE
because,
can kind of like make
like
a
in
difference. So
PoE1,
even just that change alone can.
you have
can
builds that are
a little bit.
specifically built
Yeah, okay.
for bossing, right?
So it sounds like.
So why could you not have
there's
something
fair
that's
amount of changes
like
to,
they don't care about clear?
scaling for lightning and stuff like that.
Like they still want some, but it's not. It's not what they spec into, and they specifically spec into things that are more.
You have this thing where it's
single
like, okay,
target
well,
damage
let's say even
focused.
cold. Obviously, you can freeze more often, but then often the boss is sitting or the monsters are sitting in there. Then you know, poise timer before they can be CC'd again. You don't have any real control over that. And chill, well, chill has a maximum magnitude of 50, so you can't really scale. So like already alone, you can 5x the power of a shock, because I think the cap is 100, and in some cases, you know, Stormweaver even go further than that. Whereas you can't exactly be doubling the power of a chill necessarily, and so on. So there's like even just that as a random thing. Like Ignite doesn't have enough love right now for sure.
Yeah, Ignite sucks.
So even if it was meant to be those three ailments are a point of comparison,
Shock's
I think
always been
Shock is
strong
kind
in,
of a little
you
bit
know,
crazy right now
PoE2
compared
and
to what
PoE1.
the others are capable of doing. Not to say chill isn't strong. Not
It's
to
just
say
inherent to the
freeze
fact that you
isn't
make
also
shock
obviously
like
powerful.
a shock debuff
you know,
gives increased damage.
They will have
to
their
the
time, and
thing
they may
that's
have
shocked.
already had their. I mean, we had freaking.
Of course, that's going to be stronger.
Cast on Comet on crit for a while there as well. So, you know, it will always change. But yeah, I mean, just bringing some of the shock back and some of the other just little outliers here and there was a first step in the direction. But it's very important not to just do a like, I hate lightning, goodbye lightning. You know, it's like be easy to do. It's the wrong thing to do, for sure.
True.
People also like playing lightning. I think
Yeah,
it's just,
exactly.
I think it's just
That's
the
what I'm
feeling when
saying.
they're like playing their cold builds and like it's better to convert to lightning. That's why I think that's when it becomes more problematic.
Dude, he didn't explode!
Kind of mentioned.
Critics, thanks for the
touched
follow
on
and
the fact
kick.
that
Appreciate you.
You feel like Ignite needs some love. I feel like with damaging elements, there's a fundamental thing maybe that's causing problems where it's scaling with like hit damage and crit so directly, I guess, in this case, differently to how it's been done in the past, where it leads to maybe, in addition to it being a bit weaker, feeling like just kind of an add-on, like Ignite's not really a thing. I don't really have a pure Ignite build. Ignite's just like a bonus added kind of damage on top.
Yeah,
Like
it's a bit flat, honestly. I agree. We've had heaps of discussions here about all kinds of different options. We had some boil down to whether or not we're going to do keystones. We want to do something. We just haven't landed on exactly what we want it to be and how, whether or not it's like we change the base.
So, if you were thinking about starting Ignite this league, maybe
but
don't.
yeah, it is a bit flat, and it doesn't have enough. Like, I mean, well, yeah, it is as you said. It's just here's a bit more DPS, I guess, at the end of the day. And then even there's limited ways of kind of scaling it, and you know, I'm not going to say there's none. There are some, but it's not enough. It's yeah. I mean, overall, I'd say it just hasn't got enough love. So, but we want to.
backtracking a little bit on the like gearing, we touched on crafting a little bit, and so I love 03 crafting. Like, it was such a huge change from like a game that some would joke didn't have crafting into some of the most powerful and interesting crafting we've had ever in Path of Exile. I think like it's right up
too
there.
powerful, honestly.
Crafting was amazing. Like the combination of the core currency changes, the changes to essences was really good, and how these things interplay with some of the omens and the abyss crafting even. So like, definitely felt like some things were a bit illegal, and just the overall like how good it was. Like, I don't know, like, oh no, I feel like this is illegal. So what of that was illegal or is illegal or is being
good question.
So we talked about essence of sorcery.
It's not like we're gutting anything or anything like that, right? There's just a few illegal things.
It's a few.
Are you pretty like
really?
You like overall?
I thought you guys were gutting.
I think it's way better than it was before.
Yeah,
like 100%.
Great.
Yeah.
It's what I found playing, and obviously and collating a little bit of data, but it's the kind of thing where I don't have enough data to go and or enough feedback to go and make some sweeping change. Is that people find that getting the it's too easy now to get to the absolute upper echelons of gear. Is what I kind of honestly, and I assumed that there'd be a bit of a public civil war about me saying that, because I could see people going, no, that I love it that way, and a bunch of people going like, well, I'm completing my characters way too fast, right? I got nowhere to go. I got no.
Even if you love it that way, you can still admit that it's true.
Spend my time doing like it's done. My character's finished, and I could see people being very binary on that for sure. But then it's like, how much of that just comes down to homogenizing, for example, and a few different axes like that.
I think a fair amount.
And but yeah, I know there's other problems, like for example, because of the high tier currency, there's a little bit of like you don't even need to pick up tier 5 rares anymore, because what you actually want is a base type to craft from.
Yeah.
And so in some ways it's wrong in that regard for sure. Like if people feel
rares
that way,
lost
that's
all value
probably
last
not
league.
good. Yeah, and then there was some other things with the essences that went wrong, like for example the essence of haste, being able to craft melee tiers of attack speed onto bows. It's not alright, right? That's better than what a bow can even yield. So like now a dropped bow can never be the best thing in the game because there's an essence that can grant high value. That's not intentional. Like the essences should be good, but they shouldn't be giving illegal mods, as we keep saying. So yeah, it's a bit of that, but I would hate to. I want to see how it goes, but I definitely feel the thing that like definitely hit me the most that I want to get more feedback on is the people just going, it's not you. There's no point in picking up T5 rares eventually because it, I would rather just craft from a white base and I can more guarantee that it's going to be good. And so what's the point?
Yep.
But yeah, there's a bit of that. And so, but again, it's very important.
I turned off rares on my filter last week.
Yeah, that's obviously right. Let's just change everything. And now item gearing is just ruined because you could
like
very easily undo with a lot of the good that 030's crafting added. So, yeah, fine tooth comb, being very careful with it.
Yeah, okay.
For sure.
So it sounds like definitely getting rid of a few specific things. Like Omen of Homogenization was a pretty clear one. I think that was like
it's gone
super illegal, as well as like some of the specific essences. Like the tiered currencies, you feel like
wait, homogenizing was.
I think overall I like them. Yeah.
Oh, okay, please don't be
and
gone.
Like
that was so cool.
Yeah, for sure.
And what about abyss crafting? Now that that's going core, is that like changing a lot? Because that
do we have to keep going to the abyss every time?
You some interesting decision making in crafting.
It's not changing very much aside from the removal of waystone crafting from it.
Yeah,
sure, there'll be a few number of changes around.
Yeah, just little bits here and there. Yeah. Well, I mean, inherently we have to, because we buffed staff prefixes, we have to go and look at everywhere that adds equivalent mods and make sure those are increased as well. And so, like, either way, there's some overflow effects that just kind of happen due to balance changes all over the place. But nothing like no significant change to that at this point for sure. But that's still there. When you're playing through, even though it's core, when you're playing through the campaign, much like you get the world map icons, or it's like, oh, this thing's here. We've got a bunch of areas where there are abysses.
A few.
I think it's 6. And each give throughout the entire campaign, each will give a crafting thing. So you have at least 6 guaranteed campaign crafts.
Oh, great. Awesome.
Okay.
If you explore and do the areas, and you can see it on your world map if you've done it or not. And so you're giving you a bit of that throughout. So we don't lose that the league had. And then in game, sure, use your tablets and then start running it.
Do we have to go to the Abyss Pit every time still?
I'm to hear that, like, overall it seems to be fairly intact then, because I was definitely a huge fan of, like, the direction crafting's taking.
Ziggy, I need you to
I'm
ask that
excited to see it
question.
getting built upon with, like, the Sacrifice of Val stuff too. Well, new Val stuff. Excellent news. Alongside that, we had the addition of asynchronous trade, and
God damn it, Ziggy!
Obviously very powerful for gear acquisition, raising both like the kind of floor of like what's considered your like baseline gear. What's your one exalt gear basically goes up a lot, but also like getting it more accessible to get to, like to craft or to obtain the really high end gear. How much of an effect have you seen in terms of like players kind of making the game easier? Like, has the game gotten a lot easier overall for people? Are people like reaching their final product earlier?
It's really hard to tell how much of it is the trade system and how much of it is the crafting changes. Like,
yeah, because the crafting changes are crazy, Leslie.
So what about as an overall picture?
Yeah, I mean, look, but at the end of the day, it's like the crafting system the trading system as it is something people just need to have. So, like, we just have to, work within that.
Yeah, I'll tell you, like, if we have a in-game itemization problem, we're not going to go and say we need to nerf trading.
Good.
Right.
We're past that.
Yeah.
We're finally, we can put that in our review.
Yes.
Excellent.
Good.
Yeah, so the
like to hear
question is,
that.
like, I guess now more just adapting over to that. I'm just curious, like, as to how extreme it has been, because it seems like it would be absolutely massive, like crazy. But
it's honestly quite hard to tell, as I said, due to the other changes.
I guess it's like a longer period thing to
But then at the end of the day as well, you could say that if this is a feature we need to have, then it doesn't necessarily matter. Like, we just need to work with it and just deal with it. So,
I know in the past there was a fear, and this kind of touches on crafting a lot, where if people could craft like really good gear super easily, that they would stop playing. Like, the player retention would go down. I feel like in some cases we've seen some of the opposite phenomena. Like, there is, to an extent, the opposite phenomena where like people gain access to the builds they want to play. They gain access to content they might not have otherwise in a more reasonable time frame for them. So their engagement and the amount of time they play ends up going up as a result. Like, in a surprising twist.
That definitely can happen, but at the end of the day, like, retention isn't exactly the reason why we do it. It's because we sort of feel like, if we did want to make getting the hardest gear harder, then the reason we would be doing it is because we don't like the feeling that you can get of like, I don't have anything else to get. You know what I mean? Like, that would be the reason to do it, not necessarily because of retention reasons. You know what I mean? Like, it's more about the play experience, to be honest. Because when it comes right down to it,
which kind of goes in hand with retention.
We want to keep you coming back every league. Like, we don't necessarily care how long you play a given league for. We just want to make sure that each time you play a league, you're enjoying your experience, that you want to come back and play the next one. So, that's kind of our philosophy on that. So, retention isn't directly a thing that we're like optimizing for exactly in that way.
Players hyperfixate on that.
Yeah, it's more about retention from league to league. Like, what are we doing? Like, how many players do we get back for the next league, as opposed to how many players do we get back the next day?
That's interesting. Yeah, I guess because we have like Steam charts, we get hyperfixated.
But Ziggy, can we ask the question about going to the pit to craft?
You can, on some level, judge the success of how much people like the league based on that.
Yeah, it can tell you how much fun people are.
But like, at the end of the day, what people are saying about what they thought about it is actually more important than the number of people actually playing it, because like that, as long as they're like happy and they want to come back, then we're happy.
Mean, if you have more fun in a smaller amount of time and then you're more happy to come back next league, then that's a win.
That isn't necessarily a problem, right?
Or you know what else?
This league,
actually,
so they're kind of a little bit
animation
in some ways, but also sort of related
for the pit crafting too. Can we talk about that?
Okay, well, it'd be interesting to see how this continues to play out. Then the crafting trading thing, I'm super interested in like the economic aspects of that.
Right.
But it's definitely had a big impact, and on the whole, like 0.3 felt like a huge net positive for both crafting and trading.
Agreed.
So good. Yep. So good.
Agreed.
All right, well, we'll keep. I'll ask about that like everything. I think, 'cause it's like where do you guys feel it's at now?
Yeah.
What about now?
Bro, Ziggy, you're putting me to sleep, buddy. Come on.
To the end. Thanks. There we go. So we had just a couple of random questions. I do see one in chat, but it's not really a question. People just typing move speed, but I don't really actually know what the context for that is. You guys know?
It's just a random fucking nerd just saying he wants more move speed.
Very insightful. Thank you. Maybe you guys could type an actual question in chat. I'm just saying instead of just chanting, but
well, I mean, adjacent to that, one change we have made, which is kind of interesting, and I think it's a kind of I don't know if the general desire is more or less of it. I suspect you'll find a bit of both. But irrelevant of that, like a change we made is there's lots of in-game runes where you can now only use one of them. And
Oh,
it's quite interesting because obviously before it was like
That's a
get
particular
the
thing.
double socketable effect on boots, put all the movement speed runes in, and it's like, well, great, now you got. And you know, it's
you didn't
kind
like
of
that?
interesting, but it also meant that generally what was happening is every single slot was just stacked with the same rune type. So now you're getting this like kind of nice mixture of different runes being used and different things, and it's kind of enhancing that. But yes, it overall makes the amount of movement speed you're getting from boots lower at the end game. But those were like very, very,
They
very
nerfed
expensive,
move speed.
which is kind of cool. What else is not much else has really
this is
changed
kind
there.
of like a rehashing of the old discussions of like the mandatory move speed on boots versus like implicits and things like that. I've always been a big fan of like a little bit of implicit movement speed on boots as you go up or something like that. But I know you guys are happy with like having move speed be an important stat on boots. Like,
yeah,
I guess, and maybe some people just want more move speed, but
I mean, some people always will.
That's a thing, yeah.
There's probably some people that want to move
faster.
It's just less. I think there's some people who might want to have a less mandatoriness to have to move so fast as well.
You know what we didn't ask?
I've been more on that side of things.
Can the druid in one of his animal forms ride the Roa?
I feel. We don't like mandatory mod items on. Yeah, it was that topic. Okay, cool. Thanks, team. Just confirming that. Yeah, I feel like that's been discussed fairly well.
Yeah,
at this point.
I need to know.
We're at the same stance on that. Really.
I need
which
to
It's
know.
interesting because technically, if we end up acknowledging that is wrong in the context of staffs and wands, then we might have to reevaluate why it's right in the context of movement speed. You know, it's an interesting thing where one discussion might yield the other because it's kind of a similar problem in both contexts, and we might end up who knows what side of the fence we're going to land on. You know what I mean? So.
I've seen Acolyte of Chayula get mentioned a lot. I have not played that class, so I can't speak to it too closely. But is that one that is getting
we've done
some
number
love,
buffs
I
at the
think?
very least, yes.
Yeah,
I think almost every ascendancy class has some level. Like honestly, some of it is like one node changed. Some of it, like for example, Pathfinder's got 2 whole new notables, and like we got rid. I mean, Pathfinder just did that. We got rid of the poison spreading notable because it's pretty much Herald of Plague, and we just put the 4-pointer to the 2-pointer, so you get the actual more powerful spike one for cheaper. We got rid of that like multi-choice ailment mitigation, and we were like, wow, it's the Pathfinder, so let's do some cool passive tree stuff. So pulling some inspiration from the PoE1 Scion, the Pathfinder can now also allocate passives from either the Witch or the Warrior start points, you know, for just like, you know, doing some crazy builds. And I think there's even a new notable on there where normally you have your highway nodes and it's like 5 dex and strength. There's also now 3 other options for the Pathfinder can take that node, and now there's 6 choices you can do on your travel nodes. So it's like, oh, I don't want as much attributes, I'll get instead damage. I think it's damage, defenses, and like cost efficiency or something. So you can kind of like better balance how much damage you want, defenses you want, or reduce. So it's like another kind of cool, interesting thing. So yeah, I mean, there's a class where it's gotten a bit more changes. Acolyte is numerical for now. But again, we want to do something grander with Chaos. It's on
There's quite a lot of just monk generally improvements as well, just balance wise, right?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, every class has kind of got
Been
changes everywhere.
in the thick of it.
I think the patch notes currently lacks. We have a thing where we're doing a bunch of changes to specific monsters for being spected.
Okay.
Like when we actually looked at it, we're like, look, if we just increase Spectre overall, it's going to increase the specific specters. Like we want to increase the amount of the pool of viable monsters for different cases. So here's the thing. Now it takes it from a skills balance team into the kind of monster balance team situation, and like so it's a different resource. So we're going to start doing that process where we try and do like, you know, 5 to 10 from here and here and here and here per patch, and kind of just start trying to get them to be more viable. Specifically as specters, and honestly you'll find most of the time it's just changing the cooldowns and changing the AI to be like, not because normally they're just like, I have to care about a player and maybe some minions are there, but honestly sometimes they just don't even care about the minions. They're just like, nah, there's a player, right? They assume there's a player because generally speaking there is. And so now when they make a specter version, well, there's no player for them to target. There's, you know, only monsters, and so they might be just making some silly decisions about how they're targeting and when they're using their skills and stuff like that. So want to do a bunch of that, but those won't be in the patch notes because the intention's that we're still doing them. I don't want to release a half baked set of patch notes for that.
Fair enough.
The other thing
still
is
haven't
I
played
think,
Spectres.
We're still doing. I've held back from the patch notes. I've held back a bunch of
To
the
be fair,
cult. Specifically,
I hated Act 4 so much that I didn't want to make a second character last league.
Do a little bit more iteration before we release that.
And I think I played last league
couple
more
of
than
Ice
any other
Ranger
league so
changes. I think that's like a massive improvement. To the Ice Ranger kind of play. I mean, using the existing skills, a lot of numerics, a lot of changes to ice fragments, stuff like that. What else is not in there? There's a few other bits and pieces not in the patch notes, and that's because all of our stuff is. And that's just not to say there's nothing changed. I've just taken them out for now because I want to make sure they're right. Otherwise, we have to give some false information and then change it, and it's not great.
You've been updating the patch notes over the course of a week now, so people should still probably expect that.
Yeah, for sure.
Initial patch notes coming.
I know they were like. I mean, I think we ended up changing something like 80 different unique items or something like that.
Sick.
Again, mostly focusing on end-game ones, boss ones, mythic ones, working our way down the rarity. So, like, more of the ones that are
I feel like
to be higher value.
It'd be nice to have some more leveling uniques.
We've demoted some to be more common. We've promoted some to be rarer.
More
stuff
strong
like that.
leveling uniques.
And done a whole pass. But even then, like, I know last night we were like, oh, there's like kind of 5 or 6 here that we're like maybe on the fence about. Let's, to be safe, pull them out, discuss them, reevaluate them, and then pull them back in the patch notes afterwards. Just to be safe, because again, I don't want to mislead people.
I saw a question about that from our resident summoner expert in chat. But the monster changes, like for making specific changes to monsters for Spectres, does that end up in patch notes? That seems like pretty hard to track.
It will this time.
Nice.
Well, I don't think we've done much in the way of actual specific monster changes this time around. But this, what I was talking about doing, will, yes.
Okay.
It just what I'm saying is it won't be in the initial set of patch notes because we haven't finished them yet. So, but they will be, like, I think the patch note says will be in a post later this week or later, in the week coming. So
a funny one in chat I see is like, when can we get more melee variety? I'm like, you guys literally just added like a new melee weapon. Like, I don't know if you guys know, but the talisman's a melee weapon.
No, melee is never.
Wait, talisman's a melee weapon?
Game ever. No, I mean, because it's kind of true, right? Like,
it's quite. There's a funny phenomenon right now where it's like, whenever we talk about melee, people say that like there's literally only maces.
I guess we did get a new weapon type then.
Like, quarterstaves are over in the corner crying. It's like no one pays any attention to it.
Yeah,
It's like doesn't count as well.
But
it's like a half-ranged weapon. I guess.
Stormwave really melee, then you get that.
There's always this funny exception with it, but like ultimately, I think what it comes down to is that the game doesn't have swords.
Yes,
yet.
I know.
Is that,
and I know we need swords. Yeah, I get it.
We need swords.
We need swords.
And axes.
Swords are.
We don't have axes either, right?
It sounds like swords.
Or did we add axes last week? I
forget.
forget.
Added to the game at some point.
At some point, we will have swords. I can promise you that.
Yes, it's the importance is understood. It seems it's a bit too fundamental, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure.
It's a bit cool.
But yeah, I mean, we were talking about the ascendancy. So yes, a lot of numerics, some more broader changes, some getting a little bit, some getting a lot. Like just because it's getting a little bit doesn't mean we think it's in the right spot. At the end of the day, we've just started going. Like Smith and Katava got a decent amount of changes.
Nice.
Kind of a lot better now, for sure. We like over nerfed it. But yeah, lots of like, around the. I mean, honestly, like I want to say 90% of all the balance changes are probably in the direction of taking underplayed and underpowerful things and making them a bit better.
Nice.
That isn't to say that we've successfully made. Like maybe at the end of the day, lightning archers are still somehow better than ice archers at the end game, but certainly the gap has narrowed, and you'll feel less bad for playing one over the other, and less bad about decisions. And so that's ultimately the goal, and we'll get there eventually. But huge step in the right direction, I'd say. But yeah, and then things like Outer Louis, all those outliers.
Lightning archers still reign supreme, dude.
For sure, sometimes more than a bit, depending how extreme they were. Culmination's another one where like just having an uncapped combo thing when you get damage per combo. I mean, and then obviously you can just one-shot everything in the game at that point, so that's a problem as well. Some of these outliers 100% brought into place given caps, whatever the case is, but again, more like 95% of all the changes that we're trying to make is bringing up the underplayed things to be a bit better.
Okay.
And just to all kinds of varying degrees. It's really hard to. It's like, do you just do everything across the board and try and look at everything and give everything a minute, or do you really hone in on one build? And right at this point, we're trying to do a very widespread. Let's look at literally every skill and go, is there a decision we can? What would we do? and it's like, it would require this huge rework. Okay, instead of waiting for that, can we just do some numbers for now? Do the rework later to really give it what it truly should be? If so, let's do that, and then bench that thing for a later time when we have more time, and then move to the next, do the same assessment, and then we just try to do that for literally everything.
The balanced ninja squad is currently focusing on clear speed, it sounds like. AoE.
Yes, but for things that are not already, up at the top tier, generally.
Right. We're getting quite close to patch notes, so we'll rapid fire some things off here. It seemed like at one point, like, druids were going to have claws as their weapons, so that has obviously changed to talismans. Or
That might have
they
been
were
a case of long
That
time.
was
I remember
actually
there was
that was
a node
actually
or
for the
something.
huntress.
Yeah,
Oh, okay, weird, yeah. So it sounds like claws are probably not going to be a thing.
probably not anytime soon. No.
Decided not less interesting than other options. Yeah, all right, cool. Hot swapping between controller and mouse and keyboard.
Yeah, something I promise every single time.
So
And yet somehow we still haven't done it yet. So what I can say is that it is actually, we have an implementation of it. We're not shipping it this time, but it's much more close than it was last time. Like, there's just some stuff that needs to happen, but like, it is a thing that has been seen on a programmer's workstation as to work. But yeah, there's still a bit more to do. But yeah, like next time, I know I've said this twice before, but next time we will definitely have that. I know it's a weirdly huger feature than it seems, because like the code was just originally not written with that in mind at all, and it's just requiring a lot of re-engineering of a whole bunch of existing UI.
We didn't follow the modularity, boys.
Inventory management.
I know. We will have it, but yeah,
Controller inventory. Oof,
Yeah.
No.
but
Okay, good news. It's being worked on daily, it sounds like. Do you have like a rough timeline for full release, or not ready to announce that yet?
don't know how to have it to announce, but I mean, look, I certainly don't want it to be 2027. Like I really want it to be next year. Like I really do. So, like it'll be, I really want it to be next year. We
certainly underestimated the amount of work we wanted to. Certainly by having to make all the leagues.
I knew when they said 6 months to a year.
Just don't.
No more than a year.
You need to do.
We want people to play the game still in.
And I played
1.0
or 0.1.
You get this thing where we severely underestimated how much.
For sure, I was like, this is not ready in 6 months to a year.
Your rule of cool of like we want to do the 130 extra passives because it's cool. I mean that has an expense.
Yes, all of this does get in the way technically, but.
But look, at the end of the day, we're not going to release until everyone's happy.
Yeah.
So
that's true.
Yeah,
that's
so
true.
that's what needs to happen first. So
it's a good trade-off.
Yeah.
With the performance improvements, which looked like really impressive, even more than the 25% you're saying, like looking at the side-by-side footage was like, it looks even better than that.
Yeah, I mean, look, we did 25. I said 25% as a commitment because like that's kind of like I want to make sure, like, look, people are really sensitive to the stuff, so like I wanted to make sure that we're not over-promising.
Under-promise.
And so under-promise and over-deliver was the plan, but effectively, like, I've been focusing a lot myself actually and trying to make sure that it's getting better. Effectively, what we've done is, I mean, obviously there's just sort of traditional optimization that happens, but a lot of it is just effectively making sure we're multi-threading things better, taking advantage of more CPU cores. If you're GPU bound and you don't have dynamic resolution turned on, then it obviously won't affect you because you're GPU bound. If you've got dynamic resolution on, so the GPU is not so much of a concern, then CPU was definitely a problem for just about everyone. Like even really fast CPUs were having issues in in-game mapping. So the goal really was to make it so that, like when you've got a lot of shit going on, that your CPU is not overloaded. We did that by multi-threading things much better than we were before. Traditional optimization, just lots of improvements there. Like now... there's so many things that are working better than they were before. Like in many cases, honestly, you see double frame rate, like just straight up.
Awesome.
But as I said, like not consistently in all cases. So and consoles obviously saw a huge improvement. They consoles just have weaker CPUs than PCs do. So therefore, when you're doing CPU optimization, consoles are what's going to benefit from that. It's just a lot better. Now, one of the things I'm a bit worried about is that by multi-threading more things, you can run into multi-threading bugs. And so there might be, hopefully not, but there might be some more crashing going on when we first launch, just because the thing with multi-threading is that depending on the exact scenario, different things can happen at different times. It can cause some issues. I'm really hoping we don't run into that. We're trying to do as much testing as we can to fix all those kinds of issues. Effectively, that would be the worry. But yeah, I think that it was definitely worth taking the plunge and doing that stuff because it is way better. I probably should make like a video on exactly some of the go into a deep dive into it at some point because it's kind of interesting.
It feels like even still, occasionally you guys are still just finding
ridiculous
things that like,
yeah.
oh, we just made it a whole nother chunk faster.
Yeah,
And I'm
exactly.
Just because of some just ancient thing.
Yeah. It's we definitely still find some crazy stuff, and like it's gonna be a lot better.
I expect it's just gonna keep going as well.
Yeah, no, exactly. So that's the other thing is like I want to spend even more time on getting this exactly right. We're not even at the point like when I'm looking at it now, I'm like we could still theoretically make this quite a bit faster than it even still is.
You've been personally like really on this every time.
Yeah, I have. Just because it's been such a big issue, and like I wanted to actually get back in there and spend a bit of time on it. And yeah, as I said, like already it's so much better now. But yeah, we'll be even better than that.
Awesome, fantastic,
cool,
great news. Patch notes are here.
All
so
right.
we will end there and let
no
people
one's
go
interested in listening to us anymore. They've got,
Bro, we did not ask many good questions as I would hope.
A pleasure to talk to you once again, and I look forward to checking it out.
Patch notes are here, he says.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's good to have you here.
Alrighty, thanks for the questions, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
I don't see patch notes.
Camera's on, so I'll just look at you.
All right.
Right.
So that was a lie. Wait, patch notes aren't here. Unless they put them somewhere else. I guess they put them somewhere else. Okay, chat, we'll take a brief look at the patch notes. We'll turn music on now too, so if you want, you can do music requests. That seems really loud. It's not that loud. We'll turn it down a bit. All right. 0.4 release. Fate of the Vol. 21 new skills and 30 plus new supports. Okay. That's a lot. 11 new uniques, Abyss's core, Waystone crafting changes, rebalance. Yeah. 9 new crafting mechanics. Wait, what? What? Are they considering like double corrupts crafting mechanics? Probably, right? They have to. Okay, let's see. New content and features. Druid, Oracle, Shaman. Yep. 20 new skills. Yep. 250 new passives. Jesus. Wait, 10 new? This is 11 new. Why does this say 10 new? What? Okay. Talismans. Talismans are two-handed martial weapons? They're two-handed? Ugh. I didn't notice that in the freaking Oh, it does say over 10. Okay, fair enough. You're right. All right, two-handed martial weapon. That is interesting. But we have the weapon swap, so okay. Added 4 new augment items with new modifiers that you can craft onto your items. Augment items. What is this? I don't know what that means. Abyss's core. Preserved vertebrae no longer drop? What? But the ribcage does? For those who don't know, the preserved vertebrae was the higher tier weapon affix. What? Why? Why does the ribcage exist? Like, if they got rid of both, that would make more sense to me, but they just got rid of the weapon one? Ah, so weapons are going to be harder to craft than armor. Okay. What else? Anything else interesting in this? Okay. Doesn't seem like it. Optimizations, sure. Tailwind now grants one. Oh shit! Tailwind changes. 1% movement speed, 2% skill speed, previously 3%. That's massive, actually. 10% increased evasion, previously 15. Ooh. And prevent 1% of damage from deflected hits per stack. Wow. Pretty significant nerfs here, actually. So that's 10% skill speed loss. And what, 15? No, 5 times. That's, wait, 50% evasion loss? Is that right? Holy. That's kind of crazy. Base unarmed attack time is now 1.65 attacks from 1.4. Are unarmed builds alive in PoE 2? Are those real builds? Sorry. All right. Rage regeneration now pauses rage decay similarly to other means of gaining rage. This means that your rage will never decay while it's regenerating. Oh, it was doing that before? That's silly. Okay. All rage spending costs have been changed to 10 rage. Rage no longer causes a visual effect on your character until you have 10 or more rage. Okay. Physical damage reduction from armor can no longer cause a hit to deal 0 damage. It could do that? This is mostly targeted at preventing cases where multi-hitting player skills could deal 0 damage to armored monsters at very low levels. Yeah. So I thought players were abusing this to take 0 damage, but it was the other way around. Monsters were abusing it, so players dealt 0 damage. Oh, that's funny. So now instead of dealing 0 damage, you can deal 1 damage. Sick, dude. Sick. Igniter no longer apply infinite ignites. Instead, they apply the regular ignites with standard duration and will reapply them after they expire. I think this is good because I think that I have a clip. I think I have a clip of Ignite. And I was like, this is so bad. This probably be easier to find on YouTube because I think I made it a short actually. Yeah, this would be way easier. Maybe I can search this actually. WarmJester, Ignite. Nope, I'm not popular enough, dude. Not popular enough. To be fair, I don't think I tagged it with Ignite. Where is it, dude? Is this PoE 2? It is PoE 2. Yeah, this. I feel like Ignite is not exactly where it's supposed to be. I feel like they fucked up Ignite. Like, Burning Ground is like proof of how they fucked up Ignite. So I feel like what happens here is this gets built up. Okay, I'm ignited. Now I'm no longer ignited. I'm not standing on the like I'm not getting hit by flammability anymore. I messed up by not including that in the short. Fucking broken in a bad way. Yep. So they fixed that. So they fixed that right there. So now Ignite will actually go the duration of Ignite instead of implying a unlimited amount of ignites that instantly go away the moment you're not on the burning ground. Anything with Monk, they did say that Hand of Chayula or whatever, the Invoker or whatever, the Chayula Monk got buffs. They said that in the Q&A. We haven't got there yet. We're about to right now with the Ascendancy changes. All skills granted by ascendancies are now automatically activated when granted. Some previously required the player to manually activate them. Okay. Deadeye Windward has been removed. What was Windward? What? Oh no! That's gone? Oh no! Bullseye now requires called shots. Bullseye now applies 10 crit weakness. Okay, but nobody was taking this anyways. But 10 crit weakness is a lot more. But then you have to consume a mark. And now it requires something? What does it require? Now it requires called shots. What's called shots? Grants skill called shots. What does this do? Ah! So it automatically applies the mark. Okay. I mean, maybe that'll be worth taking, especially now that Windward is just gone. No, it won't, because you're still gonna, you have to take endless munitions, which means you still have to path through here, and you're still gonna want Tailwind. There's no way you don't take Tailwind over 10 crit weakness and applying marks. There's just no way. So, dude, I don't know what your last point is now. Added a new Mirage Deadeye Ascendancy passive skill, which grants the Mirage Deadeye meta skill. Mirage Deadeye, while active, firing a ranged attack projectile will create a Mirage that uses socketed ranged attacks for a short duration, then vanishes. You cannot create another Mirage for a short time after the initial creating one. So you probably take this. You probably take this and you do it with the support, like a tornado shot or something. Something like that. Okay. Contagious contamination has been removed. I think this is the one they said that was like Herald of Poison or whatever. Practical remedies has been removed. I think this is their choose damaging ailment to be immune to thing. Running assault now also grants cannot be heavy stunned while sprinting. That's nice. Holy, that's nice. What is this? What was it called? Running assault. I mean, that's pretty shit, though. That's pretty bad. I don't know if can not be heavy stun while sprinting makes that worth taking now. Added a new Path Seeker multi-choice ascendancy passive skill with the following choices. Path of the Warrior. Can allocate passives from the warrior starting point. Path of the Sorceress can allocate passives from the sorcerer's starting point. Oh, it's only those two choices? Each choice also grants 4 passive skills. Huh. Traveler's Wisdom now requires Pathseeker, which is this. Traveler's Wisdom now instead grants attribute passive skills, offer additional options. What? Offer additional option. Does that mean you're going to get these on top of taking an attribute or instead of? Traveler's Wisdom now instead grants, instead of what it did grant, attribute passive skills, offer additional options. I think this is going to be instead of taking an attribute, you can take 5% increased global defenses, 5% damage, or 5% cost efficiency. Global defenses is crazy. That's crazy, especially if you're stacking ES evasion, which most of the time you are under a ranger archetype. But damage is also good. It is only increased damage. I mean, you need attributes so much though. Like how much? Increased global defense is really good though. That's interesting, I guess. Elemental Surge reworked. Okay. Grant skill Elemental Surge, but it was reworked. Okay. Now provides when you consume a charge, trigger Elemental Surge to gain 3 lightning surges. Okay. Surging Avatar reworked now provides when you consume a charge, trigger Elemental Surge to instead gain 2 cold, lightning, and fire surges. Okay. I didn't do any of the Elemental Surge shit. I have no idea if this is good or not. Ritual Sacrifice, stolen modifier duration is 82 to 120 seconds from the gym. From gym level 1 to 20. Previously was 15 and 19.75. Wait, what? Wait, what? Hold on. What? Wait, what? What is this? Ritual Sacrifice? Is that Lich? What is this? Ritualist. Is this Ritualist? Who's Ritualist? What is this called? Sacrifice. Who's the Ritualist? Oh, it's down here. This is the Ritualist, right? Yeah. Wait, what? That's for the Huntress, Amazon, or Ritualist? Okay. Ritual Sacrifice Stolen Modifier. What is this? Ah, here we go. Ritual Sacrifice can be used on yourself to remove 20% of maximum life and grant a random monster modifier. A maximum of 1 modifier can be granted this way. Okay, I mean, that's a huge buff then, but this still doesn't seem very good. Like, I'm still losing 20% of my max life for 1 Headhunter buff for 80 to 120 seconds. That does not really seem worth to me, but that is a huge buff, though, from 15 to 20 seconds, basically, to 82 to 120 seconds. Banger alert! And quality is now 20 seconds to stolen modifier duration. So, okay. That's doesn't matter. Corrupted Life Force now also has you deal 15% more damage to enemies affected by Blood Boil. Okay. Warbringer, imploding impacts now also grants fully broken armor you inflict, increases all damage taken from hits instead. Okay. Ancestral Warhorn minion summoned by Warbringer's answered call notable now more consistently hits close up enemies. Cool. Surprising strength has been removed? Wait, isn't that... Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait, no, not this guy. Where is it? It's around here somewhere, right? 50% more damage against heavy stun enemies is removed. What? That was so strong. Crushing impact now also grants 25% more damage against heavy stunned. Okay, that's... For 2 points, that's a massive fucking point now. But we lose 25% more damage against heavy stunned. But we gain 2 ascendancy points, so maybe that's worth, actually. Added a new Mountain Splitter Ascendancy passive skill, which grants every third slam skill that doesn't create fissures, which you use yourself, causes 1 additional aftershock ahead. Dude. What is that, like 4 different requirements that you need to have to be able to use this? All right, fuck that. But crushing impacts now, it's 2 points for crushing blows, right? Yeah, crushing blows and 25% more damage heavy stun, which frees up an ascendancy node, which means you can take the 15% more life really easily. Not bad. It's kind of a nerf, but kind of a buff at the same time. I kind of like this change, actually. Smith and Katava got super reworked. So padded plates got replaced with 60% increased glory generation. What was padded plates before? Dude, there's so many nodes here. 75 cold res. Okay. I mean, to be fair, wasn't this like kind of useless? No, wait, they changed what I thought it was. Wait, no, right here. Yeah, because you just go fire res, right? So you take this and then you just go fire res. So padded plate's kind of useless. So that's good. Lead lining was the lightning res, and that is replaced with spiked plates, which causes your body armor to grant 100% increased thorns damage, dude. Thorns log in, bro. Thorns log in, bro. Heavy bracing. What's that? 100% increased stun threshold has been replaced with body armor to grant 30% increased spirit. Okay. Okay. Internal layer now reduces crit damage taken by 100%. Smith of Katava is crazy tanky, by the way. What the heck is this? Heat proofing now causes your body armor to grant the bonus of being unaffected by all damaging ailments. What? So you're immune to ignite, bleed, poison. I think that's it. That's fairly strong. That's fairly strong. Okay, so you can get crit damage immune to fire or ignite, poison, bleed. You can get What was it? Where is it? Take the fire res. Oh yeah. Body armor grants 50% of armor, also applies to elemental damage. Or you could take the 25% of fizz taken as fire, and then you're already stacking a shit ton of fire. Yo, very tanky. So you go 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you got 5, 6, 7, 8. So you got 3 points you can choose here. Very tanky. Very tanky. The fire spell on melee hit skill granted by Heat of the Forge, Smith the Katava, now costs no mana when triggering socket spells. Also now gains 10% increased damage per level, up to 200% increased at gen level 20. How does that work again? Fire spell on melee hit. So this is a trigger spell? Interesting. Is that? Huh. Interesting. Temper weapon skill granted by against the anvil on Smith the Katava now costs no mana. The combust triggered by its empowered attacks now deals 25% more damage at all levels and has a base radius of 3 meters, previously 2.5. Okay. Still a shitty skill, but okay. Back in. What did I miss? Your Battlesmith is getting giga buffed. Kind of. Kind of. Manifest weapon skill granted by living weapon on Smith the Katava now changes targets less frequently and thus spends more time attacking. Okay. Additionally, as a mace, now has a cooldown of 6 seconds from 10 seconds for a slam. As a quarterstaff, now has 6 seconds instead of 10 on sweep. As a spear, fixed a bug where the damage dealt while it was dashing towards enemies didn't cover the full distance of the dash. Okay. I think Smith the Katava is very, very tanky. However, oh, I didn't even notice this. Each notable connected to the Smith Masterwork notable now grants 200 armor in addition to its other bonuses. Jesus, you get so much free armor too. Dude, Smith the Katava, very tanky. Smith the Katava, 0 damage. Infernalist. Seething Body no longer grants, while on high infernal flame, you and allies in your presence gain 50% damage as fire. Seething Body now grants gain Elemental Archon when you cast a spell while on high infernal flame. Elemental Archon does not expire while on high infernal flame. Lose Elemental Archon on reaching max infernal flame. Okay, what does Elemental Archon do? Is that a thing that's already in the game? Or what does it do? I hate when they do this. I hate when they add something in the patch notes and they act like we're supposed to know what it is. Like, if it's not on here, I don't know what it is. And I don't think it's on here. Yeah. So I don't know what Elemental Archon is, but sick. It grants that now, whatever that does. Blood Mage, Whispers of the Flesh now also grants targets cursed by you have 100% reduced life regeneration rate. Cool. Not really a big deal. Refracted Infusion now grants when collecting an elemental fusion, gain another different elemental fusion, 50% chance. Okay, that's very good. I didn't mess with the elemental infusions at all, but guaranteed another one versus 50% chance. That's got to be good. Storm's Recollection now also grants remnants, can be collected from 50% further away. Cool, whatever. Multiplying Squalls now grants +2 limit of elemental skills, previously 1. That seems very strong. Chronomancer, inevitable agony granted by inevitability, has been updated. Now ignores the curse limit. Chronomancer is now a curse guy? Okay. Now causes cursed targets to take 50% of hit damage dealt to them while cursed again when curse expires. Previously 20% in level 1, scaling up to 33%. Yo! Group play Chronomancer Curse Bot. Yo! Could be crazy. Could be crazy. Gimling Legionnaire. Thaumaturgical Infusion now grants plus 1% max cold per 3 blue support gem sockets. Previously 4. Fire for red. Previously 4. Lightning for green. Previously 4. Buy me PoE 2. I'll be a curse bot. It's free the first weekend, dude. We don't have to buy PoE 2. JK, I won't do that. I want to focus on PoE 1, maybe next league. The funny part is I offered you a code like 6 times, dude. I already bought PoE 2 for you, and you didn't take it. All right, Tactician. The supporting fire skill granted by Unleash Hell. Normal passive skill has been updated. Command Death from Above cooldown is 20 seconds, previously 40. Now fires a volley every 0.75 seconds, previously 2 seconds. Fires a total of 6 volleys instead of 4. Now is a 14-meter width, previously 7.5. Attack damage is like 30% less or some shit. Okay. I wouldn't have used it, as we can see, so hopefully somebody else uses it. Well, I think I gave one to Joe. I don't know if he ever logged in. So I don't think they are. I forget all of the people that I gave it to, but I know at least 1 or 2 is not being used very much. Try to like look through my I think I gave one to Tadoni, but he's definitely using it. He's loving PoE 2, so happy with that one for sure. I don't know who else I gave one to. I forget. All right, anyways. What do we think about this? 20-second CD still sucks. But we're firing 6 volleys over, what is that? 6 times 0.75 or 4.5 seconds instead of 4 over freaking 8 seconds. And then we times this by 763, I guess. So 3,433. Wait, no, I've done this wrong, right? Yeah, I've done this wrong. It would be 6 times. Wait. Yeah, 6 times 0.75 to get the amount of seconds, 4.5. And then you do 6 times 763 divided by 4.5. So it's 1,000 DPS versus 4 times 2, and then 4 times 1140 divided by 8. Okay, so yeah, you you about double the DPS of this. and it's lower cooldown, half the cooldown. So yeah, this is over double DPS. I don't know if it's good. And it has almost double the AoE. I don't know. It might be good now. I don't know. This has been updated. Artillery Ballista no longer grants 40% increased immobilization buildup. Now grants 20% skill speed. Siege Ballista no longer grants 50% increase in damage against immobilized. Now grants 25% more damage against immobilized. Oh, it went from 50% increase to 25% more. Okay, much better. Mortar Cannon now grants 25% of damage gained as extra fire from 15. That's significant. Added Spell Totem to Embankment Auras. Spell Totem grants 50% increased crit hit chance, okay? Witchbane now has enemies have maximum concentration equal to 30% of their maximum life, previously 40. This is a buff. The fact that they have to tell me it's a buff is interesting. What is concentration? Deal up to 40% more damage to enemies based on their missing concentration. Witchbane now has enemies have maximum concentration equal to 30% of their maximum life. Enemies have maximum concentration equal to percent of their life. Break enemy concentration on hit equal to 100% damage dealt. Okay. Deal up to 40% more damage based on their missing concentration. So, is this a buff? Because it's only covering 30%. So let's say they have 1,000 life, right? Times 0.3. So they have 300 concentration now. Which means if you hit the concentration for like 100, they're missing 1/3 versus 25%. So I guess you get to the 40%. Yeah, I guess this is a buff. Okay. I guess it is a buff. I should have just trusted them. Ceremonial ablution. Is that a word? Ablution? Is that a typo or nope? Ablution. Okay. Now instead grants sorcery ward, also protects against physical and chaos damage. Okay. I still think that Witch Hunter needs more love. This class kind of sucks still, but okay. Invoker changes. Here we go. And Protect Me from Harm now grants 35% less evasion rating instead of 50% less. So that's a pretty big buff. It's somewhere over here, right? Where is it? So what? I guess I'm wrong. Wait. Oh no, Invoker's this guy. Whoops. Yeah, here we go. Physical damage reduction from armor is based on your combined armor and evasion rating. So you lose 35% evasion rating, but now your phys damage reduction is also based off your evasion. So that's a pretty big buff. Soul Springs Eternal now additionally grants meta skills have 50% increased spirit reservation efficiency. Okay. Where is that? That's actually pretty good. I could see some meta skills on Evoker being good. Unbound Avatar skill granted by And I Shall Rage has been updated. It now has a cooldown of 12 seconds. You gain Unbound Fury when you inflict elemental ailments with a hit on an enemy. No longer has no more than once every 0.2 seconds for each ailment. So you can just infinitely gain Unbound Fury. Okay. Shocking and Igniting now grants 1 Unbound Fury instead of 2. Okay, so you don't have a 0.2 second cooldown on it, but you gain half the amount you gained before. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what Unbound Fury does, so I don't even know if that's good. But sick. Acolyte of Chiula. Embrace the darkness. Darkness now gives plus 10 max darkness instead of 8. Into the Breach skill granted by Walking Dream. Red Flames now has 15% leech, life leech instead of 7. That's significant. And blue is 50% mana instead of 7. Purple now lasts 8 seconds instead of 5. Into the Breach skill granted by Walking Dream Flames are now created closer to the player. Okay. Choice of power, choice of life, choice of mana now also grant 50% increased effective remnants and 50% increased remnant pickup range. Void illusion skill granted by Grasp of the Void now has a cooldown of 4 seconds at all gem levels, previously 6 to 4. Okay. Void illusion skill granted by Grasp of the Void. A shit ton of damage. It's got a 4-second CD, but they almost doubled the damage. Wow. Void illusion skill granted by Grasp of the Void now has a 3 cooldown charge, previously 1. Oh, wait, so it's got a 4-second CD, but you get 3 charges of it. Huh. What is this skill? How does it work? While active, creates a short-lived illusionary copy of yourself whenever you dodge roll. The copy can be damaged by enemies, and copies that are destroyed by an enemy will cause damaging explosions. Copies created this way have 1 life. Ah, I see. Okay. Buff persistent AoE duration. It's not a lot of tags you can scale that with. Persistent. Can you do limit support with this? Maybe. I mean, it is a lot of damage. If you can find a way to scale it, maybe that's good. Could be a build, maybe. Could be a button you spam to one-shot bosses if they attack the freaking thing. I am not reading all the passive skill changes. Ain't no... Okay, wait. It's not all of them. I'm not reading all this, though. Yeah, not reading all that. Disabled the Font of Rage support gem? It's kind of not good. Ricochet 3. What was Ricochet 3? What was Ricochet 3? Pierce all targets. Chain additional time from terrain per projectile they would have gained. Yeah, that was pretty lackluster because it removed your additional proj. Okay, they disabled that. Mm. I'm looking for Rockiatas. Where's Rockiatas? Because that was the one that was busted, right? Are they nerfed that or no? I'm not seeing it right now. They didn't nerf Rockiatas? Ain't no way, bro. What? That's crazy. What was the one where like you could cast the spell even if you didn't have mana? Where is it? It's got there's got to be a nerf in here for it somewhere, right? I mean, it looks like they buffed a lot of the other ones that weren't being used. I don't know if they're I'm not going to read them all. I don't know what any of them did anyways. Wow, I don't think I see the nerfs to the skills I was expecting to be nerfed. That's wait, skill changes. We're gonna skim through these real quick. Ancestral Warrior Totem no longer has 25% less totem attack speed. Totems are back, boys. Totems are back. Is there anything else like... No, not really. What else do we care about here? We don't really care about Ball Lightning too much. It got buffed, though. That's interesting. But the shock chance got nerfed. Interesting. Oh. Barrier Invocation, half the spirit cost. Cast on minion death, half the spirit cost. Comment. Big buffs to Comment. Holy buffs to Comment. That's a lot of flat damage to Comment. Buffs to... Dude, lots of buffs! I guess they did say they were going to be buffing all of the, like, underperforming stuff. Elemental Conflux, minus 40 spirit reservation. Okay. Electrocuting Arrow, attack speed 110% base. A little bit less damage percentage. But more fizz to lightning conversion. Okay. Okay. I have Winter as a 10-second cooldown? That's disgusting. Let's see. What else do we care about here? Freezing Mark no longer causes an explosion. Instead, freezing the marked target grants a buff that grants extra damage as cold for a duration. Or until you mark another target. Oh, God. Freezing Mark is ass now. I feel like that's not very good. I feel like that's pretty terrible. Okay. I don't really care about that. Ghost Dance now has maximum 3 ghost shrouds at all gym levels. Previously 3 to 5. Wait, really? Ghost Dance, you could get 5? I don't remember that. But okay. I'll take your word for it. Wow, it takes a lot longer to gain ghost shrouds. Quality now instead provides 20% increased reservation efficiency. Instead of what? What did it grant before? I guess I can look at my pub. Ghost Dance. Wait, that was Ghost Dance, right? Yeah. Quality does. What does this do? Here we go. Ghost Shrouds recover energy shield equal to 2%. So, okay, I see. So it's 5% right now with quality. It went up to 7%. Got you. So, wow. Okay. So you have less Ghost Shrouds. They take double the amount of time to generate. And they're now going to restore less energy shield too. Interesting. All right. What else we got? Glacial Cascade? Nah. Lance? No. Hailstorm Rounds? No. Herald of Thunder. Now as less damage. They nerfed it a little bit. Fair, I guess. Ice Shot maybe buffed. Lightning Arrow no longer bypasses the charge up time on Lightning Rod bursts. Wait, it did that? Wait, there's a charge up time on the Lightning Rod bursts? Instead, the burst caused by Lightning Arrow can occur once every 0.1 seconds. I mean, that seems okay, I think. Projectile now converts 80% of lightning damage. Previously 40. Beam now converts 100% instead of 80. That's kind of a buff to Lightning Arrow, no? Okay, Magnetic Salvo got a slight increase to the fizz damage conversion. Rain of Arrows now only consumes one frenzy charge. Deals more damage. 150% more arrows if a frenzy charge was consumed. Instead of 100, okay. Removed fires 3% more arrows per frenzy charge consumed. Rain of Arrows good again? Maybe? Okay, sorry. Random arrows might be good again. Raise Zombie does a lot more damage. Like a lot more damage. Holy shit. 2.5 times more damage at the top end. Wow. Raise Zombie big. Reap base crit up. Row amount no longer increases your movement speed. Now has 100% reduced movement speed penalty from using skills. Okay, so we don't get a movement speed increase with Roa anymore, but we have 0 penalty from movement skill for movement speed with skills. I mean, you still got to use Roa, I think. Fair enough. Skeletal Reaver now has 6% increase per rage. Previously, this was described on the gym, but not functional. Okay. What is Shock Chain Arrow? Projectile converts 80% of physical damage to lightning, previously 20. Okay, so wow. Shock Chain Arrow no longer releases secondary beams that continue to split. Instead, the initial projectile now consumes shock to create a chaining secondary projectile, which creates a lightning rod in the ground near its last target after its final chain. Secondary projectile does not consume shock on target's hit. Shock wave now deals damage less. Okay, I think this is still bad. I think that's still bad. Shield charge got buffed. Okay. Snipe got buffed? Wait, Snipe, Icy Blast. Now, wait, what? What is Icy Blast? Removed Heavy Blast and Heavy Stun. Wait, what? Do I not know how Snipe works? Channel the charge up your bow before releasing a powerful shot, releasing the perfect timing, causing the arrow to explode on impact. Consume freeze on directly hitting. Consuming freeze or hitting a heavy stunned enemy enhances the explosion. So is Icy Blast the consuming the freeze or something? Or removed Heavy Blast? Heavy. I don't know what Icy Blast is, but okay. Maybe Snipe is buffed. Maybe it's not. I don't know. Spark looks like only infused spark things. Yeah. Looks like infused spark things. Spiral Volley buffed. Wait, what? Spiral Volley got buffed? It was one of the better clear skills. Interesting. Stormcaller Arrow. More fizz damage to lightning. Bolt now has shocked enemies as though dealing 50% more damage. Bolt now converts 100% of fizz damage to lightning, previously 80. Stormcaller Arrow might be pretty good. Sunder got a attack speed buff. Okay. Tempest Bell got radius increase. Toxic Growth now has a limit of 12 pustules instead of 8. Now fires 4 pustules instead of 8. Now has 100% of base attack instead of 80. What is the interaction with Toxic Growth and the water wet shit? That's what I want to know. Vine Arrow now gains +1 limit of plants at gym level 12 and 19. Okay, no other changes, it looks like. Voltaic mark no longer makes the target susceptible to shock or cause an explosion. Instead, makes the target more susceptible to being electrocuted, and on electrocuting a marked target, grants you a buff which you gain extra damage as lightning for a duration until you mark another target. Dude, they're nerfing all of the freaking explosion stuff. Oh no. Wind Dancer. Oh no, boys. Wind Dancer. Gale Force now deals 20. Oh, it's a damage nerf. Oh, that's fine. Who the fuck cared about the Wind Dancer damage? That's fine. Nobody. Okay. Sweet. No defense loss on Wind Dancer. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Grand Spectrum's got a buff. Buff on that, I guess. Wow. 66 to 30, 333% increased effective socketed soul cores. Wow. Wow. Wow, the Adorned is 0 to 150% again. Adorned is super good again. Holy boys. I mean, it was already really good at 100%, but 0 to 150 now. It's super good. Time to figure out how to farm Adorns. I don't know what a Salem. Salem. I don't know what that is, but it got giga buffed. Prefity, again, I don't know what this is, but giga buffed. Every 3 seconds during effect, deal 100% mana spent in those seconds as chaos damage. Okay. Choir Storms, what do we got there? 50 to 100 lightning res. Okay. Zoph's blood is 50 to 100 fire res. And if you are Smith of Katava, holy brother, holy. And then you also get enemies in your presence have 25% less fire res. That's a flat 25%. So if they have 0, does that go negative, or can that not happen in PoE 2? I forget. Indigon got more energy shield. What else do we care about here? Defiance of Destiny. 20 to 30% missing health before it hit an enemy. Okay. Giga buff. Wrathpith Globe. Non-channeling spells have 3% increased crit hit chance per maximum life. Previously 5. We got nerfed. Wrathpith got nerfed. Okay. That's interesting. Hammer Faith buffed. What else do I care about here? All right. These are essences, right? Wait, what? Whispering Ice now has +5 to 7 to level of all cold spells. Previously 2 to 4. They nerfed this from 5 to 15 to 5 to 10 on intelligence. Okay. And the spell damage per intelligence got nerfed in half. Holy. Okay. Oh wait, these aren't. I'm so stupid. These are not essences. This is I think this is a staff, right? Wow, 5 to 7 all cold spells. That's a lot. Holy. Okay. What else do we care about here? Cloak of Flame got a buff. Lightning Coil got a buff. Dude, Warrior Invictus or whatever got all the changes. What are all what is this? Holy, the changes. Wow. Giga Spirit buff. Pretty big all-res buff. All attributes. Everything got buffed on this thing. Wow. 45 to 60 max life per socket fill. That's a lot, I feel like. Actually, maybe not. I forget what the range is that you can roll on a body armor, but I think the Mortar usually has 4 sockets. So it's like 240 life. That's not that much, I feel like, actually. But that's a lot of fucking mana. Holy shit, mana. Global defenses, too. Ooh, wow. Holy. Life regeneration per second. Oh, wait. That's not percent. That's just flat. That's bad. Never mind. So the spirit is huge, actually. Could be like... Sorry. What the fuck? Bro, I hate whatever YouTube has done to my shit. I hate my phone, dude. I hate my fucking phone. Okay, anyways. Yeah, the spirit is huge on this. And maybe the mana. Hyri's Ire. No longer... Wait, what? No longer has chill duration. No longer has flat damage. It has up to 25% damage as extra cold. And freeze duration. I think that's a big buff, actually. I think. Uh-oh, Queen of the Forest. Queen of the Forest now has 25% increased movement speed, previously 0. Okay. And has 1% movement speed per 600 evasion rating, previously 800. Queen of the Forest giga buffed? Wait, nope. Capped at 50%? Queen of the Forest gutted. Wait, what? So the max movement speed you could get would be 75%. Queen of the Forest is dead. Queen of the Forest is dead, boys. 07 to Queen of the Forest. Goodbye. You'll be missed, old friend. GG's. That sucks. You can't put a cap on something like that, dude. And if you're going to put a cap, it's got to be something high. That sucks, man. That really sucks. Choir of the Storm Lightning Bolt has a cooldown of 5 seconds, previously 1. What the fuck? All right. GG's. I don't think I care about any of this right now. I think most of this is going to be like the buffs they were talking about with like previous bases and the next tier bases. Looks like the essences are in here too, though. Ah, they killed the perfect essence of battle. It's +3 instead of +4. So that's pretty much dead. It's +5 instead of +6 on the two-handers. That's pretty much dead. They buffed this sorcery one. They have a typo in here on every single one too, it looks like. Sorcery buffed. Battle nerfed again? Like the same nerf? Like we just okay. So they messed up the patch notes here, but it's fine. Is that the only essences that changed? Okay. In-game changes. Arbiter of Ash no longer drops a rare corrupted tablet. He did that before? I haven't killed Arbiter yet. I've never fought him. I haven't felt the need to, so. I will this league, though. There's finally a reason to, I feel like. Wait, what? Okay, I don't know if I like that, but whatever. Monster changes, user interface, microtransaction, bug fixes. Okay. All right. It's a lot. And it's not even everything, and we know it's not everything, but yeah. They didn't even include the druid like ascendancy stuff, did they? Where do I see that? Can I go to Path of Exile too? Okay, it looks like the talismans are going to have decently high crit. But their fizz damage is so low. Like, if these are two-handed melee weapons, shouldn't the damage be higher? Lunar Blessing, what does this do? 52% of damage gained as cold. How is this different than 52% damage is extra cold? I mean, it's got to be different, right? That's insanity if it's 52% extra, right? But I don't see how. Maybe PW2 gained. Conversion may refer to damage conversion stat. How does. Okay. This does not answer anything. Damage, maybe? Bro, why does the PoE... Okay. PoE2 wiki sucks, bro. Fundamentals, here we go. Maybe damage types. Bro, what is this wiki? We need more information. Buff grants 50%, 2% of damage gained as cold. So is this as extra or is this conversion? I don't know what this is. I don't feel like they explain it anywhere. And I don't know why they're wording it this way. Because it's got to be one of those two things, right? So just fucking call it one of those two things. Buff grants 52% of damage gained as cold. I don't know. To me, it feels like it's extra. And it says gaining bonus cold damage. So I feel like they should just say buff grants 52% of damage as extra cold. Like, why do they use the word gained here now? I don't know. Anyways, that's a pretty gigajoule or gem. That's a lot of damage. Spends rage. Okay. 0.2 per rage spent. What's max rage? Is it 30 or is it 50? Where's rage? Rage. $30. Okay. So max rage is 30. So if you have max rage, you'll get 6 additional seconds here. For a total of 11 seconds. But you can't... The cooldown's every 10 seconds. And it doesn't recharge while you have the buff, right? Cooldown does not recover during buff effect, yeah. Okay. Okay. Furious Slam. Attack speed 70, attack damage 70. Oh, wow. It's really fast, but attack damage 40? Does it have a cooldown? Cooldown of 2 seconds. Fuck, I hate cooldown skills. Okay. This skill looked cool. Also, wasn't there a like charge? This skill seems pretty good. Buff grants 30% of damage gained as fire too. Buff grants 5 rage regenerated per second. Wow. And it's a 10-second duration. There's no CD on this. Huh. I mean, this just seems good. It's all got to be wall and bear form, though, right? Maybe. Maybe not, actually. What? I thought you weren't happy about getting divine drops, dude. What happened? Cannot cause stun buildup. Attack damage is 103%. At level 6. 10 mana. Okay. A wind element. Why do they not say lightning? What makes this wind? 0.3 seconds to total attack time. Wait, what the fuck? So it's a flat 0.3 no matter what? Well, that's bullshit. Cannot cause stun buildup. They really don't like the stun buildup. Oh, there's a wing blast and then a shockwave attack. So there's a 2-part attack. Okay. That means I should get like 10 div and 5 contains in here. If that rate keeps up, kick W. Yeah, it definitely doesn't mean you got lucky in the beginning of the map. That's for sure. 10% surpassing chance to grant a power charge on heavy stun modified by monster power. 10% surpassing chance? What does that mean? This skill can be used while using other skills to interrupt them. Okay. Devour. Okay, this was 170% attack speed, 93% damage. Okay. But you can plus 0.5 seconds to total attack time. What? Based on distance traveled. Okay. Oh, it's just up to. Okay, so maybe it's not that bad then. Oil Barrage, 300% attack speed base. Attack damage 146%. Wait, this does a lot of damage? Fires 3 projectiles. They slow enemies by 20%. Oil applies exposure, lowering total elemental resistances by 20%. It's not very good. I mean, it's good if they have high resistances, but if they have no resistances, that does nothing. Channeling ends after 1. So this is a channel ability. Okay. Converts 40% of fizz to lightning. Fires 3 projectiles. Oh, this is the how do you empower it? With power charges or something, or what? Oh yeah, consumes power charges if possible to instead channel a sustained barrage of electrified oil that does not create oiled ground. Okay. And then flame breath. 800% attack speed of base. Holy boys. Converts 100% fizz to fire. 750% more ignite magnitude. Rage cost is ignored for first 4 seconds of channeling. There's a rage cost? 6 per second. Okay. Powered flame breath gains 50% of damage as lightning damage. Spins rage 50% slower. Okay. Okay. Wait. Wait. Is this a typo? Did they miss a line or something? Wait. Consumes a power charge if possible to empower the skill. So I only need 1 power charge to empower it. I gain 50% extra lightning, and I reduce my rage spinning by 50%. Or wait. Empowered flame breath spins rage 50% slower. So it's 6 rage every 1.5 seconds instead of 1 second. And I only need to use 1 power charge for that. Huh. Interesting. What is this scale with? This is spell or attack. These are all attack damage. Interesting. Okay. Okay, we got the volcano here. Six mana per... Wait, what? Channeling? Wait, what? Wait, how is this a channeling skill? Wait, what? Hold on, what? I need to see the druid cast this again. What do you mean it is a channeling skill? Cast this ability, druid. Okay, wait, what? How is this a channeling skill?
Hi. Also a meta gem that you can socket mark skills. Blue marker, just devour them alive.
Why do I
Fresh meat is
have
much
like
tastier after all.
Japanese
As you have-
subtitles? What the heck was that?
You could use them to throw fireballs. This lightning ray to turn into living. All runes and items section of the
Wait, where
trees
is
with
it?
rain. So that makes them easier to freeze. So it works. Also a meta gem that you can. And doing it over a volcano makes it even better.
How is that a channel? Wait a minute. Watch his mana.
What you have, the longer the rampage lasts. And doing it over a volcano makes it even better.
It's not taking mana per second. The mana's going back up already. What? What? Is this a typo? Is this a typo? Volcano is destroyed after 10 slams. Slamming it will cause another projectile spray. Wait, weren't they showing the wyvern interacting with this? Hold on.
As you consume, this skill leaps at a target, cast one as a human right before you start spitting.
Yeah, right here.
Much of a dragon if you couldn't breathe fire after all. Rolling magma is the first of the wyvern's breath attacks. Spit balls of fire that bounce along the ground. These balls will trigger volcanoes as well.
So does that count as a slam? There's no way rolling magma counts as a slam, right? But if it doesn't count as a slam, how does volcano go away? I guess the duration? Huh. Okay. All right, entangled. 4 to 5 fizz. Fissure length is 8. Attach vines to enemies within 1.5 meters. Limit 4 fissures. Duration is 8 seconds. Attaches a vine every 0.1. Overgrown fissures expire 50% slower. 1 to 1 fizz. That's not very much damage. Violence can stretch 2 meters. Duration 1 second. Slows enemy 50%. Okay. Can attach up to 3 vines to each enemy. So you can have a 45% slow. Overgrown fissures can attach up to... Wait, so you can actually have a 75% slow? If I'm reading that correctly? Okay. Thunderstorm. This is the water, right? Yeah, this is the water. Drenched enemies receive 25% more freeze buildup and 50% more chance to be shocked. Hits target every 0.35. Cannot drench enemies above level 32. Oh my god. So you can't just walk around with a low level thunderstorm. That's how they're going to deal with that? Fair enough, I guess, but oh my god. All right, and spell totems are in the game. Socket skills deal 10% more damage per power charge consumed. Okay. Mortal totem life per endurance charge. Duration per endurance charge. They deal 13% less damage and have 25% less cast speed. Limit 1 totem, by the way. What? Limit 1 totem. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, I see that, Midnight. Got nothing else for that map? Still a good map. Still a good map. Containment Scarab is probably 2D by itself almost, right? Over 30 new support gems. What's this? Deals fire damage in an area around the exploding corpse based on its maximum life. Ah. Huh. I don't think that'll be used, but okay. Freezing an enemy with supported skills infuses your allies with a cold damage for a short time. Supports attacks and work cards you use yourself. Freezing an enemy gives you cold damage. Okay, how much? For, for each 1 rage you have, you and allies in your presence gain 1% of cold damage as cold damage for 20 seconds. So by default up to 30% for 20 seconds. You freeze? Okay. It doesn't consume the rage, does it? No, it doesn't look like it does. Okay. Okay, aftershocks. Echoing cry. Supports war cry, supported skills echo. Ah, so it's war cry echo with less AoE damage. Supported skills become unstable. After you've moved, what the heck? What is unstable? Wait, supported skills have 100% more area of effect per time they've echoed, but they have 50% less area of effect by default. Okay. Accelerated growth on overgrowing planets created by supported skills. Spawn a verdant flower that grows. Oh, that's the purple exploding plant thing that they were showing, right? Okay. Okay. Dude, what is this spin glaive attack? And also, what's this attack? Oh, is that the... Yeah, what is that spin attack? And the arrow barrage must be that tactician ability that we were looking at, right? Seems pretty strong, but 20-second cooldown? I don't know about that, boys. All right. I think we've pretty much looked at everything here. Modifies a corrupted equipment or jewel item unpredictably or destroys it. What does that mean? Basically 1D? Okay, my bad. So that's 3D in the map. That's not bad. Modifies a corrupted skill gem unpredictably. Okay. Twice corrupted. Okay. Oh, Midnight says. That's how they're going to limit the amount of times you can corrupt it. Because now, instead of saying corrupted at the bottom, they have a special category of twice corrupted. I skimmed through it. I didn't watch the whole thing, but I skimmed through it. I don't know. Was there something specific I was supposed to look at? Because I was wondering why that was important to watch the whole time. It didn't seem like there was anything crazy happening with the D4 update. Kind of just seemed like more of the same. But maybe I didn't see whatever you wanted me to see. I'm not sure. Places up to 2 months. Okay, so it's just showing that. I see. Okay. You summoned a totem recently. I mean, those don't seem too crazy, to be honest. What is this? Okay. Create cursed ground. Enemies on cursed ground from support skill or cursed will within maximum 2 areas of cursed ground. Okay. Wait, also has annihilation. The skill will copy the level of the gym it is socketed in. Okay. Hits a total of 6 times over 2 seconds. 100% of physical damage converted to other damage types, matching the supported cursed gem's tags. Huh. Okay. I didn't see anything about why it was delayed. I didn't see or hear anything about why it was delayed. I didn't catch that. Yeah. So I don't know what the maybe December 11th is the delay, but I mean I didn't even know the new season when this new season was coming out anyways. Also, is Ashes a staggered launch? Staggered content launch, or is it everything available on launch? Okay, everything is saying December 12th to 15th. Am I crazy with the thinking that they said the 12th or the 11th? Oh, 11 a.m. December 12th. Okay, yeah, that's where I saw the 11th. Okay, so wow. So the launch time for PoE 2 season is at 2 p.m. EST as well. Okay. I do not know. Midnight. Why don't you know everything, dude? What are you good for? What are you good for? Why don't you know? Okay. So that is all the PoE 2 stuff. I find it weird that you still can't pre-order it though or anything, because it's gonna cost some money, right? Everything will be available. Damn, that's actually the one time I didn't want to hear that. Actually, it's gonna be 50. Why can't we buy it yet then? Like, it's 6 days till it launches, right? Why can't we buy it? Ah, bro. Why does it have to launch like the same time as PoE 2? I'm guessing it's because it's the next alpha wave, so buying now doesn't help you because alpha wave hasn't started yet and you'd have to wait. That logic doesn't work though, because that's just you're just pre-ordering it, right? And can't you buy it on their website right now? I can buy this for $100. Is that like right now though or something or what? Yeah, because this is alpha, right? And the one that launches on the 11th is the beta 1, right? For $1 to get the end of the previous. Okay, fair enough. I swear last time I was looking at the pricing stuff, there was multiple different bundles that you could choose from. Now there's just this one. Oh, maybe this is what I was seeing. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah. Okay. So they still show the previous tiers of things that you could buy that got you in earlier. All right. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like they should definitely start allowing pre-orders and like pre-downloads soon, right? But dude, what am I gonna do? Do we play PoE 2 or do we play Ashes? It's a conundrum. It's a conundrum. Maybe 48 hours out. I feel like that's not like that's not the norm. I feel like the norm is usually to like I don't know. I don't know why they wouldn't do pre-orders. Maybe it's something weird with Steam. Like maybe they can't with Steam because I know Steam has certain rules like, you know, you can't like sell something that's not available or like some weird stuff, right? Like Steam has some weird like rules for selling the games and stuff. I don't know, maybe. Dude, I don't know what I'm gonna do. You're 100% playing, right? Ashes? I will be no-lifing Ashes. But Druid's out. There's a non-zero chance that we ditch PoE2 and play Ashes. I don't know what I'm going to do yet. But I didn't get to nap today. I'm incredibly tired. I was going to play Atomic Heart after we were done looking all the PoE2 stuff. But I'm fucking exhausted. I'm tired, boys. High key hoping Ashes are better than WoW. I think a lot of people are hoping that. I think a lot of WoW players are hoping that. I think a lot of WoW players would love to stop playing WoW. There's just nothing comparable. Oh, I'm out of water. Anyways, I think we're going to end stream here. I hate that PoE2 and Ashes are like launching a day apart from each other. I don't know if I'm playing PoE2 or Ashes at this point. This PoE build got me wanting to play even in standard. Wow. Midnight really liking the EB character. I mean, I had fun with it too, to be fair. I liked EB. I thought it was fun. I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know. If you have any input, let me know in Discord. Maybe I'll do a poll in Discord or on YouTube or something. Like, what should I play? PoE2 or Ashes? Maybe I'll do that. I like the lightning sword, yeah. The other thing that's cool about EB is you don't have to worry about crafting a weapon at all. So it's kind of cheap. Or it's cheaper. And you scale your damage with defense. So EB is really nice. EB is really good. But yeah, I'm tired. I am tired. I'm gonna end stream for the day. I was gonna play Atomic Heart after this. I have a lot of thinking to do, man. Like, the PoE2 League looks like it'll be fun. And Druid looks like it'll be fun. But then Ash is a creation. And we could no life with Midnight. I have Friday off. When does it launch? When does Ash's launch? Not Cretan. Whoops. When does the beta launch? How's it not on their website? Is there not a time for it? December 11th. Don't see a time. See one buried deep on their website. Noon or some shit. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Wait, so this is the final form it's going to be in before launch? Like this, well, this is access until launch. Wow. Ah. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. So starting December 11th, you can buy it for $50. But then from December 11th to the 25th, you can get a 15% discount? Right, this is beta 1, right? They're already in alpha 2. Right? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, this is the alpha 2 third wave. Yeah, they're already in alpha 2. No. This is beta. This is beta 1. Yeah, progressing from alpha 2 into beta 1. I'm fairly certain this is beta 1 because this is alpha 2 right here. This is alpha 2 early access. What? I don't think that's a thing. I'm pretty sure this is beta 1, right? Doesn't help that they're like using different terminology. Like now they're calling it early access instead of a beta or an alpha. So it's just the same thing? That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. Why would that doesn't make any sense? Because you're selling that exact thing for $100 here, but now you're saying the exact thing is going to be $50. Why would you not just make it the beta 1? That doesn't make any sense. That makes zero sense. Okay, whatever. That makes zero fucking sense, but okay. But they've already been in the alpha. And it's not like they're in alpha 4 or whatever the fucking alpha 3. They're not, they're in alpha 2 third wave early, like it's, that's silly. If you want to keep it an alpha, just call it alpha 3. Like, why are we using the same naming convention that you're already selling a bunch? That's confusing for no reason. Like, just make its name something else. And they're wiping. So, like, even more of a reason to name it something different. Yeah, they could have just called it Alpha 3 or Alpha 4 or whatever. Or just the Beta 1. Like, why not call it Beta 1? Things still change in beta. It's like, that makes no sense. But, all right, whatever. It is what it is. It is what it is. Okay, so according to this, if I wait 1 day, I'll get 15% off. Maybe not even 1 day. Yeah, it might just, but that's confusing too because it says starting December 11th, it'll be available for $50. But then December 11th, it'll be available for $42.49. If we can't get the fact page correct, how many skills and shit have we fucked up? How fucked up is this game? We can't even get the fact page to sound correct. How fucked up is the actual game, dude? That's the real question here. Anyways, I'm fucking tired. I don't know what I'm playing now. God damn it, Midnight. Why you do this to me? Why you do this to me? I don't know what I'm playing now. Maybe I'll do a poll on YouTube or in Discord. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know now. I don't know. I will stream Ashes, so if you want to watch it before you buy. Bro, I really don't, like, that's not like a thought in my mind. I really want to play Ashes, but I also want to play fucking PoE 2. I was going to play Atomic Heart after the PoE 2 stuff today, but I'm super beat. I didn't get to take a nap today. I didn't get to take a nap because I streamed as soon as I got home, basically. I didn't even eat off stream. I ate on stream, so I'm going to end stream and call it a night. I thank you all for hanging out and doing what you do in the stream. I appreciate that. We'll be back tomorrow, and we'll play some more Atomic Heart tomorrow. If you have any input on what you would prefer to watch me stream next week's, starting on the 11th, whether that be Ashes of Creation or PoE 2, let me know. I'd be happy to hear some feedback. If you guys prefer one or the other, that might help my decision making. Till then, guys, I'll see you tomorrow. Deuces.